Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another day here at the WePlay Academy League Season 5. I'm Zurfer, joined by my mate and co-caster, Ted. Ted, mate, how are you feeling going into day number 3?
Oh, really good, really good. Now we're starting to get a little bit of a better idea on what to expect from certain teams, right? Because like day number 1, day number 2, the first 2-3 games that everyone has to play are more of like, you know, feeling the temperature, feeling the pressure, realizing who's going on to a better start. But now we're gonna start shaping up the images of most of the teams.
Yeah, we're just getting a feel, you know, everybody maybe getting their footing now, so we're maybe going to be seeing a bit, you know, people just getting into their comfort zone maybe a little bit more. But before we do jump into today's action, we are just going to go through what happened yesterday. And man, yesterday it was such a great day. Of course, we got to cover the first 3 games. Starting us off, it was Apex Rebels taking on Young Ninjas. And to be honest, looking at the first half of this game, I honestly thought Apex Rebels were going to give Young Ninjas a run for their money.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Apex Rebels, they were on to a really good start. It was a 5-1 lead in the beginning on the T side as well in Vertigo, so we were thinking, you know what, maybe there is something to it. But Young Nip, all the clutches that they won, especially in the second half, all those 1 versus 3s, 1 versus 2s, the 2 versus 5 and the 2v4 rounds, and those were in consecutive rounds as well, Jack. Those ones really crushed the mentality of Apex Rebels.
Yeah, definitely, you know, that was the real tide turner in that game. But, you know, there was some positives there, of course. If you looked at their T side, if we were to stop it there, I said it on the broadcast as well yesterday, if we just stopped it at that first half, they could have been pretty happy. But Young Ninjas, they just found the holes there. Adam B with a beautiful triple spray down, and Young Ninjas, they came away with all 3 points there. Then over into the next game, it was Astralis Talon taking on MOUZ NXT, and it was a little bit of a similar story. You know, we talked about how Astralis Talon, Mirage was probably their best chance of beating MOUZ NXT. Both of these teams, it's their best map without a doubt, and Astralis Talon looked really good in that first half. But then once the second half came round, MOUZ NXT stepped up, and it was a massive performance from that man Chewy.
Yeah, absolutely. MOUZ NXT showed us that even though they have the trio that you expect the most of, right? I mean, you have Exertion, you have MHL, and you have Yimpahal, right? And you expect those 3 to be the heavy hitters for the team. But even when they're not feeling it that much, I remember even Exertion saying that in Twitter right after the game. He was like, I didn't have the best game of my life, but thank God Chewy was on fire, because the IJO, he led by example. With even though Astralis Talon can be happy with the damage that they did in this game, I feel like MOUZ NXT just summarized pretty much what we expected from them before the start of the day, and they just showed us, okay, you know what, we don't really care that we've won the tournament 4 times in a row, we're here to do it a 5th time.
Yeah, it started as you mean to go on, and then we got actually treated to one of the matchups of the event so far, and it's going to be a tough one to topple, truth be told, in that second group, because we had Young Ninjas taking on Big Omen Academy, and man, both of these teams looked like they were on form. You know, both of these teams, they did have their moments, and it was a really close game that went back and forth. I believe it was 8-7 at halftime. You know, really close game, and it didn't stop there. I think, you know, it was round for round for the most of the second half as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There was, once again, a lot of clutch rounds, but as we pointed out in Young Nip in their first game against Apex Rebels, they were the team to win all the clutches, and now it was vice versa. Now it was Big Omen Academy catching them off guard in a lot of those scenarios, but again, from an individual point of view, that was an insanely entertaining game. But I feel like in the end of it, we saw why Big Omen Academy have been the runner-ups in the last 2 events in WePlay. They're just really good under pressure.
Yeah, and then jumping in ahead into one of the evening games, and it was WO Prospects taking on NAVI Junior, and Prospects started this game pretty well. NAVI Junior, though, they really look like a team that has kind of figured it out, of course, after making a few changes. I mean, Nipple has been on form recently for them as well. A close first half, and it didn't stop all the way throughout. I believe Nipple finished 28-18, so he really ran the show. And to be honest, after after these first 2 games, I know it's very early doors, but looking at NAVI Junior, do you think maybe that they're a little bit of a dark horse that teams need to really keep their eye on?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they haven't been too dominant, but they've been winning all those close games, right? And I'd say that Astralis Talent is a good team. I'd say that OO Prospects is a good team. We're yet to see them take on one of the top dogs, though. And speaking of Astralis Talent, they managed to get their first victory as well, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, Eternal Fire played this one really well as well, though. It was another close game, and you know, I just beg to wonder. You know, I just wonder, what do they have to do? What do Eternal Fire Academy have to do to actually win a game here at the WePlay? Because they gave Astralis Talent a really tough game. It was very close towards the end, but I believe it was just Fesser and Altex that were the real difference makers. I mean, you see it here. Fesser was really just running the show. Altex had his moments as well, but still, Eternal Fire Academy, you know, this looks like the best lineup that we've seen from them in the WePlay.
Yeah, judging by the first 2 games that they played, I mean, the first one, we can't really be mad at them. They faced off against MOUZ NXT. Second game, they're playing Astralis Talent. They did put up a pretty decent fight. And let's not forget, this is a team that didn't manage to pick up a single map in the last season of the WePlay, so the start looks good. Considering that this is an entirely new lineup, considering that the players haven't had a lot of time to play together, and they managed to actually push Astralis Talent to their limits, that was a pretty successful game for them, and I'm just hoping that we see them get a victory soon.
Yeah, well, they might be onto something very shortly indeed. Yesterday's results, of course, Young Ninjas 16-9 against Apex Rebels, MOUZ NXT beating Astralis Talent 16-10, and a big Omen Academy with a massive victory over the Young Nip side. NAVI Junior beating WO Prospects 16-13, the exact same score in the next game as well. Astralis Talent getting the W over Eternal Fire, and OG Academy getting the default over Young Gods, as they have been removed from the tournament. Well, they have withdrawn from the tournament, as the roster has been sadly announced on HLTV yesterday. So a little bit sorry to see them go. I was looking forward to maybe casting a few of their games. As we look, the standings so far in Group A, MOUZ NXT up the top, followed closely behind by NAVI Junior and Spirit Academy. And then, of course, we've got Astralis Talent in behind. Fnatic Rising yet to play a game. Definitely a team that you need to keep an eye out on as well. The standings over here at Group B, Young Ninjas, they are still up the top with 1 game more played than Big Omen Academy. But Big definitely should be able to maybe jump ahead of them. But as we look a little bit further down, we still are yet to see, you know, ENCE Academy and Furia take on anyone. So that's something to look forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're gonna have an OG versus ENCE derby in our second game of the day, and I'm really looking forward to this one. But Jack, for now, I want us to focus on the first game of the day. The first game of the day is going to see Spirit Academy take on MOUZ NXT. And why I'm so intrigued every single time we watch MOUZ NXT, I feel like people now are getting bored of the way that they're just winning against everybody. I feel like it is about time that someone would upset them, right? Last season, it was Fnatic and OG to get a map of them in the group stage. I really wonder who is it gonna be in this one. And well, today, there's gonna be 2 teams to get a chance. And we either see an upset, or we're gonna see MOUZ NXT get onto a 4-0 start and pretty much secure the fact that they're gonna participate in the playoffs again.
Yeah, well, they're the first 3 games that we have on offer. Spirit Academy, they're going to have a second game as well. It's going to be against NAVI Junior a little bit later on. And WO Prospects, for the second time today, also are going to be taking on Eternal Fire Academy. So that one is going to be an interesting game. Definitely the last one. I mean, looking at that, you know, that's a really good opportunity for one of those teams to, you know, push past, because they're a little bit more evenly matched maybe than some of the tougher games that both of those teams have. I'm very intrigued about that final game, truth be told. But Ted, yeah, exactly. We are going to focus on this first game, and it is Spirit Academy taking on MOUZ NXT. And you know, judging by the way that MOUZ NXT have been playing just throughout the WePlay, you know, it's very difficult to look past them in any sense of the word or in any regard. But Spirit Academy, they've looked all right with the addition of Owner coming into the team. They've looked very strong. We can actually see the VO popping up on the screen right there. I don't believe it is Astralis. I believe they are a little bit mixed up, but we will see what map we'll be facing off on. Ted, what do you think it is going to be though?
I'm thinking of Mirage again, by the way. I mean,
Yeah.
I see a CAS side on one hand, and then I see MOUZ NXT, who are yet to be, by the way, yet to lose a map on Mirage. I thought that their Mirage was really sick yesterday, and I really want to watch them on Mirage when Shui doesn't have to be the top fragger and the IGO. I really want to see MHL and Exertion perform up to their full potential on that very map. And the reason behind Spirit Academy, I feel like every single CAS team is really good on Mirage. Like, even if you look in the tier 2 space, teams like Force, like Entropic, they were mostly known for their really good Mirage initially, right? When they were making a name for themselves. And now we're starting with the veto. Overpass this to ENCE getting removed straight away for the MOUZ NXT side. I'd say nothing too surprising there. I'd say float ENCE or just remove ENCE straight away against the CAS side. Inferno, pretty much understandable why Spirit Academy don't want to play it. I really wonder, are we going to see the Mirage though?
Yeah, especially with that nuke ban coming in there, I think we are leaning a little bit more towards Mirage.
Ooh.
No, we are actually going to see a Vertigo,
Okay.
so a little bit of a curveball here. So, yeah, I mean, it probably is smart not giving MOUZ NXT their best map. We're going to actually see what they can do on Vertigo on our first matchup of the day. But, man, Spirit Academy, it is going to be very, very difficult for them to topple MOUZ NXT. Unbeaten, they have only played one game in the last 3 months on it though, but they could be very much tested here by the Spirit Academy side, especially, you know, looking at how well Owner has kind of fitted into the team. Art Frost as well is another player that you can kind of look out for, but Vertigo, not really a map that you usually do see Oppers perform well on, so maybe that might hinder Spirit Academy a little bit.
I'm actually surprised because this is basically one of the worst maps in terms of numbers for MOUZ NXT, and Spirit Academy actually did beat OO Prospects on Mirage in the first round of the competition here, the WePlay Academy League. So I was expecting a Mirage. Apparently, though, Spirit Academy have some kind of surprise, and no, I'm not gonna get scared now because I know he's got the parachute. Yesterday, I got really anxious with this cinematic, but now it's calm, and we're ready to start with the pistol round on Vertigo Jack. Spirit Academy T side, MOUZ NXT on the defense, and the pistol is already kicking 4 Ts, making their way out middle.
Art Frost, the man on that P250 as well. He's got armor also, so the raid boss in this round, and he's instantly dealt with. MHL taps the head, goes out for the second peek, looking for a little bit more, unable to find anything else, just backs away, wants to keep that man advantage intact, and he's actually discouraged Spirit Academy just for the moment. They were thinking about going back, but they're just going to go straight in. Flash goes over, Exertion trying to hold over the heavens, not able to do so. Yimfa on the site, able to pick up one. MHL peeks out and gets a second. The bomb still yet to cross. Exertion takes him down, and it's a pretty clean CT pistol to start things off.
Yeah, what a pistol round that is for MOUZ NXT. We saw that yesterday. They had a problem starting off against Astralis, and me and you were kind of putting that into thought that whoever is playing against MOUZ NXT, especially when they're starting on the CT side, they need to win as many rounds as possible on the T in the beginning of the map before MOUZ NXT kind of get their heads into the game and wake up, right? Which I think is really important for Spirit to make sure that MOUZ don't just run away with a nice lead of like 4 or 5 rounds initially, because that can just contribute to a really tough game later on. And let's not forget, this is best of 1 as well. So yeah, losing the pistols and the conversions is actually really massive here. It's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, that's the kind of fun part of the group stage of the Academy League, is that, you know, you don't really have that that comfort zone of, all right, if we lose the first map, if it's a best of 3, you know, okay, we don't have to, you know, play as well. But if you make a mistake on the first map, it's the only map. Right now, MOUZ NXT making no mistake whatsoever, mow down those quick pistols, and it's a second one. So pretty straightforward, nobody really taking any noticeable damage on the MOUZ NXT side, but we are going to see the first buy round in round number 3 coming up, and we are going to actually be listening in to what the comms are like over on the MOUZ NXT side.
Just run a mid. We're gonna destroy them. You do flash of all, yeah?
Yeah, I'm doing flash.
Perfect.
Maybe at least. I
One
think.
towards
Yeah,
A.
no smoke.
Flashes. Flashes once.
Flash.
Flashes second time.
Wait. I'm gonna flash to the right. Flashing to the right.
I can hold flat
my
in
left
front of you.
Blind. Wait, just wait. It's time. Let's reset one.
Yeah.
Only 1 A, I think. Push up. I'm
I'll
gonna
go back
mid.
there.
I'm gonna smoke.
Take
I'm
me
starting
from
for some
on
B.
mid. I'm
Yeah,
holding
I
flat for
can
you.
mid some.
I'm holding
One
flat for you.
One ladder. You went
I'm faking
down.
A push. Wait,
Oh,
you
yeah,
already took
push.
A.
I'll pick
I
it.
have A, I have A, I have A.
Flatting in front of
I'm
you.
pushing B.
They want to take lobby.
Stay maybe mid together.
Side, watch out.
Okay, listen to me, please. When they retake A, push middle, please, 2 guys.
I can smoke.
Mid. Two guys. Two guys.
Bring on the
They went
window.
back. They went back.
Nothing
Okay,
window.
back.
I'm dying for B.
They are boosting maybe now. Wait, I will try to kill.
A clear still.
Yeah, boosting. Yeah, he digged me. I know it. I'll pick from window.
Actually, Jimmy, you should stay alive and stay towards B.
I saw him.
They either retake B here, they don't
Can you
go
go
mid
Ivy,
again.
come on? Can you just go Ivy?
Yeah, I will do one-way sandbags on top of the sandbag when they come, and then you just
You
play
can
Ivy.
smoke deep or close. I don't
Watch
know.
out,
Going A a lot. One coming A.
I go
I will
A.
There's
smoke.
Gumball A. There's Gumball A.
I do
Watch out,
one way.
mid.
He just flashed. Looks like 2 are A.
Yeah.
Coming up,
Close.
coming up.
3 A,
I'm
3 A.
swinging A.
I'll smoke in front of ramp.
Attack A,
Guys,
guys.
to mid.
I'll smoke in front of ramp.
Could be
One
as a
running
flash.
They're going back. They're going back, yeah. One guy have B probably.
Many. Yeah, one should be out B, booby.
They're going B now.
You have nades for default?
Side now.
Got him.
Right side. Default,
Default.
now. I'm flashing left side.
You should try to save,
Let's
guys.
see default.
Yeah, let's save. Maybe. There's
Okay, let's see
gun.
default.
Yeah, M4. Ivy.
I will
I can
Yeah,
see close
close
like
window.
left side.
close
He will
window
go up,
already.
probably.
Yeah. Where is time for?
Ivy.
That's what I
Yeah,
said.
can go con.
I will take con.
Nice try, guys.
Okay, so today we're breaking the enigma. Yesterday it was whoever we were listening to wins the round. Now whoever we're listening to will be losing the rounds, Jack.
Yeah, maybe it's a little bit of a change, a theme, change of scenery. That was a really interesting round there. You could see, you know, at the very start of things, I mean, really good approach. They take A, and they take deep control, leave one person there. Gimfat got really unlucky. Like, he had the correct read there that somebody was going to be boosted. You wonder if he maybe didn't have the FAMAS, maybe it would have been a different story. MHL does have the big green and starts this round off nicely.
Yeah, it just gave us a raw idea on what to expect from Spirit Academy's D side, I believe. Because you saw that really slow and steady approach, really typical for CAS teams with a lot of fakes, a lot of last-second rotations. But now, when they're with the man down, they will have to be aggressive, and this is prime aggression. I love that.
Shane now has to get aggressive towards the ramp here, does so, and he is going to go towards the B stairs, get that nice kill, looking for a little bit more. The swing from Owner is going to be perfect, headshot landed, and Spirit Academy take control of that B bomb site. Exertion mollied out for just a moment. He does have a teammate in MHL close by, and it is going to be Shuey, the man going for that big flank. It's a 3 versus 3, a fair fight for the moment. Help being chipped away at on the Spirit Academy side. Exertion gets that little bit more information, spots a player going back. Now, Shuey's heard that flash as well, knows there's one person on the B stairs, goes looking for him to try get the kill, unable to do so. Elsewhere, MHL, he's picked up that nice wall bang. Looking towards the stairs, no idea that there's a player towards elbow, but Exertion, he deals with him nicely, has to get on the bomb now. Exertion gets a second. It's a perfect retake from MOUZ NXT. They only lose one player in the process, and they pick up a third round.
Yeah, that was good communication as well. You could see how even though Shuey goes down, he waited for long enough to give his teammates a chance to get a kill and just try and catch a little bit of a timing. Even though he loses the fight, Exertion holds on to his own, holds and stays composed in that scenario. You know, you see a lot of people could over-aggress in that kind of a retake. He waits for long enough, waits for the smoke to fade, and then plays with the flash from MHO, getting all the kills. They communicated it well to realize who's got the kit as well. You know, not rarely we see people get a little bit confused in those scenarios.
Yeah, more often than not, actually, you do kind of see that little bit of panic set in. Not for
I wanted to say Vitality so badly there.
no flame, Ted. No flame, man.
Oh, no, it's
Come
not
on.
flame. It's not flame. It's just memory.
It's not flame if it's true, is it? Oh, that's
Oh my
so
God.
unfortunate. Now, Yimfat's spotted the flash as well. So they'll have a rough idea of maybe what's going on. That nice smoke there from Shane is just going to discourage any push from the T's. They might try and boost over it. Donk is actually just going to try and play around it. Now, he hasn't seen anything just yet. Spirit Academy, though, haven't really made up their mind what they want to do. It looks like they're going to double back from B and make tracks towards that A site, where it's not really an aggressive stance from MOUZ NXT. They're happy enough to just play from the site with their man advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. You know that Spirit Academy is playing that slow and methodical style of CS, right? We said it like 5 times already. Against that, it's really effective to kind of be hyper passive on the way that you're holding. Kind of play it like Cloud9, right? You have like 2 teams in the middle of the round on the CT side, like 2 types of teams, one like Heroic, one like Cloud9. You need to be passive right now because eventually they're gonna walk into you.
Well, eventually they do go into this B bomb site. Yimfat puts a stop to Donk. Now, elsewhere, Owner, he's going to be dropped towards middle. Bomb drop. Yimfat gets a second, and MOUZ NXT lock down that B bomb site once again. Spirit Academy not really having any joy so far on this T side, and it's not going to be much joy in this next round because Money is in a difficult situation. It's going to be a few deagles, so the upgraded pistols are going to have to maybe try and start singing if Spirit want to turn the tide early on.
Yeah, that was a really good approach. You realize that the T's don't really have a lot of utility as well, so you can just open up the distance, play your man advantage, hold your angles, make sure that everyone gets at least the first kill from the position that they're holding, and everything's gonna be alright. MOUZ NXT, not only they win the round, but they do it in a fairly clean fashion, considering there's only the pistols now. If they don't lose too many members, the Money is gonna be looking fantastic after this.
Yeah, I just want to minimize the amount of casualties as much as possible, but maximize the amount of casualties on the other side, and that's exactly what they've done.
Lovely
HD
gamer.
exertion. Yeah, that's beautiful.
That's the full HD perk right there.
Yeah, are you on native yourself or
No.
no?
Yeah, I switched.
Man, I'm telling you, native, it hits different. It hits different.
Yeah, I've been telling you that for such a long time, and you were like, "Oh no, it's 4x3, 4x3."
Yeah, and then I swapped over, and then I realized, and I was like, this is it. This is the res. It's absolutely perfect. Now, gun round coming up here. We are gonna see a change up of approach here from Spirit Academy. Pretty heavy towards the bottom of A, not getting aggressive just yet. MOUZ NXT, they do have control for the moment, and those smokes, basically that litter all towards the ramp, are going to make things difficult. Donk tries to push past one, and MHL is going to punish him, but Arfrost gets a refrag pretty much instantaneously.
And you can see how they're willing to go back now because of that refrag onto Exertion, but MHL, he's gonna drop another. The AWP, they can't really force him out of position. Owner, the only one with the flashes, the only one with the nades, they have a smoke as well. They need to make sure that they isolate the AWP in a way because he's winning so much information for his team right now. They can pretty much leave MHL all alone or just leave a player to jump spot. That's going to be Shu in that scenario and rotate people back towards middle in the B bomb side. And that's exactly what's going on. You can see on the minimap, MHL, and if I'm not mistaken, Impact are the 2 players falling back right now. So Spirit Academy, if they don't play soon enough here towards that B bomb side, they're going to be running into a stack.
They finished B nearly every single round previous, and this round is going to be no different. Is it going to be the exact same result for MOUZ NXT as they try and hold on? Yimfat gets one before he is dealt with. MHL watching the cross. Owner, he is not going to be able to step across. The flash is good. Shane gets that kill, and once again, MOUZ NXT come away with absolutely everything.
Yeah, I'm loving that passive-aggressive approach, by the way, towards the B-bomb side. You can see that MOUZ NXT have a really good understanding on how Spirit Academy will have to kind of contact their way up B. First of all, because they're with a man down. Second of all, because they used a lot of their nades towards the A-bomb side. So them going for the contact play, it would be ideal if there was an aggressive MOUZ NXT player, right? Because they would try and engage into a fight, maybe get a refrag, open up the side, and make their way onto the bomb side and get the bomb down. But when you open up the space like that, they kind of need to dry peek into the AWP. They need to dry peek into the M4s. And if you win the first fight, it's all going to be good. Even if they get a 1-for-1 in the end, you still have the man advantage. And we saw it there. They had no utility whatsoever to isolate the MOUZ NXT players. 6 rounds now, Jack. That's a really good start. First tactical timeout for Spirit Academy as well. And We're about to listen to another round of MOUZ NXT's TeamSpeak.
Just
I give
speak. Can you
my
go
ult
Ivy?
here.
I'll go
I
right.
will.
Watch out for rush.
Yeah, break window.
Block you.
They smoked Ivy.
Last.
First time.
You saw
I love
me.
ramp.
I'm on it ramp.
Fighting ramp early.
Ivy.
They can be in.
I stay here.
I see yellow. I have it. I'm in sandbags, come here. I'm gonna
I'm
smoke.
leaving Ivy for now.
Sandbag.
I'm mollying yellow now.
I think they went
Good.
to lobby.
Running,
Yellow.
running.
I will
Flashing
go
ramp
back
yellow
A.
my
now.
God.
Nice.
Back A.
One
Nothing
more
here.
should be here, donk.
Yeah. Can you resmoke it? Come here.
Lobby.
Yep.
One guy.
Can be Ivy,
Oh,
guys.
Can someone go window?
Ivy up, Ivy. One up, Ivy, guys. Up, Ivy, one.
Can you go window?
I will take
Should be,
Ivy.
yeah.
One is. Yeah, he's yellow. No.
I can flash you Ivy if you want to.
I smoke B.
Just wait.
I have Ivy.
Go mid.
Yellow is low.
I'm nading
I'm
you.
more
Why is
pushing
B?
ramp.
One was B.
I'm trying to get in for ramp. I don't see ramp anything.
I'm going back.
Nothing ramp, guys, for
Yeah.
now.
Only
long.
Deagles. Only Deagles.
Then you
Can you
can
flash
go.
B stairs
I
soon?
got a beat here.
Take boost. Take
I'm
boost.
checking
Can you
ramp.
flash B stairs soon, someone, Hobby?
Yes,
No,
yes,
A clear,
yes.
A clear.
Get ready B right now.
Flashing.
Flash. Yeah, maybe B.
More first ready, first ready.
First.
Flash,
One
boom.
step
I'm
left,
first.
I'm
Can be out. Out, nice.
Happy.
One more. Danger.
It's first.
Nice,
Jimmy.
Sick,
flash.
guys.
Good,
Okay.
good info, Kami.
Nice smoke on A. Yeah,
Nice,
very good smoke.
Kami.
Maybe
Well, the vibes are absolutely immaculate, and why wouldn't they be? I mean, 7-1. MOUZ NXT deal with that round very, very nicely indeed. And I mean, of course, we heard a lot of the TeamSpeak rounds yesterday. We didn't understand a lot of them, but you know, these being in English now, of course, the comms on MOUZ NXT, they're so crystal clear, and everybody seems to know exactly what they're doing. You know, it's a really good cohesion with this team right now, and that's probably why they're quite good. A little bit aggressive here to start things off from Spirit Academy, changing it up a little bit.
Crazy. That's crazy. Arthros was the player with the bump as well. He was just running out with the AWP. I don't know if he realizes it. He's got the bomb on his back. That's such an aggressive play. That's so risky. And he's proactively going for the kill. That's massive.
Shane has opened things up towards B, and he is actually going to get aggressive here. He sees pretty much nothing towards that B site, so MOUZ NXT now might realize that this is going to be one of the first times that Spirit Academy are going to test that A defense, but there are a good few players here. MHL and Shuey have doubled up in here towards short. They need to go looking for this kill. Shuey's able to find it. Nice headshot found. MHL is going to hold for the repeat from Artfrost. The smoke is going to make things difficult, but Shuey still gets a second. And all of a sudden, Donk is left alone. Once again, his team has been ripped to shreds. And what can he do? Not a lot right now. Bomb on his back. Shuey's going to peek into him, spots him out. Shuey loses his life, but his teammates are going to cover him with the rest, with the round. And already, MOUZ NXT have won the first half.
Yeah, those holds are starting to get really dangerously good right now for MOUZ NXT. You can see how well they're just adapting to the slow pace CS from Spirit Academy. In the same time though, they're ready for the switch of pace, right? You could see how well they were they were really quick to adapt to the fact that Spirit Academy sent the fast offer to try and go for a peek towards Ivy. They were ready to kind of adapt to that and change their entire structure in the round. MHL though might get caught off guard here, deploys the molly to make sure that he can return safely. Spirit Academy slowly but surely maybe realizing that they need to try and force the issue a little bit more. But that's the thing with that CAS approach, right? A lot of it works if you get the initial kill. And if you don't get the initial kill, well, then it's really tough.
I mean, look at
those
this.
nerds.
I mean, they try and change up the approach, yeah? And they try and get a little bit aggressive, and then MOUZ NXT are just like, yeah, no, A ramp is ours, we're going to push down, we're going to take deep control, unlucky.
Yeah. And you can see the immediate reaction as well. They have all the control towards ramp, which means that they can rotate another player towards the B-bomb side. Right now, they have 3 people towards the second letter of the alphabet that are ready to defend. And they have some utility left as well. They have a handful of flashes, a couple of smokes, so it's going to be really tough. But they choose to fall back, and they're going to walk straight into Exertion. How many kills does he get here, though?
At least one for sure. Oh, maybe
no
not.
way.
Oh, it's so awkward, Exertion.
Oh my
He
God.
still manages to get one. How does he get one in that situation? He should have been dead to rights, but A 1-for-1 isn't bad, all things considered, from both sides. Shui's going to be smoked out. A little bit of an extension smoke from Shane there is going to open up a little bit of space for the CTs to work with. And Shui, he's just playing around the smokes right now, looking for a player to walk right into his crosshair. One does. The bomb might just be planted here as Owner peeks over the top of the sandbags and rips Shui's head off. But Shane takes care of that bomb planter. Owner and Zontix now in a 2 versus 3. MHL connects in the shot, and it's all left on the new boy. It's all left on Owner as he looks to maybe get the 1 versus 3. A beautiful one tap for the headshot, and looking for maybe it all. MHL is low HP. Yimfat is on the bomb. He has a kit. He's just going to stick it. Owner is not going to peek. It's another MOUZ NXT round, but Owner is going to do all the damage and take everybody down. But in the end, it is not enough to get Spirit Academy their second round.
Yeah, those are some nice kills from Owner, but when you look at the money on MOUZ NXT, they don't really make a difference, do they? I mean, the CTs have plenty of cash and they're already 9-1 up. Taking a look at the replay, Shui, by the way, that's a sick play. Not only because of the one-way, because of the fact that they're not going to be assuming there's a one-way unless they spot him, right? Because it's not something that happens too rare for a player to get a kill on the spam through those smokes. So they kind of assume that Shui is just on the other side shooting through it. And, well, MOUZ NXT now starting to look more and more dominant, and we speak about dominance. This is a really quick round. Minute 35, we're already in a 3 versus 3.
And already Owner's down to 11 HP. He's going to try and creep his way up onto that B bomb site. And he needs to be aware that there could be a player towards quad. Notaneki, nice headshot there onto Shane. Oh, exertion. He hasn't been cleared out. Oh, he easily gets 2 here. Finds the first. Owner's low HP. Should be able to deal with the second, but Owner just playing his life here to wait for his teammate to get near him, but he won't be anywhere near. And that is a perfect grenade right on Nicky's head. And it's 10-1 for MOUZ NXT.
What a triple that is from Exertion. He's just feeling it today. We spoke about it yesterday, right? He had a little bit of an off game on Mirage against Astralis Talon, but today he's been delivering massively. I know he's only 11-4. Well, I say only 11-4 as if that's not great enough, but is the entire team of MOUZ NXT right now that's fired up individually, right? It's not just one player as yesterday was Shui just dictating the pace and leading the group. Is just everyone performing, everyone playing to their maximum, and you can see what Spirit Academy have to do. They need to try and shift up the gear.
They need to try something. Oh man, God. A second perfect nade just connects onto Airfrost. What can you do? Oh, Dunk has something to say about that. As a beautiful headshot, MHL Reign of Terror towards 51 is going to be over. Dunk goes maybe looking for that little bit more. Owner picks up the AWP, but Shui is going to take an AK out of Dunk's hands. Exertion pushing, and MOUZ NXT, they just keep popping up absolutely everywhere. Spirit Academy are really struggling to deal with them.
Yeah, look at the repeaks. Zero respect given. Exertion finally gets put to sleep. But a 1 versus 3 might be a little bit too much, and you can see how MOUZ NXT, they're just proactively looking for the fights. Every single time, they're just repeaking, moving around the map. They're not letting Spirit Academy play their own game. They're like, you know what? If you want to play your slow CAS style of CS, do that. If you want to be the aggressors, we're going to be aggressing as well. Right now, MOUZ NXT are just answering back with the exact same pace that Spirit Academy are trying to implement to attack them and surprise them in a way, and it hasn't been working out.
Of course, it is going to be a little bit difficult when you're not playing with the full lineup. Notaneki, of course, is standing in for Hassanator. So it is, of course, very difficult, you know?
Yeah.
When you don't have the full 5 that you've maybe been prepping with, but you have to make the most of what you have, and MOUZ NXT are really making the most out of this first half. They are looking like a force to be reckoned with, and you know, Spirit Academy, they're going to be a little bit disappointed, of course, after, you know, it was a good result against Prospects to start things off, a 16-7 on Mirage, and then they come up against the reigning champions, and right now it's been a complete whitewash.
Yeah, it's been a complete whitewash. I love the fact that they're still using their tactical timeouts. I mean, obviously, Sotvik is the coach right now. For those of you that are unaware, he's actually quite a big name in the CAS region, right? He was a part of Espada recently. He used to play for Spirit, but it was the old Spirit with the old logo and everything. He used to play for the first team. He's a guy that's played majors as well, so a lot of experience behind those young guys. But so far, they've been just run over by the MOUZ NXT side. The CT side is just looking really strong, and I'd say one more round and this map just looks as good as done. A 12-3 half, they might go for a 14-1 at this point, but even a 12-3 I think would be enough. And the HG damage has been immaculate.
It's been absolutely amazing, messy spray there. The flash made that very difficult, but Shane does come out on top in that exchange and deals with that Mac 10 that was running to try and punish him. MHL goes for the peek out, nice headshot. Shui loses his life elsewhere, but the bomb has fallen right into MOUZ NXT's laps, and they mightn't believe their luck. But the real danger man here is Zontix, who is gonna lurk his way into CT, and I don't think there is a world where Yimfat is expecting this.
There shouldn't be. This is a really massive position now. Zontix, just how much can you find? And oh, Shane has fallen in the meantime. That's massive now. That makes that position even more powerful. But they're going to be accounting for it, and Exertion clears it out. And now it's just a one-way attack, a one prominent offense. And with the bomb being dropped, it doesn't really make it that much easier. The AWP is going to be holding for it, and the smoke to even make it harder.
Oh, Exertion getting a little bit too aggressive there. He does have the information that both players, though, are towards that B stairs now. MHL and Yimfat, they just have to continue to hold. Smoke is going to delay the T's, of course. MHL still hasn't seen all that much. Spots out a player, unable to connect on the shot. Now, look for a little bit more. Beautiful flick, and Yimfat does the rest. 12-1. Can MOUZ NXT be stopped on this CT side? To be honest, Head, I do not think so.
Well, that was the closest round we've had in a long time, right? It was a 2 versus 2 in the end. MHL even missed 2 shots, but you can see the idea there. Impahat was just waiting for MHL to get the first kill, and then he can peek and attack the second player as he's occupied with trying to find the refrag on the Oper. But 12 round CT side, this is the team that we're used to watching, right? This is MOUZ NXT just showing us why they've won the tournament 4 times in a row. And that's happening against the team that I was considering a dark horse. I mean, I really have a lot of respect for Spirit Academy. I know they're not playing with their... Okay. He's seen the shoe.
That is awful, I'd say. He's a few toes missing after that shot. That one...
It's not nice when
Very
you've gotten
painful.
you've gotten a nice pair of Snickers, and this is the thing that gets you killed. Almost.
Nearly cost him his life, but he did have the steel toes on, so he isn't going to be taken down. Of course, he is on the building site, so steel toes are a must. Zontix has lost his life early on, but Spirit Academy still not without hope. But hope is about all that they do have in this situation. They really need a round or two, and even 12-3 is still a massive mountain to climb as they continue to make their way towards B, and they're just going to swing before that smoke pops. They're going to try and make their way up here. Dong swinging onto the side. He's the first man in, and he's the first man to get a kill. Notaneki as well, dropping Shane. Shui still alive, playing around that smoke. Is going to push up and take clear. Dong swings right through that smoke, looking for a little bit more, but he is going to get punished. Elsewhere, though, that Molly burns Owner to a crisp. We have a 2 versus 2. The HP not favourable for Spirit Academy. MOUZ NXT have all the utility that they would have hoped for.
Arfrost with the AWP up close. Oh, what a shot from Arfrost! Fully flashed, lands the quick scope, and now MHL a 1 versus 2 taps the bomb the first time, tries to bait out the shot, but misses it. It is going to be a second round for Spirit Academy, and I need to give all the credit in the world to Arfrost and that insane quick scope while being flashed towards the side. That was sick.
That is absolutely insane. Shui actually manages to get one there, pushing right through. It's a beautiful flick though. Wow. MHL a little bit unfortunate, truth be told, that Notaneki was just falling there, but still it wouldn't have mattered. That both players were, you know, kind of low HP because it was MHL in the clutch with that AWP. Owner starting things off with a nice kill, and Spirit Academy looking to finish very strong indeed. They find the opening kill here. Donk seems to be very aware that Shuey could be in this position. He's just waiting for that smoke maybe to dissipate to punish that MOUZ NXT IGL.
Nope. Apparently no. Shuey actually gets a double kill from this position in the impact. He's gonna go reaggressing. MHL switches to the 5-7. Not the first time he's done a madness like that. And it's a 1 versus 3 required. No, the Neki manages to pick up the first. Now it's a 1v2, and taking a look at the HP of Impact, this one might not be impossible, but take a look at that. MOUZ NXT, they're going to be implementing the buddy system, just playing all together. Even if the first one falls, the second one is just going to swing for the kill. Shane should have this one in the back, and indeed he will. A 13-2 first half on Vertigo. MOUZ NXT, well, looking like they just want to face off the next team.
Yeah, they're trying to swat away Spirit Academy. No, Neki actually, you know, the stand-in, he's been the best performer here for Spirit Academy. He's played very, very well indeed. It was a lovely try there, truth be told, in that 1 versus 3. He had a perfect read on it, just got a little bit unlucky in that last fight that his aim let him down just that little bit. But man, oh man, MOUZ NXT really showing why they are not just the reigning champions, but the 4-time champions. They are really, really a head and shoulders above Spirit Academy right now. A 13-2 as we jump into the team speak one more time of the reigning champs.
What if speaking A?
Me and Milo go around. You guys rush Ivy after that. I will call out. Ready, guys?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, strafe.
Ramp. Watch out for flash.
No, he will
Looking
back.
left side. Flashing above Ivy now.
I'm anti. Plenty flash, I'm gonna fake plant. Headshot.
I stay anti.
That was
I
clear.
stay anti.
I'm fake planting.
I have headshot. Blind.
Blind.
Flash. Can be out.
Out, maybe.
I'm planting, I'm planting.
No. I have
One
headshot.
behind below.
Run away,
I'll
take
this
behind
way.
heavy.
Yeah.
I'll take it behind.
He's close
Outside.
already. Two behind. Let's fight behind, guys. Flashing.
Dead. One more. Close.
Different third.
Right side.
Yeah,
Nice.
side.
Dead. Coming out there.
Can be out.
One city.
I have top
two
headshot,
side.
Just pick on me, please.
One side.
Can there be Ivy?
Side default.
Ivy.
Default.
Two Ivy. Two Ivy.
Yes, fine.
Pushing. Both pushing.
Going back.
One here, one coming back. Yellow. Nice.
I think left.
Ivy. See
left
Ivy.
there.
He's in
Left
Ivy.
Ivy. Nice. Bro! Not even trying to retrieve the ball.
Camille, you're so fucking funny, man. I love you.
I'm not sure what that last part was. It was in English, but I really want to know what that meant.
Oh man, MOUZ NXT, they're just a gift they keep on giving. I mean, we had one of the best voice comms yesterday. With the
you remember the Mister?
I still don't know how he did that, man. I was trying that all yesterday. The roll of the tongue, I just couldn't get it, man. It just ridiculous. But
You know, I do it, but I don't wanna rape our audience. So yeah, maybe in the break. 14-2 though. The pistol round, we spoke about the high value of the pistol rounds in the best of 1 series. Well, especially when you've lost the first half 2-13, pardon. The pistol round is pretty much everything, and unless you make it work with the pistols and the scout, you might not even get the chance to bring out the guns in the second half for Spirit Academy.
in MHL, they're going to be able to find that first 2 kills. Now, can they continue? They're looking to get onto map point here and now, and they're going to try and make their way up onto this B site. The smoke's down. Spirit Academy can't push past them just yet. MOUZ NXT, they got complete control here and now. Frost, he's going to be taken down. Yimfat finds that one. That's a beautiful headshot though from Owner. MHL out of the round. And it's a 2 versus 3 retake coming in from Spirit Academy if they want to go for it. But it looks like they're backing away. It looks like it is going to be a save from both. But what are you really saving for? Because you have to win 13 rounds in a row just to force overtime. MOUZ NXT, they look to be continuing on their upward trajectory and keeping that unbeaten run intact.
That's the most dominant victory we're going to have so far in the tournament in this season, right? We haven't had another 16-2. Or have we? I think Apex Rebels, didn't they lose their game 16-2? in the first round?
Yes, I think so. Big Academy was 16-2, yeah.
Yeah, so that's equalizing this. Of course, considering that MOUZ NXT win this round as well. But outside of it, I think that's why we said, even though it's really early, right? This is what, the third matchup for MOUZ NXT. Second one for Spirit Academy is really early, but we're starting to see who are going to be the teams to kind of dictate the pace. And I feel like it's just now getting more and more interesting, because after MOUZ NXT destroys Spirit Academy like that, then you're really going to be looking at teams like Fnatic Rising, like OG Academy, and waiting to see if they're going to be able to upset.
One more of them.
Interclose clear.
Listen, I will do nades and we split B. Dory, rush B. Go now, just run B now.
Yeah.
They've left beef there.
One stairs.
He jumped.
Flashing window.
Window.
It's fine.
I'm flashing window again. Go guys, go guys.
I'm
Let's
going
go
city.
there.
We
He
know
killed
that.
him. Yeah.
City. Take the bomb, take the bomb.
City.
Bomb.
Dead. Close light.
It's mid.
Play together, Jimmy. I think he's walking towards team mid. Let's
Bomb
walk
is
city.
under
Let's walk
windows.
city. Just walk city together, Jimmy. Just wait, spacing a bit.
I think he will go city here.
City out, Jimmy.
He doesn't know about you.
Nice. You well played, guys.
Job up.
Noise. Fast game.
Well, what a way to finish it off. 16-2. MOUZ NXT are definitely not messing around in this event so far, and we even get to finish it on a TeamSpeak round 10. We got to hear the comms, and you can even hear by them. I mean, they weren't, you know, usually you'd hear them a little bit more excited about winning the game, but it just seemed like it was another day in the office for them.
Yeah, even I think we even heard the little like short comment of that was a quick game, something like that, or that was a fast game. I feel like a couple rounds ago they realized that they had the victory, and the focus in the closing rounds was to just close it out as quickly as possible in that scenario, just to show dominance. And I feel like this game from start to finish was just MOUZ NXT showing dominance and pretty much showing which the better team is, because they've been just dominating the competition from start to finish. And for them, especially after, I don't want to call it shaky, but I'd say that yesterday they didn't play up to their full potential against Astralis. To have a showing like that, from a mental point of view, that's going to be massive, because they're going to be like, okay, we're still the top Gs in the tournament.
Yeah, they definitely are, man, and it's quite scary, isn't it, for other teams that have to play them in this group. You know, if you're looking at them getting these results, nobody really standing in their way right now, or even if, you know, teams are standing in their way, they're kind of just swatting them away, man. 10 rounds, you know, Astralis Talent was the closest one that we've seen. So who is going to be the team to test MOUZ NXT? That's the real question. I mean, they've got a game coming up against Prospects. Are they going to be the ones, maybe, just maybe, to raise a few eyebrows and change a few minds? But my mind right now has not been changed. MOUZ NXT, they are the champions for a reason, and we just got to see exactly why.
Yeah, I think that right now a lot of people are going to be looking towards NAVI Junior and Fnatic Rising and thinking, okay, if someone is going to upset those guys, it should be you. It should be those two teams. I'm really actually intrigued to see what the Swedish roster of Oval Prospects does later today, but of course, there's enough time before that game. For now, it's just going to be Spirit Academy taking their first out here in the group stage. It's still alright for them, especially after winning the first game, especially after doing it in such a comfortable way. I feel like MOUZ NXT is the only game that you can lose and not really feel bad about it.
Yeah, I mean, they can't be too disappointed about that, but they really need to bounce back in that next game. But speaking about next games, Ted, we're going to send it to a short little break in just a moment. But coming up after, we do have game number 2. It's going to see the first outfitting of ENCE Academy as they take on the young OG boys. Make sure not to go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon.
allegiance not from us. We came for blood. We are the break the system, never budge. Kill the lawyers, kill the judge. No allegiance not from us. We came for blood.
Hello everybody and welcome back here to the WePlay Academy League. A short little break in between our Game 1 and Game 2, but myself and Ted, we are back. Ted made very quick Game 1. MOUZ NXT, they got business out of the way very quickly. They must have had somewhere to be, or maybe wanted a longer break in between their second game of the day, but no doubt we do have another banger coming up here, and it's the first time we get to see ENCE Academy as they are going to be taking on OG.
Yeah, absolutely. OG, they were debutants in the last WePlay Academy League, but now we get to see ENCE play for the first time. And Jack, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know any of these players bar MOUZ, I'd say. Bar MOUZ and maybe Hanu. I know him as well. He played on SJ if I'm not mistaken. MOUZ obviously was the upper for Enterprise. The rest though, I feel like I'm seeing them for the first time, and that's why I'm so interested in this lineup, because this is actually their first official. It's not like they've played any qualifiers, any HOTV games, nothing. They've assembled exactly to play this tournament, and this is why it's so interesting, right? We had that last season over. There was a couple teams like Fnatic Rising, like OG Academy. Those were really good examples of teams that were assembled for the tournament, and that turned out to be pretty decent. But yeah, that's gonna be a match and a half.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. I mean, Servan and Yussi used to play together on a team called ENCE. I know Henu actually used to play with Yimfa a long time ago. Fun fact, when he was kind of making his rise up in main in a team, I can't remember what they're called, New Ricky, I believe it was. And even before that, IQGG, he used to play on that lineup. So that's where I know him from. But yeah, MOUZ is the standout name, the upper, and he's going to be coming up against, of course, on the other side, OG Academy. Shake on the AWP, a player that you know very well indeed. And I mean, I just have to ask you, are your loyalties going to be with OG? Do you think they're going to be able to take the victory in this one? Because they don't have only one, but they've got two Bulgarian players.
Okay. First of all, Jack, we must say we are professionals. So if they play well, they play well. If they don't play well, they don't play well. But of course, like on paper, I think that OG are the favorites in this matchup, simply because ENCE haven't had the time to play together, and this is only their first official. So I expect them to be a little bit rusty. You can see even on the stats, like we have no intel whatsoever on what their map pool is going to be, what maps they like, what maps they don't like. Which even with roles, like even with roles and positions, there's a lot of question marks. So I'd say that OG are the favorites. I'm wondering whether we're going to see an Inferno again, because Inferno and Dust 2 have been the let's say special maps for OG, the maps where they feel the best. And we're straight away going to get into the veto. OG not going for anything too interesting. Nuke, Mirage, and Ensign. But now we get to see what maps do ENCE like to play.
This is really intriguing, right? Because OG, they just banned straight away, so they really don't know what ENCE's best map possibly could be. So ENCE might be absolutely laughing here, because, you know, OG have floated one of their best maps. So the Vertigo and Inferno ban coming in there from ENCE, and then we are left with only two. As we see, I believe Dust 2 is one of them, so maybe possibly the first Dust 2? No, we are going to see an overpass, so that's a little bit interesting. Yeah, it is going to be difficult to kind of read into this one a whole lot. As we said, you know, this is ENCE's first game, and OG Academy have not played it in the last 3 months either, so I believe they haven't played it at all, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they haven't played it at all. This is going to be the first time we actually get to see OG on Overpass, so it's pretty much like seeing two new teams play. Speaking about the map pool, I feel like ENCE did a really good job. You know, the last three maps, the final three maps that were left in the veto were Inferno, Dust 2, and Overpass, and you get to play the map that OG haven't really practiced on. Now, there's another thing. A lot of those teams, they practice against each other. So I wonder, is it possible really for OG not to have a single clue on what ENCE are going to play? And if that's the case, well, we might be in for a really decent surprise here.
We might just be. The graffiti is going up. We are spraying it down as we are gonna now see an overpass.
I don't understand one thing. How does he do that entire picture, that entire graffiti with only 2 hand movements?
I don't know, man. He's just incredible. He's good at what he does. Right now, we are going to see ENCE Academy straight out on this B bomb site, and they found 2 quick kills. Oh, the boost is coming in there. Pody is going to spot it, but he is going to be taken down after only getting 1 oxygen. Now left with the mentor, but he's going to be dropped. And ENCE Academy, they're looking to lock down this post plant and pick up their first round as a 5.
Yeah, the mentor. 1 versus 3 clutch, but he's gonna get triple picked. Server is gonna win the fight. ENCE Academy pick up the first pistol round. That was actually a good idea for MOUZ Academy, right? It's kind of fortunate that it doesn't work out, and it's really positive for ENCE because they walked into the stack. There was 2 people towards short. There was the boost happening towards monster, and they managed to find only 2 kills like that. Shike is gonna be, or rather, Oxygen is gonna be a little bit disappointed because he didn't find another kill from short, but. They go again now. The force buy coming in through. Shike, the only one not investing fully into this round. He's going to be playing the scout, but gives himself enough cash to play the AWP in the first buy round. And look at the approach from ENCE Academy.
Good old-fashioned monster rush, and it works wonders. Only 1 player on the site to defend, and well, it wasn't really much of a defense. Gets absolutely run over. OG Academy will probably just try and save what they have, but they're being a little bit proactive, to be honest. They're getting a little bit too aggressive. Marex is going to find a kill onto Yussi. Now, Henu needs to be a little bit careful. He's been tagged down a substantial amount. Sound loses his life, but it is going to be another ENCE round nevertheless. And as long as Shake and Marex hang on to what they have, it should be a pretty all-right save, especially because that scout is there.
You know what? I had a really big thought about something. I was actually in some kind of a mental crisis thinking about a really serious question earlier today. You want to know what it was?
What was it?
I know they're Finnish, so it's probably pronounced Jussi, but is there a world where we just assume that his idea was to be called Juicy?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking there when I was actually saying it. Nah, I'd say maybe, just maybe, he might be on for a juicy game here, you know, in his first game. So
that's what I'm trying to say. Imagine all the terrible puns that we can go for if we assume that his name is actually Juicy.
Triple man.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't see it. Can be. It should be B-Rush again.
B-Rush again.
Boost me on CT, please.
Okay.
2 water already.
Short on
They
the
push
side,
water.
water.
Maybe C.
One in the smoke, one in the smoke, one in the smoke.
2 there.
I'm molded, I cannot help you.
1 more.
Nice, one more.
Wait.
1 shot. AK.
Let's go, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, they could be a little bit more happy after taking the first 3 rounds, but it is only an eco, I suppose, and ENCE Academy.
Wasn't that was OG?
Oh,
that
okay, it was OG.
Yeah.
I'm actually...
Yeah.
That's my bad. That's my bad completely.
I was like, be happy about losing 3 rounds? I'm like, okay.
Do you know why I was thinking that? I was actually just thinking about... ENCE, of course. The coach is Whitey.
Yeah.
And he's from the UK, so I was actually just thinking, you know, it's a little bit strange that it's a full Finnish lineup, you know, because how much of the comms is he actually understanding? Because there's absolutely no way that they're speaking in English. So my brain just got badly confused there. That's that's my bad. But yeah, they wouldn't be that excited about losing a round. Truth be told.
Yeah.
I'd be worried if they did.
Okay, OG Academy though on their first buy, AWP for Shike, and first for the rest of the gang. By the way, Sound is playing DM4A4, same as the Mentor, so we're starting to see the hybrids being implemented in the game. ENCE Academy gonna take middle control and connector for now. Marex is actually all alone playing towards upper toilets, but OG, they're thinking about going for a peek. Marex, he is a lucky man to be alive after this one. Gets to tail the tail as well. And he's even going to be able to fall back safely towards the bomb side. But look at what that has done. ENCE Academy, they're going to be triggered to play towards that A bomb side now.
35 seconds now left on the clock as ENCE Academy are going to just try and bulldoze their way onto this A site. You'll see on the entry looking for Dementor, and he's found him. Marix now swings out from long, only able to get one as 3 kills go in favor of ENCE Academy, and once again they will take control. And they might just have another post-plant victory on the cards, unless Shake can have something to say about it. Serva is going to be punished there. Shake tagged down very low though, and Sound, he has made a little bit of sound making his way up connector. Pody lurks his way around, and he is going to take him down. Shake in a 1 versus 2. The HP is just not enough to warrant him even attempting this, so he is going to back away. Needs to be careful that he doesn't jump out of the water and take any fall damage. That would be an absolute disastrous start to this game if he lost the op that way. But it is going to be a pretty much disastrous start all round from OG Academy, as it's 4-0 to ENCE.
That was a sick play, by the way. Did you just see how they contacted before the nades? This is a sick call. They throw the nades, and then normally there's that gap of like 2-3 seconds before the nades open up and the T's play. So what's happening in the team speak of OG is just getting communication done. People are just getting ready, expecting people to get in front of their crosshairs any moment now. But then you play way too early. You kind of go for the first contact before the smokes pop out, before the flashes bloom in. So when they go for those peaks, OG are not going to be ready most of the time. The refrags were really good, and that's another round. And once again, they go back to the B rush.
All aboard that little B pop out monster. Henu picks up 1 kill. Sound is going to be taken down. Oxygen with the Deagle finds the head, and the M4 does a lot of damage there for Marix. The bomb is dropped in the water, but MOUZ, he tries to get control, and he will recover that bomb. Can ENCE recover this round? It's going to be OG picking up their first Pody with a missed shot, missed opportunity, takes down Shake. Dementor falls as well, and it is continuing on this perfect start for the Finnish side.
Wow, that was a wild round. And every single time, by the way, ENCE, they're doing something slow, something a little bit more methodical, winning a round. The following up round is a B rush. Whenever OG don't have the money for the utility, whenever they don't have the money for the guns, it feels like ENCE are trying to capitalize on a B rush. MOUZ is on a 9-1 start. That's insane. We spoke about him before the start of the game. We mentioned him as being maybe the most recognizable and maybe most hot player, let's say, in the server in terms of recent form right now, especially for ENCE Academy. He's been delivering.
Yeah, he really has. And looking to continue. Now, OG Academy, they can't really afford to give away too many more rounds here. It is still very early on, but we're looking at a 5-0 deficit on the T side. We know Overpass is one of the most CT-sided maps in the map pool. We are going to see aggression out here towards Monster. Henu not going to be blind, and it's a beautiful double spray down. A 2-man advantage for ENCE Academy to work with, but Marix is going to pull at least one back as Yussi spotted through that smoke.
Does he realize there's 2 players that are up close? Yes, he does. Turns around, finds another, but it's going to be Servo with the refrag, and still a man advantage for ENCE Academy, even though Marix does so much. And the tag onto Servo as well, down to 16 HP. Henu is down to 50, but still, they are in the better spot. And look at OG Academy. They're going to be playing this one in a solo setup. Dementor towards the A-bomb side, or rather, Shike towards the A-bomb side, Dementor towards B, and Diop can't afford to miss a single shot. But look at the amount of utility that ENCE Academy actually have. They can isolate him, they can flash him, they can molly him off. Shike, he needs to land at least 1 shot here.
23 seconds, ENCE really running out of time. Shite takes down Serva, not the player he was aiming for, but he still manages to connect. He won't complain too much, but Dementor swings out, gets the player off the bomb and gets a double as well. OG, they pick up their first round. Dementor taking all the risk, but he gets away with all the reward.
Wow, what a play from Dementor. This is what OG needed, right? Especially after the missed shot from Shike. That was a really good chance for them to finally pick up their first round. I think they lose this one. It's going to be another round where they have no money. Potentially another round where ENCE Academy just push up the pace and just go pedal to the metal out the B bomb side or somewhere towards A. Just continuing the snowball effect. That was massive. Not because of anything else, but because you kind of denied him from having that insane streak. But now there's another problem on the horizon, and this problem is money. Even though you win the round, you lose 4 people. You can see the cash that they have in this one. And Dementor even save the AWP here. Shike is not going to be able to drop an M4. He can drop over a FAMAS. Sound doesn't have the money to buy for himself. Oxygen doesn't have the money to buy for himself. So most of them are going to have to actually compromise with their guns to get the utility and potentially a defuse kit. So this buy round isn't going to be perfect here for OG. And shall they lose it? Well, they're going to be back in the doldrums.
Yeah, it's a tough one to take after you win your first round, but you're going to be punished even harder if you're not able to put consecutive rounds on the board. Flash in towards short. Oxygen looking for that opening pick, but Hanu takes him down. And
His
ENCE
headshot percentage, by the way, mad.
Oh, God, crazy. Absolutely crazy. But ENCE have been doing a really good job of actually just finding that opening kill. Even though OG, they are trying these little plays, you know, to catch them off guard, the little bit of aggression. But ENCE, they're just so ready for whatever OG seem to throw at them.
Yeah, they've been really crisp with the shots. I don't remember the last time when we've seen actually OG Academy pick up the opening kill in a round.
Yeah, it's one to definitely think about. It doesn't really come to mind, but Hanu, once again, getting the entry for his team. It's not the double this time. Marix will drop Miltsy. The aggression had to come in somewhere, and it does come in, and we are back to a little bit of a fairer fight. Pody just going to collect the bomb there, and it looks like ENCE might make their way up to A, an advanced position from Yussi, and he could catch Marix here if he decides to go back to the site. Is the timing going to work out for him? Marix, he's just going to stay in this position towards long. It's a little bit of an awkward one, as he is alone as well. It's a 3-stack towards B.
Yeah, that's a really good read from ENCE Academy. Marix, he's all alone. He's gonna get mollied off. Molly fails though. That's gonna give him a chance. Finds another one. Does he get a third? Yes, he does. What a third kill from him. Finally, the AWP of Pody is gonna refrag him. But now it's a 2 versus 3, and there's already the flank. Pody just trapped on the bomb side. He needs to plant it safely towards truck, and Hanu, he's the one that needs to create the space for it.
Oh, he tries to do so, loses his life in the process. Sound gets the double, and a fist pump in the air from Dementor. It's a second round for OG Academy. They survived that really harsh reset, but to be honest, they should not have, because we seen there the triple kill. Marix, he got 3 in the end, but he should not have got at least 2 there from that position. That failed Molotov really cost ENCE there. And man, oh man, you could even see it. I believe it was Yussi went to peek him, and he could not believe that he didn't kill him. But we are going to jump into the ENCE team speak and see if they can rectify it.
Mulla ei oo valoa sit.
Mä voin virittää vidin päällä valoa, jos tarvii.
No, ei mulkaan valo.
Löytyykö valo?
Lähti valo. Vaan.
Ei näkynyt palloa.
Joo,
mutta on tähtää.
Porautti.
Mä oon kuullut.
Just laittu midistä noiden vielä.
Täällä oli 3 A varmaan.
Jep.
On puolta palloa.
Pora uukea.
Tuskin se on siinä.
Mä tsekkaan vähän uukata.
Pora venää se savu vaan pois.
Joo, savu loppu.
Venää tähän vaan.
Laittaa vaan linkki.
Voi laittaa vessasavu. Mulle möllää.
No, voi laittaa puolta.
Joo. Laita valoa savu. Laitoin savu.
Uusi monsa savu.
Laita poltta. Aloitin yli.
Käydä vähän linkkiä.
No, me tohdi vaaderi.
Joo.
Linkki on tyhjä, niin rikkonas linkki on olleen.
Aloitti boardeni.
Vaaderi bossi.
Joo.
Kyllä varmaan linkki. Hei, voitaisit valottaa sen bossin vittuun ja sit mennään vielä B:lle.
Monsteri taas.
Venää, mä tsekkaan tuolla vessojen sisällä. Mulla on joo. Mä haastan vessat. Vessabossi jäi. No ei ollut siinä lähivasen dividerissa.
Joo. Mennään ilman B:lle vielä.
Okei.
Meillä
on ihan vitun vähän aikaa.
Hei,
nyt
saa turkkisavun mylly siitä midistä. Voit pistää sen heti, jos saat. Ja sit voit polttaa veleitä ja mennään monosustit. Me pitää mennä vaan kontaktilla, kun niillä on tupla monus ollut.
Näitä nousavun tänne ja valon vaan.
Joo.
Asut se. Midi.
Jäi.
Sai infot.
Joo, mennä vaan.
Jäi.
Oikeuksä.
Oikein, nois.
Onks ekasta info?
Pommi säätää alaa.
Mä savutin saitille. Mä menen pistää pomminkin vaan.
Voidaan vesimylly.
Mulla on vettä.
Pistin savuun.
Puhastuttaa se etelä vasen.
Ping.
Pong.
Silta!
Okay, Jack, I've just realized one thing, and that one thing is that I don't know Finnish more than I don't know Swedish.
Yeah. I mean, it's It's an interesting language for sure. I thought maybe for a second there, a really good round there for ENCE, but I mean, that failed Molotov towards CT. Dementor, like, he just got past it a little bit. You know, there was a little bit of a gap towards the right, I believe.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to be punished by that one, but the 3-2-1 swing towards CT worked out in their favor. And so far, I can't really fault ENCE's T side whatsoever.
Oh no, they've been playing a really good T side. I mean, most of the time, even if they get caught off guard, they win the fights that they're not supposed to on paper. They've been playing some really methodical and nice T sides. Yes, I love the fact that it's not quick all the time. It's not passive all the time. It's kind of a nice hybrid, a nice mixture between the two of them, and it looks like it makes it really tough for OG Academy to kind of adapt to it and get used to the play style. It's really tough when the team is just constantly switching up the pace, and you kind of get the feeling that they're into your head, and you can't really get an idea on what's going to follow. It kind of feels random from time to time when you're on the other side. But ENCE Academy, surely they've been doing really good, and now it's just the lightly armored deco on the side of OG Academy, and unless someone goes absolutely huge here, this should be another ENCE round.
Pistols trying to be as pesky as possible, but Dementor can only find one. Oxygen playing around this smoke. Nice 1D. Milsey's going to swing, not paying any attention whatsoever to the barrels player. Not going to be punished, as his teammate has him covered. And the bomb is going to go down. ENCE looking for that 7th round, and they might just have got it. Need to try and keep the money high, because, you know, money is an issue on the OG side, but not only that, it's a little bit of an issue on the ENCE Academy side, so they can't really afford to lose too many more, not to the pistols, and they won't lose any more. It's 7-2, 3 AKs saved, and it's Milsey once again picking up the majority of the kills. 12 and 3 right now, 115 ADR. Man, he is really stealing the show on Overpass.
Yeah, you can see that Marix on the other side is having a good game as well. He's trying to kind of fight and put up a little bit of a barrier. But he is 11 and 8, and he is the only one that's above 5 kills on the side of OG Academy. He can't do it alone. And so far, by the way, they've been prioritizing the B-bomb side, or just isolating Marix in a really good way. But this is the change from OG Academy. Look at that, the switch of pace, the aggression towards middle. That's the first time we're seeing that, and so far it's worked perfectly well.
Yeah, taking matters into their own hands here. Oh, and it's very nicely done. OG Academy, 3 quick kills. They lock down that play that was coming in towards the A-bomb side pretty early on, or trying to get out towards middle. Dementor drops Henu, and we're left with just one. Yossi alone, and he just has to find 5 kills. I mean, it's not that difficult, right? Oh,
yeah.
The damage done. Sound gets it done, and that's a clean one for OG. That's one that'll boost the confidence a lot now.
Yeah, that's the way to recover into a game like that. And look at the money on the T side now. I mean, it's really shaky considering how many rounds they did win. I think that now they're gonna be pretty unhappy, and you can see what those 2 rounds from OG did right there. Even though ENCE Academy managed to win the next 2 with 3 and 4 players, or rather 2 and 3 players surviving, they don't have pretty much any cash left in the bank. So now they need to make a decision. Do you really go for the force buy on the back of the 2 AKs that you can afford and the couple upgraded pistols, or you just take this one up the chin, just play a little bit of a lightly armored deco? Yeah, Henu is not gonna have plenty of cash, maybe after a potential eco, but it's still gonna be an alright investment considering that the rest are gonna have enough money.
Well, it looks like it is only going to be a pistol or 2. Not even that much. I mean, we've got a Deagle and a P250 and then 3 Glocks in the equation, so...
They either want the AWP or they want someone to have the cash to drop over an AK to Henu.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Bodhi has more than enough, so...
Yeah.
This one should be a pretty clean one for OG, unless the flash can cause problems, but it's already been used to make their way out towards middle. Afraid OG had taken a lot of map control. That is not the case, because Marix is playing solo here towards A, and now he's hearing all these steps. Now, as they make their way towards toilets, he's screaming for rotations to make their way up, and he's actually just going to let them up onto the site. He could turn around and cause problems. There's 1, there's 2, and the 3rd drops the bomb, looking for the 4th. Marix, that's beautiful. Only against ecos, but it still doesn't matter. He knocks everybody down. towards that A site. Henu tries to lurk his way out to maybe catch Sound off guard, but nevertheless, 4 survive and 4 rounds on the board now for OG.
Wow, another round for Marix. You know, at this point, I feel like we're getting a rough idea on who's going to be the person to pretty much keep OG Academy in the game, or at least kind of make sure that he gets the others in the right space of mind. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just need that one player to be destroying everyone, and that makes the entire team feel more and more comfortable. Marix, he's been doing a really, really solid job so far. 15 and 8. You couldn't tell that his team is actually far behind in terms of score. 4-7 down on the CT side. Another buy though coming in for OG Academy. With the AWP of Shaik, money is going to start looking a little bit better, especially if they win one more buy round. But this time around, Shaik, he's going to be taking the place of Marix towards upper toilets, and they might not be ready for the OP. He spent the last couple rounds towards the B bomb side.
He is going to be smoked off anyway. Nade chips away at a lot of damage. He does a massive amount of, you'll see there. Marix now going to peek up. The flash towards top connector is perfect, but he only gets one. MOUZ is going to be able to react in time. Shaik needs to be a little bit careful. Missed shot and he gets badly punished for it. Pody takes him down, and that's the Opper out. Dementor is the only player to try and put a stop to ENCE as they barrel their way up onto this A site, but they need to clear him out. Still behind the dice. Sound now rotating up to give some help. Dementor has seen absolutely nothing because it ends. They've doubled back, but the heavy rotation towards A, OG, they need to make sure that they get back towards this B site before ENCE Academy get out.
Oxygen is all alone. He needs to step up. He needs to get at least 2 kills in that scenario. His position is good at least for the first, and Sound picking up the first kill from Heaven. That's going to be massive. Now they don't know about Oxygen, but he's going to miss a couple of shots. Oxygen needs to stay alive for as long as possible. Look at Pody. He's on a mission right now. He's on a backstabbing mission like Weasel, and everyone's waiting for him.
How many is he going to get is the question. MOUZ is going to peek out. Dementor is going to look to try and clear the flank. Oxygen is going to be taken down. Now they know exactly where the last player is standing, but there's only 7 seconds left on the clock. It doesn't matter. Pody peeks and the flank is perfect. 3 kills for him, an 8th round for ENCE. And OG Academy, they get punished just that little bit, maybe for the panic and over rotation there, but it's a lovely fake sold from ENCE, right? I mean, even though they were so far up on A, they're like, okay, we don't have to commit to this. We know the rotations are fast on this map. We really don't have to go if we don't want to, and they made the correct decision.
Yeah, and you could see that Sound actually had the idea, and he was turning around. He was like, maybe there is a guy that's playing later on from the A-bomb side, but he was kind of in a tough spot trying to support Oxygen towards water and trying to hold on further back as well. Didn't work out. And again, by the way, the AWP of OG Academy, Shaik, he's been struggling massively since the beginning of Overpass. Let me remind you, Jack, this is normally Overpass is a map where the OP has massive impact. Oh, that's painful. You felt that one, right?
Yeah.
In the heart.
Yeah, that one hurts. Even just to watch, I can't imagine what it's like to be.
Yeah, that's like being rejected by your high school love.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough. Oh man, that looked like it was going to be a free kill for Oxygen, but not to be. ENCE Academy do get the entry, and it's that man again, Henu, who has nearly been perfect. MOUZ, even though the flash peek there from Marix might have rewarded a kill, not to be on the other side. And ENCE Academy, once again, they seem to just shut down any mid-aggression from OG. Or even if there is that kind of flash peaks, you know, they're only getting one out of the situation. The trade is almost instant. There's a failed Molotov, so ENCE Academy cannot push out just yet, but they are going to smoke it. Henu has not been spotted on the cross, I do not think, but there goes the flash. Spots out 2 players. Oh, beautiful headshot. The headshot percentage coming into it from Henu. 25 seconds. ENCE Academy look to take control, and have another player on a flank once again.
Yeah, it's MOUZ this time around in CT spawn. And you know what's the good news? They already have the bomb site. They don't need him to get the bomb site, so they can continue putting pressure on the AWP of Shaik and MOUZ. He's just gonna have some fun. Oh, what a reaction from Shaik, actually. Manages to get the kill in Dementor. He's gonna be picking up from short. Shaik, in the meantime, is gonna be left all alone and even hunted down by Henu. No headshot this time, but the party is surely on, and it's surely loud for ENCE Academy. 9-4, what a start in their first game here at the WePlay.
I mean, it's still pretty early on, right? But this is some showing from ENCE Academy. You know, there was so many questions, of course, when you have a new team coming into the WePlay Academy League. You don't know, you know, this team only formed, and man, it looks like they have been working overtime, you know, before this event or in between the two events. I believe it was announced that, you know, ENCE Academy were kind of coming together during the last, I believe, WePlay. So they've had a little bit of time as a 5 to kind of work, but they've really put in the hours, and it shows. This T side has been absolutely immaculate. It's a B bomb site stack here from OG Academy, and ENCE, once again, they're going to make the correct call. They're going to walk all the way up towards long. There's going to be nobody there from OG Academy to really do anything, and it should be a 10th round on the board.
Yeah, it should. All these B rushes, they've gotten in the heads of OG Academy right now, going for the stack. But yeah, that's a really good start for ENCE. I mean, even though they've been together and practicing, you know, it's really tough to perform like that in your first official NHL TV, especially when you're playing against a team with such good individuals. But truth be told, so far, ENCE Academy, even from an individual point of view, have been better than OG, and this round is going to be no different. Actually, finally, someone puts an end to Henu's adventures on overpass. Sound is going to put him to sleep, and that's going to be a rifle recovered for the CT side. At least they're going to have something to work with in the next round. But I feel like slowly but surely OG are just starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable. And unless they pick up at least one more round here on the CT side, it's really tough for me to see any kind of prospect for the second half, especially on the T.
Yeah, I mean, the one variable, though, is, okay, we've seen ENCE's T side pretty good. We have not seen their CT side. Yeah. So we just don't know. Like, you know, they could be working very, very hard on the T side, and then the CT side might be a little bit lackluster. That's the only thing that really OG have going for them at the moment. That's maybe what they're kind of hoping for, but they're hoping for a last round here at least. 10-5 wouldn't be a terrible scoreline. 11-4, yeah, it's looking a little bit bleak, but still recoverable if they're able to get the pistol on the conversions. But starting off in this last round, the Mentor, he's found that opening pick, and Henu, the entry, becomes the N3rd, taken down. Oh, Miltsy trying to get that refrag, unable to do so. Shike on that AK gets it done. Can OG Academy hold on, keep the man advantage intact, and get this 5th?
Yeah, that's one of the few rounds where OG Academy actually have the man advantage, not even 1 but 2. The AWP of Pody is going to try and find the equalizing kill, but not meant to be, just gets stacked a little bit. That's a really tough round to bounce back into, especially after the HE kill from Shike. It's now just a 2 versus 5. The boost has been compromised, I think, now. And OG should know where both players are.
Yeah, this becomes very, very difficult now for ENCE Academy to really get anything done. The peek from Shike gets 1 kill. Server on the drop, and Dementor is just going to lap him up. 10-5. Not ideal for OG. You can see Marek's running the show on the CT side. He's going to need to bring that form over, and he's going to need some help from his teammates if they do want to recover this next round. But first half, thoughts on that? ENCE Academy, I mean, you can't be disappointed. Really, really coming out the gates very, very strongly. And to be honest, they're a very exciting team to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, they've been really spectacular. The way that they're switching up in between a really passive game plan and just going pedal to the metal, just running out the B-bomb side, going for all these rushes. They've been high confidence all the time. It feels like every single time a player is going into a fight, they know that they can win it, and they're just straight up going for the headshot. And, well, pistol round ready to start, and I believe we should have a little bit of an OG TeamSpeak round here.
Monster, peek. He's left side now. He's stuck left side.
Let's go. Flash.
Go flash. Let's train, I can. Flashing right side.
Water
You can pick.
Water, one more.
I spawn mid side.
Let's kill him. Water
Nice, yeah bomb.
I've gone.
Go back.
I've gone and monster.
One team default.
I'm close to thee.
I've monster.
Someone watch my half.
One T-spawn.
Yeah. Watch my heavens.
Only one.
Yeah.
Toilets.
I'm spotting heaven.
I need salt. Other guys toilets on A. Monster. He's reload. Never mind. He's at the washing machine. Bank on. That's monster.
Nice guys. Let's fucking go, man.
Nice.
Let's do the comeback.
Let's go.
Okay, we're hearing some motivational speak right there.
Yeah, it's a little bit nicer now, you know, than the last time we heard them. Let's do the comeback, man. Let's do the comeback. Oh, I want to see it. I want to see what they can do, but it's going to be difficult as well with this next round coming up. ENCE have decided to go for the Force. They've brought out the Scout on Pody, and this one is a very tricky round, Ted. The most dangerous round in Counter-Strike it's been called, and it's one that I for sure hate playing.
Yeah, hate playing against it as well. Massive, by the way, that Oxygen got a triple kill right there, because he's had a couple questionable moments during the first half. I still remember the play with the on the boost where he just flopped a free kill, and mentally is really huge for him to get a triple like that, because now he's going to be able to get onto a little bit of a better start. Same for the Mentor. Obviously, those are the two people that are going to be leading the charge, walking in first on the bomb sides. So if they're having a good game on the T side, that's going to be a little bit better. And OG already picking up the entry, leaving Server all alone towards short. But just for now, they look like they don't really want to contest him. Well, never mind. Oxygen is going to contest him successfully.
He's a dangerous man if he does wake up and find his form a little bit here. Oxygen, of course, probably one of the most experienced players in the team with his stint with Skade for a long time. You know, he was in the top 30 for a good while, and when Skade were pretty much at their peak, he was there alongside them. So he's definitely learned a lot now. He's, of course, in this OG Academy side and brings that wealth of experience with him. We'll see if he's going to be able to get this round over the line here. It's looking likely. Dementor with a nice flank, and well, they had so many flanks, ENCE Academy, now they get flanked. It's only right, I mean.
Yeah, getting a taste of your own medicine, but
yeah.
In terms of experience, right, I guess that's why this OG Academy lineup is kind of sick. It's like other teams, like the vibe that we got when, for example, Era signed up for Young Ninjas Academy, or when some of the even Fnatic Rising players went there. You know, you get those guys that really have the experience. Like Oxygen is, I believe, the only player in the server alongside Marix that's played some top 20 CS, which is like, this is a big deal. Like, you've played against really good teams. You've played against tier 1 teams even from time to time in all these like playoffs of online tournaments. So I guess you're looking at people like him, you expect something a little bit more than the others, right? You expect those guys to be the game changers, and the first half showed us why Marix is regarded as one of the best players in the academy space. I mean, coming in from Sprout, he used to be a star player there, and in OG Academy, I think it's safe to say that he's been without a doubt the best player of the team so far after their first season here at the WePlay Academy League, and from the first 2 games here in Season 5.
They definitely have some good players in this OG Academy lineup, and they're going to need to kind of rest on them a little bit and kind of look for them to spark maybe this comeback. But it's looking likely. I mean, first few rounds. Now, I do fear, because there are a lot of HEs in the mix here. But look at this aggression here from Marix. He is going to be able to take down MOUZ at least. The refrag is there. They're going to try and get the nades onto the site. Shake takes a lot of damage, but it's not really too much of an issue for OG Academy. Sound is just going to try and have a little bit of fun with that Mac 10, farm up the cash. You'll see smiling a little bit, knows his fate, kind of accepted it there. But they do manage to pick up 2 kills, so it's actually not the worst for ENCE Academy.
No, it's not. It's actually one of those nice ecos. Like, you don't really hope to achieve anything in that round, and you still get a couple kills, which is gonna fairly keep the economy of the T side at bay. Well, not that much, but yeah, at least you make them rebuy a couple times. But that was the first buy round, and Bodhi has the AWP from the get-go, which is going to be a little bit of a bonus. A lot of the time you see teams play a couple rounds before they have the cash for it. Well, he's going to go for it straight away. Not even going to be a glass cannon here.
Thought that nade was going to do a little bit more, but getting out of harm's way was Marix, and Shake actually was the player to take the brunt of the damage. Flash out monster, Oxygen looking to try and find an opening pick. You'll see he's going to be taken down over the top of the barrel scene, and that smoke was just a little bit too late to save his teammate. Now, ENCE Academy, with this man disadvantage, they have a little bit of a decision to make. Usually you see on overpass, you know, them getting a little bit aggressive to see if they can maybe get that refrag, or they'll just go for a little bit of a gamble stack. Now, do they want to go for that information play, or do they want to play it a little bit safer? Judging by the looks of things, they are just going to go into a little bit of a 2-2, just go into a little bit of a split and hope that their defense can hold up.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time on the clock as well, so if you actually get your multi-kills, there could be a chance, and by the looks of it, OG Academy haven't made up their mind just yet. They're gonna fall back towards the B-bomb side, where Serva and Hanu are residing. You're gonna avoid the AWP, but you need to win that first fight towards Monster here.
Yeah, Dementor's been spotted. The molly goes down towards short. It's going to delay just a little bit. Screaming for the rotations. They need to get on down. ENCE if they want to put a stop to this. Oxygen picks up the kill. Henu is completely blind. There's a TK in the mix, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. Pody and MOUZ are the last two players left standing for ENCE. Now, jumping over. One player spotted on the site. The bomb is going to be planted. Just in time. Flash in. Pody being tested here. He's only half HP, but he's going to try and walk into the site with the AWP. Nobody giving him an inch on OG. MOUZ splits from him. The triple swing. Can't do much about that. Pody looking for the players. Can't see him. Scoped in. Does not see anyone to the left or right. And OG will say good night on that round.
That was such a sick way to approach the after plant as well. I mean, it worked out perfectly because the Oper was already in water and there was nothing that he can do to save his teammate. But the triple peek there, no matter who's on the other side, they're not getting more than one kill in that scenario. That was a really ballsy call from OG Academy, just pressing pause there, not giving anything to the CT side, making sure that they will have to start walking towards them and then timing up the triple peek to make sure that there's going to be someone in the middle of nowhere that have nowhere to run. OG Academy actually kicking things off really well on that T side, Jack. We have a game on our hands now.
Yeah, we really do. OG Academy not dropped a single round since we swapped over sides. And now the flash peek in towards connector. Henu drops the mentor. Just a little bit, Ted. Maybe, just maybe. We love giving things to Caster Curse here, but I don't know. It's still very early doors. And, you know, it's still... They can't even recover that rifle. So maybe if they recover that AK, we could maybe talk about it, but there's still only 2 MP9s and the rest are on upgraded pistols. The rotations are coming in. ENCE are going to stack down towards this B site, and it looks like they've made the correct read.
Wow, and Oxygen, he wants to go for a solo peek there, gets insta-dinged by the pistol. Only 6 HP to work with. Now this is a dangerous round. If you have 4 people, 100 HP with AKs, with the AWP, it's alright. Now Oxygen is just 1 bullet away from that. They're gonna swap weapons here. He's gonna pick up the AWP and gets a kill.
A little bit of info, but they still have the stack here. This is still a danger zone for OG Academy. They have to bulldoze their way into this site if they want anything to come from this. And Sound is going to try and do exactly that. 2 quick kills, 2 more players in water to be found. They've spotted out both, and they take everyone down without any issue. We're level 10 to 10. Who is going to take the lead? Can ENCE Academy in this next round find their first CT round?
And you could see the reaction from South as well. He's starting to get a little bit more fired up. And ENCE Academy, now they have the chance to deny OG Academy from getting into the lead. And we're going to spend the next minute and a half listening to their team speak.
Ei tarvi. Mä oon katos WePlay kyllä.
Yritän nodeesiin mutkaava.
Oltaan valoa siltä.
Joo.
Yksi
Hyppää kerran tosta.
Tuon pois.
Voi olla mutka.
Me suoralla. Joo.
Yksi link seinällä. Näkö siinä polun takaa?
Mä otas kuorias vaan.
Ehkä osuin sitä.
Eikö se mutka vedessä ketään? Yksi ainakin Monsapora.
Yksi oli mutka syvällä. Tai antipornassa yksi oli linkki.
Joo.
Tätä mutka parauket.
Joo. Otaks jos heroikka vai?
Mä näin suora vessaan.
Okei.
Ei tullut suoralla.
Sinne ei savu.
Mä joudun savuttaa.
Tuu suora vessaan.
Otta
guardiani.
Joo.
Mä otas tolpalla tähtää mutkaa.
Joo.
Mä tähtää vessaan suora vessaan. Äänet. Yksi tässä palloilla bossi.
Otta mun repiikin.
Eiköhän suoralle myytä. Tuu suoralle, joo.
Hei, mä savutan syölle, menemme taloa paatuna.
En usko kyllä, että siinä on ketään.
Jotta 2.
Ei, mut se on yksi tuon.
Banaani voi käydä.
Unha.
Palottu suoraan. Ehkä bossi tuli nyt, varo. Onko suora valoa? Haasta musta suora. Ne veditä valoa suora.
Joo.
Voit valoa kyllä instana. Yksi on jossain lähellä.
Meni valo nyt.
Verhikon muuttu.
Kuulla bossi vielä.
Mä käänsin.
Voit laittaa sijoittaa sua.
Voltin vessat.
On yksin suoraan.
Osa on
Pidämme
vielä
meillä vai
ylhäältä.
tumme sinne?
Molemmat suoraan.
Okei. Okay.
Pojallat oli kyllä, että otti AK vaan ylös. On molemmat. Suoravessat.
Joo, mä oon vessailla ite.
Palloin. 20 sekkaa.
Tarviks valo ainakin?
Podilla on kiinni vessat.
Pidän suoraan
Suora tulee.
Jep,
Mä
tulee.
lähdetään vessoilta.
Juu. Mä oon valmiina.
Molemmat tulee, molemmat.
Ahto susta hieno.
Mulla on crossi midistä.
Ekat jäi.
Mulla on crossi.
Vitun hyvä.
What a round that is. Beautiful hole there towards long. The setup was pretty much perfect. And I mean, Pody, the reposition there towards the end, I know he didn't get any kill afterwards, but he took a massive risk walking out there towards middle. He might have known, of course, we didn't hear the comms. Well, we did hear the comms, but definitely couldn't understand them. I wonder, did he realize that both players were actually out towards long there, because that was a massive risk walking out towards middle. But he just had to get out of the toilet's position. ENCE Academy, they finally get going on this CT side. Look at this from MOUZ again.
Wow, that's massive. This is exactly what OG Academy did in one round, and MOUZ, he's actually going to start pushing towards T-spawn. This is huge. Now, ENCE Academy, they just need to delay as much as possible. They need to use their nades, and look at that Shike. He's hitting his head into the desk right now. He has no clue what's happening.
Well, they know exactly what's going on here. ENCE Academy, they have all the information that they would have wanted. And look, they've got a double monster set up, 2 more players on the site. And OG Academy, what do you do here? Do you go back and try and clear this out? I mean, MOUZ's already long gone. He's going to rotate back to the site to make sure nobody has gotten up connector on a timing, and nobody is going to punish his teammates on maybe a flank. But OG Academy, they have to clear all these angles with caution here. They have to make their way back, clear absolutely everything, because the CTs could be absolutely anywhere.
Yeah. That's why it's so smart for MOUZ to fall back after that and just open up that entire space, because OG Academy, if they want to go towards A, there's so many angles that they need to clear out. So it's really close to the mind that they're going to recommit towards the B bomb side. It's just going to be such a pain to clear out the entire A side when you know there could be a player everywhere. But look at that from Oxygen. The double entry is going to work out perfectly. And now it's the AWP that's going to get tested. Bodhi, good for 1, good for 2. Looking for the third, dancing around the bomb side, and Dementor finally is going to find the refrag. Down to a 2 versus 2 now.
Gonna rush the plant, try and get him off it. Marks is gonna be holding, and he holds the line very strong, stands tall, and gets both. 11 on the board for OG. They tie it up once again, and they put ENCE's money in a little bit of funny.
Wow, what a recovery that is. OG, this is a massive round to win. That wasn't supposed to be their round, especially after the initial push from MOUZ. After the kill, they had 3 players towards the B-bomb side. That double entry from Oxygen, though, that was mad. That was actually so insane from him. Both Oxygen and Sound, they've went into a full recovery in the second half. I know that Marix played a really good CT side. He's on 22 kills. He's still top of the board. But both Sound and Oxygen were actually struggling the first half, and especially Oxygen, he's woken up massively on the T side. He had only 4 kills in the end of that first half. Now he's on 14 and 16. And OG Academy, getting that round doesn't really only matter because you level up the score. It matters because you reset the CT side economy once more. And it's just 1 M4, a scout, and a couple pistols. So OG, they might actually be in a really good spot to get in the lead. Overpass T-sided, Jack?
Yeah, it's looking likely. I mean, I would, I do say, or I did say rather, yeah, I did say, one of the most CT-sided maps in the pool. And
well,
then
it is.
Yeah, and then this game has just proved me wrong completely. Yeah.
You know what? We probably should have a different stat, because me and you were speaking amongst top 20 teams, and right now Oxygen is just showing us that T side is where he feels in his own waters. I mean, look at what the guy's doing.
Lovely triple spray down without any real issue whatsoever. Oxygen go for the ace, as right now ENCE, they are really struggling to breed. They are lacking it, while OG are going to be lapping it up. You can see the smiles on their face now. The mood has changed completely, and rightly so. It's 12-11. OG have the lead. can they extend it to 2 rounds in this next? Pody on an AWP. ENCE need a big recovery on this CT side.
Yeah, hard to breathe when there's too much oxygen towards the B-bomb side. Another ace for him, and out of nowhere, he's already on 19. OG Academy in the lead, and now every single buy round for ENCE is going to result into a potential reset if they lose it. And look at OG Academy, they're switching up the base completely. Look at how quick they are.
Pody puts a stop to Marix initially. Now looking for maybe that little bit more. The smoke is actually going to give a little bit of a one-way to Yussi, and he's going to try and play around it, but Shake punishes him. Sound down to 6 HP. Big nade, and Sound goes for the peak. Still gets another. Doesn't matter, he's on low HP. He still gets it done. Shaking up that B bomb site. Not for long though, because MOUZ is going to be taken down. Sound dropped as well. It is frag for frag right now, but it's a 2 versus 2. Bomb is planted. Dementor gets away to safety, but just for the moment, not out of the woods just yet. OG Academy, they double up towards short. Oxygen is going to be holding. MOUZ on 100 HP. He has a little bit of utility, smokes the bomb. Pody might go for a peek. MOUZ has lost his life, and Oxygen gets it done again. The Bulgarian is absolutely unstoppable on that B site, and OG Academy are going to be thanking him for it.
I have no idea what's happened to Oxygen. The CT side was so tough for him, and look at him go on the T side. And it's not only him, it's the entire OG Academy roster. Everyone's going for those solo peaks. Everyone's going for the fights. They're really, really confident right now. And you could have seen the shake of the head from the ENCE Academy over Pody. Really unhappy with how things have been going right now. ENCE Academy, after getting a 10-5 T side against OG, considering that no one knows what ENCE are capable of, considering that OG haven't played overpass in the last season. They've never played overpass in this lineup in an official game. And now ENCE, they're really close to getting massively upset. And what a comeback that would be from OG Academy. There still is time. This is still recoverable in a way. You still have 2 more tactical timeouts after this one. You're going to have another buy in the next round. It's just going to be the lightly armored deco with the bonus scout and the MP9 here. But there is some serious changes needed on the side of ENCE Academy, because now they're slowly but surely starting to feel how this one could slip. And it's already slipped. I mean, you've lost 8 out of the last 9 rounds.
Yeah, that shaky CT side now has been really found out. And it is a little bit of a weakness that OG Academy are just exposing right now. It's problematic for sure, but it hasn't been taken too far just yet. You can still get it back. The difference is only 2 rounds for the moment, and you do have a little bit of a chance in this round. You've a good few players with armor. If you manage to get the initial kill, get your hands on a rifle, it could be a little bit of a flip of the script, but it has been one-way traffic for the last while. Now, it's a pretty much a standard default here from OG Academy. They're going to make their way up towards long. Sound flashed in, clearing towards the toilets. MOUZ is the only player near that A bomb site, as it's 4 players stacked down towards B.
Yeah, and look at how defensive ENCE Academy are right now. They're so afraid of the fast plays towards the short and the monster area from OG Academy. They've stacked 4 people in the beginning of the round. And now they're going to rotate it back. You need to make a little bit of a gamble when you have that weaker buy. MOUZ is going to get tagged down. I believe that was the AWP on the other side from Shike. The follow-up HE, not going to find a kill, but OG Academy, they're so close to this bomb side.
He nailed it down to 6 HP. MOUZ, that is not good whatsoever. But there's so many numbers here on this A bomb site. They've been dealt with completely, serving the last player standing. And what a way to take control of your 14th round for OG. 2 more is all you need, and you will get your first victory in the server of the WePlay Academy League Season 5.
Yeah, they've recovered really well into this one, OG Academy. We pointed out Oxygen. Shike as well, by the way, had a really, really slow start in the first half. Right now, he's even positive. He's 14 and 13. Even though his kills have been a little bit more quiet, let's say, he's been really good in the middle part of the round. So far, OG Academy going to a really good resurgence. Marix doesn't really have to do that much on the D side when his entire team is doing so well. And there's the answer from ENCE Academy. MOUZ trying to go for an aggressive peek, but he's going to get forced back. You don't want to go for anything more after the initial flash. Want to make sure he doesn't go down. This is a round where no one from ENCE Academy wants to be that first player to hit the ground.
You don't want to be the first body to hit the floor, but Oxygen is going to take 2. He has been absolutely monstrous towards that monster position, pushing out pretty much on his own. The flash supporting Marks is just going to run into CT. Why not? Spots both, has all the information, knows where the last 2 players reside. And OG Academy look to get their 15th. Now, ENCE, they have a decision to make if they want to go for it, if they want to save. It should be the save here from these last 2 players. But look at Sound. He does not want any rifles to be brought forward into the next one. He wants to take down both. The timing needs to be pretty good for him. But MOUZ is going to make sure that ENCE Academy at least have a chance in the following, as it looks like both players will hang on.
Yeah, but they're going to go for the hunt right now, OG. They have all the money in the world. They can afford it. Getting even one gun out of the hands of ENCE Academy is going to be massive. And I think at this point it's safe to say that we can assume that OG might actually rename themselves to OB Academy, because that B-bomb site's been working out so well. And Oxygen, by the way, is the Lord of the Rings towards the B-bomb site. Look at that. Look at the spray transfer. He was even blind for the second one.
Absolutely ridiculous, and you know, he had a disappointing first half as well. It's really only the T side that he's like, all right, I'm gonna show you what I can do. But we're used to Oxygen, you know, having good games on Overpass. It was one of Skade's best maps when he used to play there. So you know, it's not, you know, anything new to us really. But what is new is ENCE Academy being in this position. They are now up against an OG Academy who have just got the opening kill. They only need to find 4 more to seal the deal on Overpass.
What an insane recovery that would be, and already they have the man advantage. Bodhi, the AWP hasn't been able to find that much success on the CT side, and Shike, he's gonna win the fight here towards Long. Now a 2-man advantage. MOUZ is gonna be the next one to try and be the hero in the round. And unless he does something spectacular, this could be the end for ENCE Academy. Only 1 round so far on that CT side.
Five versus 3. This is a massive round. ENCE really need to find something. The multi-kill potential needs to be there, but it's a beautiful headshot from Marix. MOUZ can't do that much. And Serva actually gets tagged through the wall there, through the box. Oxygen is going to just run out onto the B side once again. This time he won't get any kills. He's going to be stopped. You'll see with a quick double, and maybe ENCE Academy do have a chance. They've put a stop to this round for just a moment. The HP not looking too healthy on a lot of the OG players. Marix gets panicked from the flashbang and gets punished by Serva, who gets a quick double, doing it with the FAMAS. And now it's been completely turned on its head. There's 20 seconds. Sound only on 9 HP, and he has to find both. He's heard Server on the jump spot, knows he's still behind the dice, and he connects on that one. 1 more player left to find, and it is all on Yussi. He's had a little bit of a disappointing game so far, but this could be an absolutely huge round when ENCE Academy need it most. There isn't enough time for the bomb to be planted. Yussi has played it to perfection, and the HE is going to seal it as well. ENCE survive, and what a round when you need a player to step up. Somebody that has been underperforming brings the goods home.
That was such a massive mistake from OG Academy. Like, that's a 5 versus 2. Okay, that's one of those rounds, by the way, that in games like that can actually turn it around. And imagine the reaction from OG Academy if now they end up losing the map after a 5 versus 2 where they just pull out their knives and just run to try and finish it off. That was an insane round from Juicy. I'm gonna I'm gonna keep on calling him that way, by the way, but still, OG Academy, that's going to be really painful. And now Henu, he's already picked up the first kill in the following up round. ENCE Academy might not be out of it just yet.
They've already found the opening kill here, and it's that man Henu once again. This time on the CT side, he did it to perfection on the T side. Oxygen, trying not to make a sound. Oh, that might have been heard from Serva. I don't think anybody is in harm's way from this boost just yet. Anyway, Oxygen still goes looking for a player. Might be able to spot out the gun barrel. And he actually gets Yussi. The hero of last round walks right into the crosshair of Oxygen. He is going to be able to get it into a 4v4. They swing onto the side. Henu puts a stop to the short play all on his own. 2 quick kills and goes looking for a little bit more. It's down to Shike and Sound to maybe get OG's last round, but I don't think it's going to be done because Shike is all alone. Connects on the shot. 3 more players left to find. They're locking down this short position. They know where he is. The bomb is dropped, and MOUZ takes Shike with him as well. 15-13, 2 more for ENCE Academy to bring this one to overtime. OG, do you panic a little bit now?
I think you don't panic, but I think you're just a little bit frustrated. Obviously, they're going to try to forget about what happened in that round and talk it over after the game, but it's still towards the back of your mind, right? I mean, you were in a 5 versus 2. You had everything in your favor, and now it's a little bit of a tougher one. You need to sweat a little bit to close it out, and ENCE Academy have all the cash in the world and all the weaponry in the world. Bodhi again on the op. A couple M4s and a couple AKs in the mix as well for the CT side. A little bit more aggressive now, as OG are going to be playing the default, just making sure they don't get caught off guard in the opening seconds of the round. Making sure that ENCE Academy are going to open up the space and fall back. And it's going to be, again, that B-bomb side that has been working out so well for them. Oxygen, he's been really good at finding the openings towards the second letter of the alphabet. And now you have to do it again. But look at the triple monster setup. That's perfect for ENCE Academy.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult one to topple. Oxygen good at finding a double, but it's Yussi with the double this time, unable to get the triple. Sound gets the refrag at least, but Bodhi on the pillar. He's found frag after frag on that position, but it's only one for him as well. Shike now looking for that little bit more. Marek's nowhere near to support just yet, and Shike is going to recover the bomb and get on out of there. They do not have to commit towards B, and Marek's, he's going to walk up. He can take as much space as possible here. ENCE are playing together, and Marek's is taking a little bit of a gamble, just runs up banana, hoping that nobody is there, and Marek's has the site all for his own.
Yeah, he can walk in closely now, Shike. He can cross safely as well. There's no one to deny him from doing that. Marek's, the question is, does he want to go any further? I don't think he does. I think he just holds on now, and he just hopes. But you can see the awareness right now. You can see that ENCE Academy, they realize that there could be an OG Academy player up close, and Shike, he's trying to be silent. Now he's going to commit to the bomb plan. Marek's surely needs to win that first fight, but ENCE Academy, they're going to play this one together. This is for everything.
This position from Marek's is absolutely vital. MOUZ needs to be ready to clear it out. Marek's isn't looking the right way. He could be punished on this one. MOUZ is just going to walk up. Marek's gambling that he's not going to clear it. They're not going to clear it. MOUZ turns though and eventually sees him. He takes him down. Bomb not planted for Shake. He has to go for the fight. He has to go for the peak, and he's won the first. Looking for the second. Shike gets both, and OG get their first map of the WePlay Academy League in the server.
Of course it has to be the 1 versus 2 clutch. Of course it can't be the 5 versus 2 for OG to close it out. But what a game, what a recovery that was. I mean, we forget about that 5 versus 2 round. OG actually played such a nice game on Overpass, especially after struggling so much on the D side, or rather on the CT side. ENCE Academy played a really good first half, getting a 10-5. Looked like everything was going to be done for, but OG Academy getting fired up with an insane run on the offense. Inspired by Oxygen, inspired by Marek's on the CT side, and of course by Sound. They managed to close it out in the end with the clutch. And they pick up their first victory, Jack.
Yeah, they had to work hard for it though, man. They really, really did. There's some promising signs from this ENCE Academy lineup, especially that T side. They looked very, very sound in the way that they were approaching it. There was some nice fakes thrown in there as well. OG Academy really couldn't get to grips with what was going on for a good while, and the entries were good. That man Henu is someone to really keep an eye out on. He was finding the headshots. MOUZ as well, he popped up here and there with very, very important kills. But I mean, if we're gonna talk about individual performances, I mean, we can't look past Oxygen, man. He was absolutely immaculate when they swapped over sides. And even after, you know, he whiffed that kill on the CT side on that boost, he didn't let that get to him whatsoever. Once we swapped over sides, we saw a different side to him completely.
Yeah, that's the experience that we were speaking about, right? This is a guy that's played top 20 CS. He is used to being in those scenarios. It's not like he's playing one of his first officials, one of his first tournaments. He's been in scenarios where he's had to be the entry, he's had to be the anchor in Skade. He's been in moments where the game isn't going well for him. He knows how to recover mentally. This is what we saw here. And normally you see a player actually recovering on the CT side, right? When people walk into you, when you get more chances, you just press mouse 1 and you get a headshot. He recovered on the D side, which is extremely tough to do. And entirely OG Academy, from an individual and a team point of view, they look really sharp on that T side. And I feel like, even though that was only their first game on Overpass, they could be a force to be reckoned with, especially if they work on that CT side just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time that we got to see both of these teams on this map, and man, oh man, what an exciting game. As we just see the finishing touches there again. I mean, Oxygen, the multi-kill potential, man, it was an absolute joy to watch. And I definitely think he should be considered as maybe the MVP of that one. But I thought maybe, just maybe, when ENCE won that round, you know, when it was the 2v5 that they managed to turn around, I thought it was going to be a little bit of a different story. But in the end, not to be. You can see 95 ADR there from Oxygen. Sound as well, 93. 3 players on 25 kills, so it wasn't just one person whatsoever. Sound, Oxygen and Marks, everybody doing their bit, even Shake close enough to them as well. Man, what a performance from OG Academy, and what a way to pick up your first win of the Academy League. In the server, of course, they are in the group with the Young Gods, who are sadly withdrawn, but there we are. Marek's actually the MVP. He had a good CT side. It's kind of hard to argue with that one. If we were to give it only to a T-sided player, it was Oxygen for sure. But you really could have tossed a coin, man. You really could have picked through any of those 3 players to give it to. Standout performance from OG Academy, Ted, in game number 2. But we are not done just yet. We've got game number 3 coming up. It's going to see our champions once again for the second time today. Can they go 4-0? MOUZ NXT, they'll take on Prospects, but for now, we are going to go to a short little break. We'll see you in a moment. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Myself and Ted, we are back for one more game as we have our game number 3 coming up. MOUZ NXT already, after taking down Spirit Academy, they have a chance to go 4-0 as they face off against the Prospects. We can see there Mirage looking like quite a strong map. Virgo looked pretty good today, Ted, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. MOUZ NXT right now on the way of making a really decent start of the season, I'd say. Me and you were speaking before the start of it, wondering, okay, are MOUZ NXT actually going to start 4-0 and just kill all the interest that we had in their performance from the get-go? Well, it looks like there is a big chance for that to happen, especially against all Prospects right now. They haven't been on to a great start. We've seen them play only Mirage so far in the Academy League. They lost 7-16 to Spirit Academy and 13-16 to NAVI Junior in the second one. And if that doesn't make it better, well, Mirage is the best map of MOUZ NXT, and we're yet to see them get bested on it in the Academy League.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering now. Do all Prospects actually go for the Mirage, or do they maybe try and go for something different? I think they might want to consider just getting rid of Mirage. I know it is probably one of your better maps, but maybe just take a little bit of a chance. But I mean, Spirit Academy, they maybe had that, you know, kind of thought process, and they tried out Vertigo, didn't go well for them whatsoever. We can see there Nuke does too, and Vertigo are going to be banned straight away, so Mirage is going to be in there. MOUZ NXT getting rid of Inferno, and they might just, you know, continue going towards Mirage, because if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Vertigo was the map that they didn't really want to face off MOUZ NXT on. You remove that, obviously Vertigo not a map we've seen too much on from MOUZ NXT, but when we've seen them there, they've been really good considering their performance earlier yesterday, that 16-2 victory. And yeah, it is going to be Mirage, Jack. It is going to be the good old Puggy map, the map that all of us love so much on Face It. A map where MOUZ NXT in the previous season of WePlay didn't drop a single time, and a map where they've beaten teams like Fnatic, like Enterprise, a map where even on the tier 2 level, they're really good. Whereas for all Prospects, obviously a lot of these stats are going to be for the previous team as well. So we don't really have, I'd say, the data and the intel to judge this lineup, this specific Swedish lineup that they have on most of the maps. But still, I feel like this is a sick lineup. There's a couple really well-known names like our favorite one, bo1, Franson, Hype. All of these guys are pretty sick players, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how they do on Mirage, because I think that they might have some potential to upset MOUZ NXT, but still on paper, that should be a pretty straight and forward win for the MOUZ side.
Yeah, you'd think so, especially, you know, looking at Prospects, they've failed to win it. They've played it twice already, so it's literally been only Mirage. It's been the Mirage Academy League for them so far, but you never know. They might have learned a thing or two. They might have spotted some weaknesses when Australis Talent took on MOUZ NXT yesterday. They might be fancying their chances here. So you never know what might happen. Anything can happen in the server, Ted, as you and I both know. Now, is it gonna be a case of we actually see MOUZ NXT get toppled for the first time? Well, we're gonna have to wait absolutely no longer. The finishing touch is being put on the bomb. We're putting the cash in the back of the van, and we're heading over to Mirage.
Yeah, the question is who's gonna have all this cash in the end of the map. And I'm not speaking about the map, I'm speaking about the money. Do you miss cash, by the way? Speaking about the map, not the money again.
Oh, I miss both of them. Can I say both?
I don't accept the map answer. I really didn't like cash, by the way. I really despise the map.
I thought it was a good map, man, to be honest. It
you
gave
know
us
why
some,
I
it gave
didn't
us some
like
great moments, man. It gave us some great moments.
Yeah. The flying simple, yeah.
Shroud on the boost as well.
Yeah. There's been the Tarek CZ play.
That Hiko clip with the Tech 9.
Nifty as well. Oh, there's actually plenty of highlights on cash.
Yeah, there is, man.
I just thought it was a really like no-brain map, like you just run and shoot, and that's why I didn't like it.
But you like Mirage.
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
You caught me there.
Well, Franson's caught MHL with the first kill of this round and the first kill of the pistol. We're gonna continue on to the A site where MOUZ NXT are going to be heading, smoke towards top connector, and they'll try and make their way out of Palace and get onto site. And they have taken a lot of control here. Prospects, they don't really want to face off too heavily. They're playing for the retake, and Alex has picked up that nice kill. Shui's made his way into window. He's picked up the first one for MOUZ NXT, but he has put a stop to very, very quickly. Yimfa, a 1 versus 4 on the cards. He's going to peek out, spots out France in too many angles, too many players, and it is definitely not too many rounds for Prospects as they pick up their first.
Yeah, that's a good start, by the way, for more Prospects. I think that they realized really well what MOUZ NXT were trying to do. Initially, the idea of this play is smoke top connector, we were going to push jungle. You can see that Exertion wanted to go for the fight towards CT. That was a little bit of a fortunate one for Alex, I'm not going to lie. He was pretty much flashed there, but still manages to get the kill. And then all Prospects, they open up the distance really well towards jungle. Don't let the Glocks get the close range fights and then get the kills later on when MOUZ NXT were in a position where they had to actually challenge and go for the fight. So yeah, pretty good start on the CT side, but MOUZ NXT nonetheless are going to go for the force buy in what looks like a pretty straight up and fast B play.
Batting down the hatches, Prospects, because MOUZ NXT are coming. Let's see if they are able to put a stop, and they have done so nicely. 2 quick kills. Shui already on the site. Spooky is going to deal with him. And MHL, though he has picked up 2, it is only 2. Bob XD with that M4 locks it down. MOUZ NXT not really, I don't think, will be over the moon about that situation. They really kind of just failed to get out of the apartments, and Prospects with quite a decent hold.
Yeah, that was a really decent one, as you pointed out. By the way, you know what? A lot of people actually assume that like Prospects is a new team, so they're not gonna have that cohesion. They've actually played together a fair amount, and we're gonna see that from the comps now.
Bytte mitt. Jag smokar länk. Jag kör till överkvar.
Oj, jag chokar.
4.
Nice! Choka. Det är bra.
Nice!
Det var nära alltså.
Han var en dim.
Okay, we discovered a whole lot of things during that TeamSpeak round.
Man, that was, you know,
that was so
insight.
insightful.
Yeah, the insight that we got from that round alone was absolutely incredible. I mean, there's just so much to talk about. I mean, I don't even know where to begin. Man, crazy.
Yeah.
Every day is a learning day, Ted. Every day is a learning day.
You learn until your last day.
Yeah, that's it. Well, somebody needs to learn their window smoke, because that one has not gone right. Now, Hype might be able to punish somebody from this, and well, the underpass players have definitely spotted this. Now, MHL is already here. Shui has lost his life. He's the first player to be taken down, and MOUZ NXT on the back foot in pretty much the first gun round that we have seen from them.
Yeah, they don't get punished because of the window smoke, but they're gonna lose a life later on. There's the re-smoke. And it's a 4 versus 5. You have middle control, but you are with a man down. Spooky, he's going to be a little bit more passive for now, but they're going to send Exertion to actually explore towards top connector, and Rollback can play a little bit of an A-split chain with an instant headshot, and now there is a chance. There's no one else towards the A-bomb side. They don't know it yet, though, but they can go out of connector.
Spooky in here towards jungle. He's tucked in, so the flashes are going to do absolutely nothing to him, but the bullets are going to harm him an awful lot. Exertion with a nice headshot, and MOUZ NXT really doing a good job of recovering this round. MHL will find another. Alex has been dropped, the molly forcing him out of position, and MOUZ NXT now have a 4 versus 2 on the bomb site. Bob XD has a fast flank towards ramp, but his teammate is absolutely nowhere near, and his teammate is definitely saving on this one. Bob XD is just going to hold the line here. MOUZ NXT get their first round on the board.
Yeah, that was a really decent recovery, by the way. And all of it happens because of Shane getting that kill towards ramp, right? If he goes down, there's no one close enough to actually get a refrag. So him taking down that player that tried to initially push towards ramp, it was pretty massive. Bob XD is going to make sure that he stays alive after this one. Hype going to hold on to the AWP as well, so there's going to be no problems for the CT side to reinvest into the next round at least. By the way, what I started saying before the really insightful TeamSpeak round that we had, it was, right, all Prospects, they changed 4 players, right? So they removed Adix, they removed Jimbo, Erson, and Lax, if I'm not mistaken, and they switch to a full Swedish roster. They pick up the trio of Hype, Franson, and Bob XD. And if there's like the case with, let's say, ENCE Academy, they're a fully, like a newly formed team and haven't had a lot of experience together. Well, Bob XD, Franson, and Hype, they did play together on Lil Mix and Aura before that. So it's like you're bringing in a working core already. So I really expect all prospects to be working a little bit better as a team.
Yeah, it's not like you have to build from, you know, the foundations. The foundations are kind of already in place. You just kind of have to incorporate the few new players that you have, Spooky especially. But actually, Spooky was one of those players that really caught my eye last season. You know, he really, really impressed me. Not only in the WePlay Academy League, but we got the chance to watch him in the ENCE as well. He was actually quite something, you know. He's a really, really strong rifler. Now, another failed nade.
That would have been a massive HE, by the way.
I know, and I'm hyping him up, and he fails that HE, and that might cost him his life. Indeed, it does. Bob XD gonna peek out, gets a quick double, but Shuhi is able to trade it before it gets messy for MOUZ NXT. Smoke goes down. Alex is gonna be blinded by that one. Oh, MHL so smart, holding for the boost. Hype failed it the first time, and
no way.
That saved him. That 100% saved him, and he might get a kill because of it. Yes, he does. MHL does not realize how unlucky he's got there.
That went perfectly wrong right there for the CT side, and now it's a man advantage. And look at that, both of them are actually going to reposition towards Kitchen. MOUZ NXT might not be ready for this one. Look at the crossfire Shane. Surely he is taken down. He's going to get mollied out of position. Chewy going to try and hold the line. Look at all the utility that they're throwing away, but there's not enough time. They need to go. They need to make a move. The time is ticking, and they need to find the kills. Franson finds the first. Chewy gonna find a kill onto Alex, but I believe they have just enough time for the defuse.
Yeah, just enough. They lined up there for Shuey as well. We've seen he was pretty good in the clutch yesterday versus Astralis Talent, but unable to get a 1 versus 3 in that scenario. Of course, very, very difficult to do so. And the prospects, they do get back to winning ways here. MOUZ NXT, they have a little bit of a safety net to fall back on and a few players with the guns that they do have, but it's going to be a little bit of a difficult one for Yimfat, who finds himself on a Galil, the same with Shane. So not an ideal buy, but you know, you have to sometimes make do with what situation you've been put in and what only you can afford.
Yeah, the double push towards under is a really unorthodox thing. Yimpat is actually going to be able to find the first one. Alex with the refrag down to a 4 versus 4. Franson falling asleep just a little bit. Needs to be careful. No one's holding Palace for him just for now. And Shane is in a really good position. They still know there was one player more towards underpass. So the question is, do they really want to contest or do they want to fall back and play? Hey, Shane, he's going to go on a little bit of a solo endeavor there, but loses his life in the process.
Absolute lunatic jumping out there. Absolute lunatic, but sometimes those crazy plays work. Not to be that position, of course, towards Sandwich. Spotted absolutely everything there. MHL is going to be able to refrag. And we move into a 3 versus 3. Hype taking a really nice position here. He's pushed in. He's got a lot of information towards the ramp, but it doesn't really matter because he's left Alex all alone here towards this B site, and that is where the attack is coming from. Luckily for Alex, it is only a one-pronged attack. Everybody from the apartments. We'll see now if he's going to be able to hold strong. There is a teammate in Bob XD making his way over slowly but surely, and he might just get here in the nick of time for a 2 versus 3.
The flash is in. Alex is going to hear the steps, and oh, what a reaction from the AWP of MHL. Bob XD still, though, close enough to get the refrag and at least make this one doable in the retake. It's a 2 versus 2, and with the low HP of MHL and the AWP in hand, one missed shot could be enough. He should be able to spot the player, though. What a missed shot there.
Oh, under the smoke, made it difficult to see in MHL. Unable to capitalize on that kill. Still looking for the hat-trick, not able to get it. Gets only 2. And speaking of 2 quick kills for Bob XD and Hype. They complete that retake and they take a 5-1 lead over our reigning champions here. Oh, man. Few issues here for MOUZ NXT maybe. Is this what we're looking for? You know, sometimes they're a little bit slow to get going in these games, though. We've seen it against Astralis Talent. They were just unable to find their footing for the first few rounds. But you need to be a little bit careful. You cannot underestimate the team that's in front of you right now, because Prospects, they're looking to punish.
Yeah, that was what I was about to say. By the way, yesterday we had pretty much the same story against Astralis Talent, right? But they were on the T side. No, they were on the CT side yesterday. Pardon. And now they're on the T side. And Shui was, by the way, the person to kind of step up and keep them in the game and wake everybody up. I wonder who is it going to be this time, because apparently the start isn't great, and with bo1 doing such a play towards the B bomb side, I can tell you what that spells. That spells confidence. He's feeling it.
Oh, nice leg there from MHL over the top of the smoke. Alex, though, drops exertion. Not expecting that angle. Close, just behind the firebox. And now we have 5 versus 3 on our hands. MOUZ NXT, let's not forget, they've invested absolutely everything here. They need at least a bomb plant if they want to get a decent enough buy in the following round. But I don't think that's going to be possible, considering there are a lot of men here towards this A site that have it on lock. Hype with the AWP. Alex tucked underneath the balcony. The flash peek might come in, but Shui, blind, does not matter if he can't see, still manages to get this kill. And MOUZ NXT have been really good at pulling back these man disadvantages and making rounds out of them.
They have been. Franson, though, gets the AWP, and there's a person close in the smoke. They have everyone towards that A bomb side, Jack.
Yes, they do. Shane gets a quick double, but now it leaves MHL alone. A 1 versus 2. The bomb dropped in a rather uncomfortable position. The flash goes high. Teammate blind spots in a second. MHL nearly gets both. He flicks away. Spooky punishes, and it's a 6th round now for Prospects.
Ooh, this game is starting to look really shaky for MOUZ NXT side as well. Yes, you have some more room to work with on the CT side, potentially for recovery, but so far, Prospects, they've looked really well. And me and you, we praised the really good comms and the really good atmosphere in the MOUZ NXT team. Let's find out how is it now as they're down 1-6.
Flashing under con.
Can be con, I didn't see.
Flashing window.
Con.
Short clear.
Hey, Marit con.
I mean under clear.
I
Only
smoked top
short.
con.
Bait, bait.
He tried to check flash mid.
I can smoke top con. I have one.
I have it,
I'm gonna
I
save
have it.
it. Yeah,
I'm holding window.
We'll
I'm
have
window.
cons on.
I have con now.
What is one?
Sorry,
One
can you
is
flash
jungle.
above con?
Market one.
Holding window. I can flash above con.
Okay, do it. I'm rushing jungle.
Ladder on the...
He jump window. Window.
Left side
Just
jungle.
left side window.
Window.
Window.
I'm holding left
I'm
side.
warning. Window. I'm
I have left.
Window
I have
dead.
left. I have left.
One more left side window was.
Not picking it.
Going short.
holding window still.
I will try to walk short.
Can someone
Walking
boost the
cap.
window?
Yeah, we
I
can.
can't now. Short clear. Window. Holding. It's MP9. I think open B, guys, to be honest.
Even B. Even B.
Just a gun.
From it.
Diagonal
I
mark.
was wait, Doddy. We're boosting.
You can top. Okay.
Can you make
I'm
step
gonna
on con?
pick.
Can you step on con or
Don't see
something?
him.
Second.
City.
Ticket. Up, I think.
Ticket.
Short one. It's the kitchen guy.
Short, yeah.
Ticket, city. I mean, short, city, and
I don't know where is
I
the
know.
jungle guy.
I'm on stairs.
You can smoke top con or something.
Yeah, I smoked up con. Nobody should be side.
Just get city. Get
Go
city.
city.
We can pick ticket.
You
Try
plant
to
from-
plant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Walk on.
Oh, he must have been seeing.
That's right.
Got the bomb at least.
Okay, we got the bomb. Nice.
Well, you can hear it, can't you? You can hear kind of, you know, they're a little bit deflated after the first few rounds here. They are going to take the positives, though. They do get the bomb plant. And at least that is something, but it's a 7-1 deficit that they face now. Man, this is kind of uncharted territory that we see in MOUZ NXT.
Yeah.
And yes, I mean, Astralis, they kind of put them into the pressure cooker a little bit yesterday, but this is a whole other level from Prospects because they don't look like they're wilting whatsoever and they're playing full of confidence, and they should be.
Yeah, and at this point, the two people that normally have the most impact on the T side, Had and Exertion, are just not having the best game of their lives, right? I mean, when you have the people that normally go for first contact being like, or rather the entry and the lurker being like 1-7, that's not good news. MHO has been trying to do something more. Shane has had his moments, but overall, I feel like all prospects so far, they've been just playing a really good game on Mirage. Everyone's performing. It's a team effort. Even when you look at the kill distribution, I mean, lowest tap is 5, highest tap is 9. That just shows that everyone's pulling their weight in gold right now for all prospects. And if they continue like that, I feel like they're just playing the same game that Astralis Talon played yesterday, just trying to kind of not let MOUZ NXT get into the game for as long as possible, but they're playing it a lot better. In terms of Astralis Talon, they managed to get up to a 5-1 lead, if I'm not mistaken. All prospects already at 7, and on the CT side, might be a little bit easier to kind of try and snowball your way through the first half.
Well, I'd say there's only a handful of people that would have given prospects a snowball's chance of actually taking this game, but they're doing a really good job of taking it to them. Now, MOUZ NXT, they have got Exertion into a really good position. They've got him up towards Connector. He's going to walk his way out, but Alex puts a stop to him. Elsewhere, MOUZ NXT have a few players up short. It's going to be a little bit of a B split. And prospects need to get players over to just try and protect it. BobXD has been spotted out, needs to try and get away to safety, takes a little bit of damage on the way back. Spooky's going to try and help out his teammate and does so. BobXD gets a quick double through the smoke, wonderful tracking, and Spooky gets another. MHL eventually drops BobXD and finds a second, but he's all alone, has to go through this B bomb site all on his lonesome. Flash goes in, has to recover the bomb, 25 seconds. Prospects are rotating on over. And he hasn't actually picked up the bomb. He has to go back for it. He gets it now in his hands. Now, does he go for the fake plant? He's going to swap over to the AK. Backs himself to maybe get it done with that, but not able to. No plant either. And it's another round. What a great hold towards B.
That was an insane sequence right there from BobXD, by the way. From the moment that I saw him all alone towards B apartments, isolated, spotted, trying to drop down, I was thinking, okay, surely he gets shot in the back of the head. But no, somehow he stays alive. Not only that, finds the first. There's the smoke from a teammate to support towards bench. BobXD, as you pointed out, with some godlike tracking through the smoke, realizing what the full trajectory of the MOUZ NXT player is going to be, getting the second kill. And while our prospects so far, they've made MOUZ NXT work for their money. And outside of some good moments from MHL, we haven't really seen any of those individuals step up way too much for MOUZ NXT, right? They've been shut down in a lot of those scenarios. And it's not only them losing the rounds, they're not even getting the bomb down, which means that we're not going to get anything better than a Hero AK with a couple upgraded pistols. After losing a full buy, that's 5 rounds in a row now, where OWL prospects looking to try and make it 6, looking to try and continue that upset. MOUZ NXT still a recoverable game, but it starts looking really shaky.
Yeah, it does. And I mean, you know, yesterday we seen, of course, MOUZ NXT, a few of the players were tweeting saying we didn't play our best, but Shuhi go kill kind of worked. And now we're not seeing that. We're seeing, you know, a little bit of panic maybe in the MOUZ NXT players. Exertion there, a nice shot. Flash goes over. Franson is going to try and clean up this bomb site of any pesky terrorist members, and he has done so. 9-1. What a position to find yourself in if you're prospects, and the prospect of them actually winning this game now is not too far out of reach.
Yeah, I think that against a team like MOUZ NXT, there's always that possibility of, let's say, Exertion waking up or Impahad waking up and just someone stepping up massively, especially on the CT side. So right now, you want to beat them as they're on the ground, right? They're on the floor right now. I know that following the rules of boxing, you need to let them get up, but right now you need to start kicking them, punching them while they're on the ground, and just make sure that you don't really give them a chance in the second half. Win as many rounds as possible here on the CT side. Make it pretty much impossible for MOUZ NXT to come back into the game.
You don't kick somebody when they're down, Ted. Come on.
That's what they need to do right now. You know what? Sometimes for the right cause, you need to do it.
Sometimes you need to fight a little bit dirty, and that's what MOUZ NXT need to do. I completely agree with you. In MHL, he's going to be looking through his scope to find that opener, but Alex gets that refrag. Hype's going to be holding Shuey, completely unaware that there was going to be an op towards short, and he gets punished. Man advantage back in favor now of prospects. Bomb on the back of MHL, MOUZ NXT with all their players towards middle and connector, and they're considering making their way towards this A site, but it's been a difficult one to topple. It's been almost impregnable for the MOUZ NXT men. Is it going to be the same story one more time?
really could be. It's gonna be the Pact going towards top connector France in the first line of contact. Timing is good. Misses the first couple of shots, but he's just waiting for his teammate from Ticket. Although the AWP is gonna take him down. bo1, he needs to be really careful here.
Oh, Shane, he's found that massive headshot now. Hype getting in position to flash for his teammate. Shane's going to be completely blind by this, but gets out of harm's way just in the nick of time. Bomb's going to be planted. Hype given a little bit of space to work his way in towards jungle. Yimfat's coming it. He takes him down, and Alex is the last player standing. MHL misses that shot, takes a little bit of damage, but he is still alive, and now they have all the information in the world. They know Alex is still here. They can try and take him down, and it's looking like time is just running out for the Prospects player. He is just going to hold for the moment, hope that MOUZ NXT run away. Might try and take a few more lives with him if he can, but he's not able to do so. Shane with the headshot, and it is MOUZ NXT with a second round. But again, Ted, it's coming back to a little bit of brilliance from MHL to open things up.
Yeah, and Shane helping out massively, by the way, as well, with the double kill. He's been really good. Well, I say really good. He's been standing out a little bit compared to his teammates so far, but yeah, MOUZ NXT with a round that I think gives them a chance, because it's not even, they're not even out of this first half. I mean, they can't win it, but they can still win like 5 or 6 rounds, and that's going to be respectful. And that was the round that they needed to kind of kickstart things, because now our Prospects don't really have the cash to afford another buy anymore. Shall they lose this one? So MOUZ NXT have actually put themselves into a position where they can make the score respectful if they win one more round here.
Well, they started it nicely. An opening pick from Exertion. MHL drops Franson as well. 2-man advantage now for MOUZ NXT to play with. And really, this round is completely up to them. Where they want to go, what they want to do. Aggression out towards middle. They need to clear this player out of chair, but Shuey is still there. Peeks into the op. Missed opportunity, and this is the MOUZ NXT that we're used to. 4 kills unanswered right now. bo1 comes up with 1, but it's a little bit too much for him to swallow right now. A lot in his mouth to chew, and he can chew on that off bullet as Exertion takes him down.
Yeah, that's Exertion. That's a massive round for Exertion, right? Even though he gets only 2 kills, it's kind of his signature round. Runs out middle, gets the first kill, then transitions into more of a passive position, if you will, and gets another one. And him getting 2 kills, like doubling his kill count in a single round, that's going to be massive from a mental point of view. MHL's been having an alright performance so far. So yeah, MOUZ NXT now resetting the CT side economy. That's going to result into a little bit of a force buy. Shall they win this one? This could actually turn up to be an alright first half.
Only a few Famouses in the equation. The Deagle not able to get the job done towards connector. Alex taken down through the wall. Beautiful flash peek, and Hype completely blind. No chance he was going to get that one unless he got a little bit fortunate. Shuey gets the second kill. Now, 1 FAMAS left in the equation after Hype's been dealt with. But is the equation going to equal to another MOUZ NXT round? It's looking more likely as all the kills continue to go in favor of the international lineup.
Yeah,
they'll make their way back towards A.
Are we going to see another oxygen recovery, but this time it's going to be Exertion? Hello.
Maybe, just maybe. Well, that's a clean round. There's something that'll build the confidence now. And you wonder now, does that begin to rattle the Prospects players a little bit? Because you can see MOUZ NXT have really just kind of kicked it up a gear. You know what I mean? You can see now, it's like, all right, we've found our confidence now. This is the way that we should be playing. We're winning every single aim duel. It doesn't matter if it's an op versus an AK. We're still hitting the shots. Now, do you start to panic a little bit if you're Prospects, or do you just try and settle the nerves here? You need to just make sure that you're not giving anything away for nothing. It's a nice little setup here towards under.
Yeah, they're just gonna XZA though, so a little bit useless, but it's a good idea. I mean, it's if they go out middle. Oh, Exertion might get surprised here, but he's gonna be really passive. He's all alone, knows that they have no money, so probably will try and stay alive. Now he spotted a couple bodies, gets the first kill. He's gonna get pushed. Oh, just jumping around. Yep, that's awkward. By the way, do we call Alex? Do we call him Alex, or we call him Alec S, because did you see that his S is actually like it's a capital S?
I think it is Alex.
Yeah, it should be Alex, but isn't it more interesting to call him Alec S? Like
Alec
Kenny?
S.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I don't know if that's by design. Maybe Kenny was one of his favorite players, but
No, I'd say that probably there's way too many
Alright.
people called Alex, and that was just the
Yeah,
only way that
yeah.
it's free. But Alec S actually sounds nice.
yeah.
If it was the Oper.
Definitely not my favorite one. It's definitely just the way Shane is spelled, because I like that one, because Shane's very very Irish name, like spelled completely different though.
Yeah.
Completely different.
Well,
But
first tactical timeout for all prospects. Now you're starting to feel that things are getting out of hand just a little bit, right? I mean, you were on that 9-1 start, and it's not even you losing those rounds, is the way you've been losing them, right? Because most of them have been fairly one-sided for MOUZ NXT, and I think it's safe to say they've woken up. And right now we're witnessing pretty much a similar thing to what we saw yesterday against Astralis. Is just MOUZ being really slow to get their heads into the game on Mirage, but once they start kicking, they just go on and on and on and on. Let's not forget that yesterday their T side was actually insane, and they were struggling on the CT. So maybe it's not a done deal. Maybe our prospects can still close it out, but so far it's been looking like a good recovery, at least in that first half.
now Spooky on the op towards the B apartments. This one is a tough one to crack, truth be told. He needs to just be patient here. Shane on the other side, MHL might be thinking about going for the peak in first, and they might just let the Opera walk ahead and scope in. Who's going to win this first fight? Now the smoke goes down, and MHL's going to walk wide. Spooky falls, and that might be the B site down.
Hype. He's all alone for sure, though. Isolated, nowhere to go, nowhere to run. And Impa had to take him down. MHL continues taking them down with the AWP one after the other. The terror of the big green gun can't be stopped in this round, and it does look like MOUZ NXT from a 1-9 first half are gonna get it all the way to a 9-6, and Exertion is gonna finish it off with a quick, nice double kill. Both headshots on Bob XD and Franston. And MOUZ NXT, they've done it. They've recovered really well with those 5 in a row. A first half that looked really hectic. It did look like we're finally going to witness MOUZ NXT lose a game on Mirage in the WePlay Academy League. But in the end, they managed to recover and at least make it look doable for the second half.
Yeah, I mean, 6 rounds, like we were thinking of the worst, to be honest, after watching that 9-1 scoreline. But man, to come back out of that and get a 9-6, you know, you've got prospects swapping over onto the T side now. MOUZ NXT, they were quite strong on that CT side as well yesterday versus Astralis Talent. They just need the players to kind of step up that little bit. You know, we need to see a stellar performance from Shui one more time. I believe we've got a TeamSpeak round coming up, and it is going to be the prospect boys.
In till plus
Steppa.
Ge den till plus.
Inget fallas.
På lugen. Jag spänner smoke.
En UG steppade. Nej, det var så. Ett UG. Okej.
Akta mid pushen, jag har inte hållit. Vilken smoke vill du ha? Kök? Eller CV?
Ja, lägg kök.
Redo?
Chilla.
Ingen inne BS.
Open is side boys. Och softa. Tjena.
Ready.
Lägga. Flasha en.
Jag var bulk, så kan.
Flasha över bil.
En CV.
Tack, nice. Det vann.
Backside vänster, backside vänster.
Vänster backside.
Han är kvar.
Vänster backside fortfarande.
Han är kvar.
Från.
Nice.
Long, close.
Nice.
Close.
Nice.
Okej.
Nice
Skott.
shot. Ja, P50, alltså jävla vilken initiering.
Wow. All right. That
What
was,
a round.
yeah, that was a sick pistol. I mean,
Yeah.
those were some crisp shots.
I mean, it just goes to show, just drop, somebody take the hit, drop the P250s over, they will win you the round. Usually. crisp. Very, very crisp indeed. 10-6. Perfect start for all prospects now on this T side. And exactly what they need. MOUZ NXT now only on the USPs. It's a B bomb site stack. But this round, although it should go in prospects' favor, this one could be toppled completely.
Yeah. Especially, we mentioned that in the first half, or I think in the previous matchup. Especially when we're witnessing a best of one format being played out, winning both pistols is massive. Like this is the chance you're gonna get to actually win a map of MOUZ NXT. Get both pistols, get a good start on both halves, and right now, if all prospects actually have a similar start to what they did in the first half, they could close it out. But oh no, they're walking into the stack bomb side. Okay,
Yeah.
it's all right.
It's alright. It's pretty much over. Player boosted up. Surely they're expecting this. Bob XD is already spraying them down. They don't even take damage, Ted. Well, one person does, but that is it. No casualties whatsoever. Exactly how that round is supposed to go, and a really good opportunity here for prospects, because we've got a gun round coming up here. MHL, he's risked it all. He's gone for a glass cannon. He has to take some kind of risks. He was usually the driving force behind MOUZ NXT on the T side with that big green. He has to be the same over on this CT side if they want to really bring this one back.
Yeah, and you're going to see the early mid aggression coming in from Shuey. He's going to drop over a lot of information from him right now. They can focus on the bomb sides. That's the reason that you see Exertion rotating back towards the B bomb side, and it's going to be a pop play. They're going to just straight up go for it.
MOUZ NXT going to be ready. Exertion certainly is. He finds the first kill. Yimfat deploys the smoke to open up some space. He's going to try and play around it, but he's lost his teammate and he's lost his life as well. Franson with a quick double. Shuey trades it back. It's a 3 versus 3, but there is a bomb down, and now Molly goes in. Shuey finds that nice kill. MHL going for the flick, but Shuey's lost his life, and MHL's been tagged down so low. Remember, he doesn't have any armor.
That's crazy.
The bullets are gonna do a lot of damage. Spooky 7 HP. It was a nice play, but Hype is just gonna spam Shane through the wall. MHL, he has to back away and save. Oh, prospects, they just go for that B pop, and it was the correct call indeed, because it works exactly as planned.
And what a recovery that is from Franson and OO Prospects. I mean, this is a round where you go B, you lose the first 2 players. Both Yimpahad and Exertion dropped the first 2 people that appeared on their screens, and then Franson just jumps on the bomb side, turns around short, takes down Exertion, turns around like a Beyblade towards bench, takes down the second player. Those kills mid-round, those multi-kills mid-round, this is the thing that makes the difference in games like that. Those are like the X factors that you need to have in a team. You need to have a person that's able to go for those multi-kills, and when all the odds are against you, just turn it all over. Insane round from Franson, insane round to win for OO Prospects, and once again, they start off really well in the beginning of the half. 12-6 now, doubling the score of their opponents, and it's going to be another lightly armored deco for MOUZ NXT with the hero AWP of MHL, but it's going to be the B-bomb side once again to be tested.
In fact, going to try and get out of that Molotov, does exactly that, but it's the same fate as if he would have stayed in it. Shuey looking for the head of Bob XD, but it was the reverse on that instance. MHL still has that AWP. He's going to be saving that for the next round. We're looking at a 13-6 scoreline in favour of Prospects, Ted, and they're only 3 away from toppling MOUZ NXT. We were wondering who was going to do it. They're not there just yet, but they are very, very close.
Yeah, no one's been that close in a long time. We pointed out that during Season 4, there was only 2 teams that actually took down MOUZ NXT, and it was Fnatic Rising and OG Academy, right? So now looking in that group, I feel like a lot of people maybe anticipated either Astralis or a NAVI Junior to be the team to kind of upset them. And after yesterday's result against Astralis Talent, it was kind of like, well, if NAVI do it, all right, but it doesn't really look like anyone else could. Especially after all Prospects had such a start against Spirit Academy and NAVI. I mean, they lost their first opening, like their 2 opening games, and they lost them on Mirage as well. And this is a completely new all Prospects that we're looking at right now. A really good performance, as we pointed out. It's a team effort. It's not like someone's just having a live game and just carrying them through. I mean, you look at the kill distribution, it's fairly all right. Lowest tap, 11 kills. Highest tap, 19 kills. Of course, that's going to be Franson. And oh,
Alex drops MHL, and he lost the op as well. He did not get to save it, and that means that the money is going to be in an awful situation. They've got max loss bonus if they lose this round, but still 3,400, 3,500 in most instances across the board is not going to be enough. Spooky with a nice one. IGL out of the round. Shane, he's pushed deep towards ramp here. He has a nice position as Exertion is going to try his damnedest to pull MOUZ NXT back into this round. He picks up that kill, but needs a whole lot more.
yeah, they need to recover into that one. Someone needs to be the hero. Impact, he's in a really important position right now. And they've actually left the B-bomb side. Exertion's pushed towards middle for information. Impact, he's going to get smoked off. That's a really weird spot to get smoked off in as well. Spooky, he's low on HP, but he's going to wander around the smoke. He has dropped down, but now Exertion, he's all alone towards short, and now they have the information. They should know that the B-bomb side is clear, and the AWP is already holding for the peak.
Oh, Yimfat walks right where Hype wants him. The bomb is going to be planted. We've got a 2 versus 2, and the weight of this round is absolutely massive. Oh, Prospects, they lose the first player. Hype is down, and it's all on Alex. We'll see if he can tap into his clutching ability here. Looking for the players, both players towards short. They line up a little bit. He gets one, but Shane holds his nerve. 2 kills in the round for him. Goes looking for the AWP. He's going to be able to save that for his buddy MHL, and he has saved MOUZ NXT here in this round, because the ramifications of losing that one could have been absolutely disastrous.
Yeah, and that's a 3 versus 5 that they come back into. I feel like this could have a similar way to the round that we saw in our previous game where OG lost the 5 versus 2, if I'm not mistaken. After that, ENCE Academy played really well for a couple rounds. I think that this could be a little bit similar for MOUZ NXT, just coming back into a round like that, and surely the atmosphere is going to be a little bit better after this one.
They ramp
Don't
it,
break
push mid.
window.
I jumped to...
They
That's
smoke
mid.
window.
3 flashes mid.
I can refresh mid.
A lot of flashes
I
mid.
play close to ramp.
I think undercon already.
Can be
I
ladder,
have B
I
house
guess,
now.
right?
I have B house and under.
Can they be
You
ladder?
can, you can
Ali,
push Jimmy.
Ali,
They can boost window.
That's
Take
not
me.
on wood.
not there all
Like-
day. I think
Default.
1 con. 1 con.
they're ready
Where's
to
the
save it.
That's
Save.
Con dead, con dead. We should save, we should save.
Yeah.
I will guard T-spawn.
They smoke con again. They
You
flash
can hide
city.
somewhere, Jimmy.
I'm hiding in TV.
I have city.
I'm boxing.
It's really important you save these weapons.
Yeah, we should try our best. There is Eki con actually, Jimmy.
Yeah,
2 ramp at least. 3, 2 or 3 ramp. Rush con, Jimmy. 3, even maybe 4, I don't know. So many.
Oh,
Back for the day.
early birthday present.
No, but my birthday.
Okay, the atmosphere is good, at least.
Yeah, I mean, you can see they're a little bit disappointed with the way that round went, but that was
Yeah.
a perfect call for Prospects, right?
Oh yeah, that's you know that's one of my favorite rounds as well. I mean
Yeah.
that's the thing that Karrigan implemented in the tier 1 scene. G2 used to do that a lot today as well. Just the three-man contact out of Palace with 1 player lurking towards top middle and throwing nades over to keep the CTs occupied. And it's a really sick round when you know that MOUZ NXT are going to be really defensive and really focused, because not a lot of people actually expect that to be played out in a round with such high value. So now MOUZ NXT, they're back to their starting position. 7-14 down, not a lot of money in the bank, and you need to hold on.
Yeah, you do, and Prospects, they're setting up for something towards B here, it would seem. They're actually going to walk away, so MOUZ NXT might just survive a little bit here. That's a really aggressive position here from MHL, and it's one that Franson is not expecting. Opening kill goes in favor of MOUZ NXT, and it's a massive risk there to take, pushing your opper up that far, but it's one that pays off.
Yeah, you need those out-of-the-box plays right now if you're MOUZ NXT. You need someone to try and get into the heads of all Prospects, and so far MHL, he's been the best player on this lineup. At least on this map, 19 and 13 for him. Trying to be the difference maker. At least Mirage is a map where your Oper can pretty much jump around and try and have as much impact as possible, even with those kind of puggy plays from time to time, even if he's all alone. For now, though, it works out. And with only 30 seconds, all prospects are nowhere near a bomb site. They will try and split B. And interestingly enough, Spooky's picked up a kill. And there is no one holding for the cross right now.
Yeah, this is a little bit awkward here because Yimfa finds himself completely isolated on his own, and he's going to be taken down. Hype drops him. There's 13 seconds, but plenty of time to get the bomb down. That's exactly what Bob XD is going to do. Alex is going to get across now to lock down the market position. And what do you do here if you're MOUZ NXT? Because if you risk going for this retake, you're not going to have a lot of money in the next round. But if you let prospects on to 15, that's disastrous in itself. And Shui's going to walk his way out, finds that first kill. Alex still playing around that smoke. Hype is going to make his way back towards short, connects on the first one, and now Shui goes looking. Alex is going to strike, and it's all left onto MHL. It's a 1 versus 2. Swaps over to the AK. Spooky is low, but he hits the head instantly and gets prospects onto 15. MOUZ NXT staring down the barrel of their first defeat in the Academy League in a long time.
Yeah, and they have barely any money to work with in this round. I mean, you can still go for the AWP, you can still go for a couple of M4s and Famouses, but there is not a lot of util, not a lot of diffuse kits. And take a look at the replay as well. MOUZ NXT, they had the man advantage. They had a 2-man advantage, and there was just no movement around the map. They just lose the initial fight towards B. Impa had it all alone, no quick rotations. MOUZ NXT, they were sure that this was going to be an A play from all prospects. But it was never meant to be a MOUZ round, and that missed shot from MHL is just gonna describe the game so far for MOUZ NXT. It just hasn't been working out, Jack.
2 quick kills for prospects, 1 in return, make that a second from Exertion. It's going to be a fair fight for possibly the last round of the map, but Exertion gets another. Bob XD, a little bit unfortunate in that one, needed a whole lot more, as did Alex. And MOUZ NXT, they look to hang on for at least another round. Hype, he has full health, but he has no friends in this Mirage. And, well, see if he can throw up a little bit of a fake here. A false sense of security maybe for MOUZ NXT in that round. They get 8, but it's still perfect Counter-Strike needed, Ted, for the next 7 rounds. A very, very tall order for any team.
Yeah, that was a really good response from Exertion towards short. He realized that after losing the Oper and after being in such kind of a position, someone needs to go aggressive and someone needs to go for kind of a Hail Mary play in that scenario. It either works out or you lose the game. And in that scenario, it did work out. MOUZ NXT wanted to re-aggress towards middle, hold on fighting, and stay alive for just 1 more round. But all prospects, they're going to have more than enough money. And look at that from Spooky. He's so quick towards short.
Yeah, it gets stopped almost instantly there. MHL through the smoke finds that opening kill. Sometimes you have to get a little bit fortunate in these situations, but you make your own luck, as MHL does exactly that with that shot. Now,
yeah.
Oh, Yimfat, that's a little bit close. A bit too close for comfort, but not going to be punished.
You could see that all prospects are kind of trying to get out of the orthodox for the first couple seconds of every single round to try and catch them off guard. Now they've boosted the player up window. They can't really get inside. If Hype picks up that kill though, then the player that's boosted in jungle can play. And Hype's actually all alone here, so he can seal the fake quite well. Especially if he finds something, gonna miss his first chance and fall back just for now. Right now, you're trying to open up some space for Alex to play with. He's not going to move for the next 15-20 seconds. He just needs to wait for his teammates to do something, and then he is in a position to actually win the round if they are successful in their initial endeavors.
The big if, though, isn't it? It's a massive if, and the weight is definitely on this pack of 3 that are making their way towards Palace. Alex is going to continue to move. He's going to cross without being spotted as well, which could be absolutely massive. But Shane is safely tucked in towards ramp. MHL, the scope has been heard. Alex spots him out. Oh, MHL, another missed shot, and he's going to be punished that time. They know Shane likes to play close ramp, and Alex is going to have eyes on him to take him down. Is this the round that is going to break the unbeaten streak of MOUZ NXT? Shui Lots of damage there. 2 players took towards Firebox and not a Molotov to clear them out, so they're going to have to do it by hand. Now, Francis with a nice headshot. Exertion gets a trade back. Hype needs to connect. Unable to do so. Both players towards jungle and stairs. And the connect on good is the AWP. Francis now looking for Yimfa. A 1 versus 2. Both players tucked in, and Francis finds the headshot. Prospects, what a way to pick up your first victory of the WePlay Academy League.
Wow, MOUZ NXT, we were wondering, are they gonna be 4-0 after the end of day number 3 in the WePlay Academy League Season 5? Well, they're not going to be 4-0. What a showing from all prospects after losing their first 2 games against Spirit Academy and against NAVI Junior, both of them being on Mirage as well. Today, they look like a completely different team. And it's such a massive victory, not only because you beat MOUZ NXT on their best map statistically, not only because they've been unbeaten on Mirage and the Academy League in the previous season as well, but because you let them come back into it mentally, right? You had a 9-1 lead, you allowed them to get 6 rounds until the end of the half. It looked like MOUZ NXT were on their way for a comeback, but all prospects winning the second best round, having such a nice start on that T side, sealed the deal, and what a performance that was. What a way to pick up your first victory here.
Yeah, I mean, MOUZ NXT just getting punished once again for their really slow start. I mean, when you're going, 9-1 down in a game, I know they managed to bring it back in that first half, but you're gonna get punished for that. Like, you can't really afford to do it against any team. It doesn't matter who you are in the Academy League. And MOUZ NXT, I think they've been quite humbled here, to be honest. It's definitely some problems maybe arising on their best map, but prospects, man, take absolutely nothing away from them. They played spectacularly, and there was a lot of questions as well about this prospects lineup because they got rid of the old one. They kept Spooky was the only player left. They're after bringing in 4 brand new players. Started very rough indeed, losing to Navi Junior, losing to Spirit, both on Mirage. They didn't let that affect their mental whatsoever. They go in against arguably the best Mirage team in the league, and they beat them this convincingly.
Yeah, and that was an insane game from the entire team, right? We had good moments individually from everyone. It's not like 1 or 2 people were the hard carries, right? Franson and bob1xd, without a doubt, were on top of the scoreboard. We can see Franson had a 23-12 game. MHL was the person to kind of step up the most for MOUZ NXT. Exertion, of course, towards the last couple rounds as well, but all prospects overall as a team played really well. I'm saying that maybe for the 3rd time, but when you see that the kill distribution is so close, and when you see that everyone is pulling their weight in gold, it's really hard for a team not to win a game, especially when you win both pistol rounds and their conversions in the best of 1. All prospects, they pick up their first victory, and MOUZ NXT, even though they're still going to be top of the leaderboard if I'm not mistaken, well, that's going to be one to learn from.
Oh, definitely, like you said, you cannot afford to lose those pistols, especially the conversions, and it's going to be very difficult. I don't care who you are to actually to win a game like that. It's very, very tough indeed. But said, we still do have a little bit more action to come. We'll not dwell on that game too much. Congratulations to prospects though for picking up their first victory. But myself and yourself are done for the day. We're going to be handing the mics over to B-Dog and Lucy. Of course, Brandon and Lucy will be taking over, and they will be taking you through our last 2 games of the day. The first game, Spirit Academy looking to right their wrongs as they will face off against Navi Junior. But for now, we'll send it to a short little break. We'll see you again soon.
Welcome back everyone to the WePlay Academy League Season 5. We're here on day 3 and once again it is myself, Lucy Luce and B-Dog taking you through the last 2 games of the evening. Brandon, how you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. We got some, well, quite exciting best of ones. And to kick things off, Lucy, we've got Spirit Academy versus NAVI Junior. Spirit Academy, they look quite good against the prospects on Mirage, and then they moved over towards Vertigo, I do believe, against MOUZ NXT, and they kind of got rolled, to be honest. It was 16-2. It was not the best, but before we get into that, let's look at the overall results from yesterday, because that's the one I just mentioned.
Yeah, so we kicked off with that one, right? That was 2-16, which, not what Spirit were hoping for, but maybe they'll see if they can fix it up this afternoon with our last 2 games of the day, which is that Spirit Academy taking on NAVI Junior first up, and then we'll have Prospects taking on Eternal Fire Academy. We just saw Prospects. We could discuss a little bit more in the actual matchup, but they just beat MOUZ NXT, Brandon.
Yeah, look, I've been very impressed with them. I'm going to be honest. They had some very good results coming in. It was close losses against NAVI Junior, so I think it was 16-13 yesterday. So they've come into that and they've taken the biggest scalp of the entire Academy League. So fair play to the Prospects. They've come out swinging, and although their placing right now is towards the bottom of Group A, they've still got some matches where they can really just make that really just dominance in the group.
You can see MOUZ NXT up the top of Group A alongside NAVI Junior, who we've got coming up shortly, and it's a bit of a battle for that second place standing there. If Spirit Academy can do the upset, then they'll be getting up there alongside NAVI Junior, depending on how that round differential goes. So Group A, it's a fairly close affair at the moment. It's been a bit back and forth. You can see here how those different matchups have presented themselves. And I think most of these going as expected, except that game that we just saw earlier.
Yeah, I'd say so. What I like is if you just take a look at the results, apart from that 16-2 that was earlier, it's all been really close. The level of competition has definitely raised itself. But look, let's get into the NAVI Juniors map pool, right? Vertigo, 5 maps played, 60%. Mirage, we saw them on it yesterday. 20% win rate. That was yesterday against the Prospects. First win on the board. Where do we think this is going to go? I don't know. I'm maybe leading for another Vertigo pick, potentially.
Brandon, I'm very scared. I look at both of these map pools and I see a map right towards the top, and that is Mirage and Dust 2. I get the feeling that we're going to be cursed with another Mirage. We had 2 of them yesterday. We just saw Mirage. It's the bit of a favorite amongst a lot of these teams.
It's a good time.
Vertigo could make it through the pool. That could be a fun change-up. It's actually been a fairly popular map here at WePlay Academy.
It'll be interesting to see. It looks like the Spirit have got these bans coming into the last edge of the veto, so that means that if they're not feeling too confident based on the kind of trouncing that MOUZ NXT gave them, then they might ban it out. But okay, NAVI Junior, Nuke, Overpass, Ancient removed. So now it's up to Spirit. Are we going to see Mirage? Are we going to see Vertigo? No,
Spirit.
It's banned. It's out of here. Inferno, Vertigo, and in fact, we're going to be on Dust 2.
Okay, yeah, well, it's one of the Dust maps, one of the sandy maps that comes through, but at least it's a change-up. We get Dust 2 on the board, and yeah, I think that's kind of an exciting one to see these 2 teams. A very frag-heavy map. We can see some of the stats there of how they've matched up previously. There's been some slight changes to the lineups, but they should hold up just because it's the same kind of 4 core for both of these teams. So it looks actually on the numbers here that Spirit Academy have a pretty high success rate, particularly on that CT side. Look at that, 64%.
Yeah, definitely. That actually looks quite good for them. And obviously, like, the changes, they're not new to Dust 2. They've been in quite a while, but it has made that map significantly more CT-sided anyway. And if they're already posting 64% win rate on the board, it should only favour them. NAVI Junior, you've got to be careful just coming into this if you are Spirit Academy, because they are quite aggressive. They did favour that mid control yesterday on Mirage against the Prospects, trying to take it with force. And if Spirit Academy are caught unaware, then NAVI Junior can have a lot of map control early.
Yeah, all the numbers do favour Navi at the moment. Obviously, they're 2-0 in the group so far. We've seen some amazing stuff, particularly from Nipple. He's the man of the moment. He's been the stand-up player in both of the matches that they've played, averaging about a 1.5 rating, which is fantastic. And then Spirit Academy had that huge loss to MOUZ NXT on Vertigo, right? That just happened, right, earlier today. So 2-16, it's not a good feeling to be coming into your next matchup off the back of that loss. And the last time these 2 teams matched up back in Season 4, NAVI, they were the ones that eliminated Spirit Academy in the play-in stages, so they removed them from the tournament. And Dust 2 was one of the maps that took place on.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was 16-6 to NAVI Junior. So all signs kind of point more towards them. We kind of touched on it yesterday, just kind of the opening stages, just coming into the group stages. NAVI Junior, Astralis Talent, even Big, you can throw them in there. They're the teams that are trying to dethrone MOUZ NXT right now, and they've really come out swinging. And so a win on the board against Spirit Academy would be the expectation for this NAVI Junior side.
I think for Spirit Academy, there's a few players that have been really impressive. I mean, Ona, he's only sort of just came through. His debut was in that win against Prospects, where he looked really impressive. He was the highest performer for the team. He looked even pretty decent in that huge loss, was still sort of up there as one of the higher performers. And if you can continue that level, and then you've got a player like Art Frost stepping out with the AWP on a map like Dust 2, I think there's still a lot of potential for Spirit to maybe pull off the upset.
Yeah, for sure. Art Frost is a good player to highlight because he did actually have a really rough showing. Obviously, it was 16-2. It was not too many rounds to really play. But Dust 2, you're right. It's an AWP's paradise. You can get that one going as well. Potential for double AWP as well for Spirit Academy. So that could be something potentially that we could see on this CT side. I want to talk about the T sides, though, and how just potentially both of these teams could really counter it. I say that Dust 2, potentially, it's one of those maps where it's actually just very dependent on where you go based on your spawns, right, on that T side. If you get the 4 spawns to go B, then normally that results in just a B rush. And, well, if either one of these teams gets caught off guard early, there's a lot of individual power on both of these rosters to really just overwhelm the opponents on the bomb sides.
Yeah, and I think that's where those anchor players can be really important. And that was one thing I was really impressed by what we saw from Spirit Academy on Mirage. Donk on that B side anchor position on the CT side. He was so good at being able to hold off those they're really repetitive attacks from prospects, just continuously trying to abuse his position. And he was able to come up every single time. So if he can feel that similar level of comfort on Dust 2, that could be a big difference maker for this team.
Yeah, definitely. I think you're completely right. And it's going to be interesting to see how these really match up on paper to paper. You got the Head Trick versus the Art Frost Orb. I don't want to talk about it again because Art Frost versus Head Trick. Head Trick, he's a very flashy AWPer. He's one of those players that can just peek onto an angle instantly and just try and create space for his team. Whereas Art Frost, he is one of those players that is a lot more consistent. He can hold these lines down, especially over towards middle and long. So that engagement, if that kind of takes place and takes shape all throughout the map at Dust 2, we're really in for a very entertaining best of one.
Yeah, and I think the other two players from Navi that are interesting, obviously already mentioned Nipple and Unbroken as well, right? It's really interesting just the story of these two players. They come from Navi Youth, which is, if you thought Navi Junior was their like sort of young roster, their youth roster is their like development, sort of talent development team for 15 to 16-year-olds. So they've got this entire extra layer on their talent development. It's not just the academy roster to the main one. They've got a whole extra layer in that youth roster. And the fact that we see these two young guys come through and looking quite good out the gate, that's a really good sign for this Navi team to be able to bring such fresh talent into what I guess you would consider a big stage at this stage of their career, right? If you're 15 and you're playing in a league like this against some of the caliber of competition, the fact that they've come out and they're feeling confident, and Nipple in particular looking like one of the best players of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about ages, and obviously it is the Academy League. There's a ton of youth talent here, but I want to touch on Demon. He didn't have too many kills yesterday against Prospects on Mirage, but that guy's 14 years old, and he was having an Impact Deagle round. So whilst he didn't actually post up the highest stats on the board, the kills he was getting were actually so impactful and important to enable Navi Junior to actually win and just close out that game. It was really impressive from him.
It's crazy thinking about these sort of 14, 15-year-olds playing professional Counter-Strike, just absolutely dominating in the server. And you think about what we were doing at that age, Brandon, probably not dominating, probably playing Gary's mod, or, I don't know, mucking around in death matches in CS Office. I think that's probably what I was up to.
Yeah, I mean, how old was I even? Like,
what do you mean?
14. Wow, that's like nearly 9 years ago. That's scary to think about. I think I was a lovely, humble silver 4. So not much has changed. Yeah, no, I knew that was coming. Yeah, that's fine. But no, not really too much at all. But enough of the waffling, Lucy. Look, we've got the graphics now. We're here. We're finally get this one underway. Give me a prediction. Spirit Academy, Navi Junior. Who you got and why?
I mean, it's Navi Junior. It's on paper, everything points to them being successful. I've been so impressed. I mean, we highlighted all the reasons why this team is the one to be watching. And Spirit Academy, I mean, look, they definitely had some good signs, but Navi feels like are a whole different beast. And I think Dust 2 is the map that we're really going to see that.
Look at that graphic, little Tetris animation there to signify the actual change. But we are going to get straight into the pistol now. Navi Junior actually going to push up mid here. They are on the CT side, aggressing in bomb. It is in lower tunnels, but they were spotted out. Nipple will take the first contact, but immediately trades down, and a dink on Unbroken as well. Zontix can now try and activate in, but gets collapsed upon. This round's explosive.
Yeah, Donker's found a double. That's huge. Prozic's able to get one in response. The kill trades are coming back and forth, but it's left Demon now in the 1 versus 3. All his teammates falling in that push towards mid, trying to put that pressure on, and he's been heard. Owen's got this. That's an easy kill for him. And it feels like Spirit Academy, they win that one without really having to do too much. They're just holding, and Navi walks into their crosshairs.
Yeah, a little bit too over-aggressive, want to take the fight straight to them. And it's something we touched upon pre-game. The aggression of Navi Junior want to take the map control away early, trying to make Spirit Academy feel a little bit uncomfortable, but it does backfire in this pistol. And that's a round and pistol conversion for Spirit that they're actually not really too used to getting in the Academy League. So it's good that they've actually managed to get this, especially in a best of 1.
Yeah, false start from Navi in response, so they don't want to let this one slip away from them. Going to be going for a bit of aggression towards long. The smoke comes through. One player has made their way out towards blue box, so it can be isolated, and that's going to be Ona swinging out to try and support, but the Deagles, they're the ones that come out ahead, getting 2 kills. One trade does come through in the Galil, but the numbers advantage now for Navi Junior. Spirit, they have to scamper to put this one back together.
Needs to be careful, trying to work their way down towards middle, but Navi Junior, they've already rotated back in. Got a little bit of a lengthy crossfire here. Nipple does have an AK in support, But that bomb, it's isolated right now towards long. The Spirit Academy try and make their way up short, create a bit of a distraction. This positioning here by Unbroken, it could be everything.
Oh, the re-smoke too as well, just for salt in the wound. Unbroken, oh, he's moved off the angle, so Zontex, he might find the timing here if he decides to push through this. He doesn't want to get over eager. Head trick trying to find the headshot angle here with the scout, not quite able to connect with the head. They have made their way onto site, but going for the fight, Donk does come out ahead, but gets tagged in the process, but that evens it back up to just 3-on-3, but the bomb, it still has to make its way out. The no-scope by Artfrost, and that's the bomb dropped. Surely nothing that Artfrost can do now. He has found that kill with the Galil, but Unbroken has 36 more health points. It's one bullet either side in this 1v1.
On in. Oh, and he will actually deliver the kill. Navi Jr. force into that one with the upgraded pistols and the armor, and they take the fight straight to Spirit and get it done. It's one apiece, and well, Lucy, I hope, if I call on it, that we might have some Navi Jr. comms. Let's try and just have a listen in.
Как я дадим после Малик?
Ну я в яму приду, я них еще
Я на даче зажал.
Хорошо, я дам.
Не видел скаута. Акарн дал.
Ты тоже не видел.
Я тебе флеш.
Ох, я стою еще.
Я ближе к нему.
Можешь дымер посидеть.
Зиг могут проходить, но дым на X не давали.
Да.
Дашь флешку?
Алдем, я отошел.
Да. Давай.
Дал.
Не видел верхнюю. Я
Смогли
остался на
прийти?
серфах.
Да. Тихо.
Хорошо. Ну, маловероятно, маловероятно.
Звук, зиклин топ. Я возвращаюсь подам.
Хорошо. Давай, я на гуся.
Флешка будет, если что надо?
Рамбузик. Зарамбусили зик. Заняли зик.
Я на гусе стою, я не смотрю зиг.
Рамбус вышли зик масс.
Хорошо.
Еще.
Хорош.
Платя. Еще.
Бомба в КТ.
Помогать.
Еще два платя, два
Дай ему,
платя.
дай ему.
Два пикают.
Там же.
Хорош.
Найс.
Молодцы,
Хорош.
пацаны. Это вроде...
Эко было.
Ну, плохой
Эко
бачок.
было.
Не
Наш
лучше,
эко.
гранат.
Там фул эко было, да.
Да, давай.
Нужно наколить, Марк.
Я миду начну, возможно, первый байок не будет.
Oh, look at the dicey there. See the FAMAS, a very awkward engagement there into short, but not quite able to get it done. They almost get that bomb plant, trying to overwhelm the M4A1S, and they do take him down, but there's just too many numbers there. The NAVI Jr. and the Eco not able to get the bomb plant.
Quicker one. Extinguishing out the Molotov, but Unbroken. He reveals his position from the pit, and he's good for the double up as well. Spirit Academy trying to make their way in, trying to jump in, and Owner will eventually trade out, but now Nipple, he's trying to follow in the footsteps, trying to creep around this smoke. Look at these rotations as well. They're all here for this CT side.
Yeah, Nipple thinks better of it, decides to fall back towards site, where he can support in short. Doesn't want to overextend, give up his life early on. Utility being deployed, the smokes to the cross. Spirit Academy can make their way up into the site now. There is the AWP holding the line there. Headtrick has a really good angle here, has utility he can deploy as well. And there's not a lot of, in fact, no utility left for Spirit Academy. They deployed those two smokes. Now they're into the lion's den, trying to find the opening here so they can get this bomb down. So Navi just deploying all this counter utility to slow things down, trying to prevent that bomb even being able to make its way onto the site. Headtrick looking for an opening around this smoke. They're aware that he could be here. There's a bit of a gap and it does fade. No engagement taking place so far. All these players just darting around smokes, not getting any connections at all. Navi Jr. playing this one carefully. The bomb does eventually go down, putting into this 3-on-4, but Nipple, he's good for the first. Looking to find this bomb planter, and Demon charging forward with the MP9 gets it done. It's just Artfrost with the AWP. And there's just no chance. The Molotov of it provides a bit of cover for Headtrick so he can get that kill.
Yeah, it's one of those weird ones where Spirit have actually done really well there to get the bomb down on the site already. Considering that all the rotations came in for Navi Jr., Spirit Academy, they then lost the man advantage early over towards Pit, and then they just had no utility to really allow them to escape and have safe passage once the afterplant came in. But to be fair, it's not too bad overall when you look at that round as an overview. The fact that they got the bomb down in the first place is a slight win. Obviously, they would have preferred the round, but just going to have a half investment instead in round number 5. Trying to make it work, but Navi Jr., after conceding the pistol, they've looked pretty good since.
Yeah, Spirit Academy put a lot into that round. They had the AWP out as well. and not really able to get too much done with it. Artfrost, you can see what they were going for, setting him up towards long to be able to hold down the bomb, but all his allies falling, unfortunately. And that's put us into this position where it's just the upgraded pistols. We saw Donk hit some pretty incredible 1Ds. And Owner as well, actually, the two of them. So don't count them out. Nipple bouncing up and down. Ooh, nice nade there. Does a fair bit of damage.
Head trick. Just trying to get the pixel gap across and will land the shot onto Artfrost. AWP on AWP action, except the latter doesn't have the sniper engaged. Good Molotov. That's going to extinguish Spirit Academy. They're losing all of their weaponry and their utility. Frozik and Head Trick on middle, trying to make this one work. And Spirit Academy, they're penned into a box here on mid.
That was a great flashbang, though. It prevented Frozik from being able to get that kill. Nipple's still trying to find this kill. Not being giving anything at the moment. Aspinator has walked all the way up long, but it is being held by Unbroken. He's going to be spotted now, but the 1D comes through. That's a huge kill to find, and now Nipple in short has to do everything. Has to find these kills. He's doubled up so far, trying to find the third, and it's clean as you like it. Nipple cleans up in short.
Yeah, easily done, nicely done as well from Navi Jr. There's a little bit of scare here and there when the Deagle shots initially rain out, but cleaned up in the end. Navi Jr. had a very good understanding of where the rest of Spirit Academy resided, and they just kept dropping utility and made it very uncomfortable for them to even move or get any ground up towards short. And then when eventually they did, they walked straight into Nipple's crosshair. Nice and easily done, but it's now a full gun round again, Lucy. We've got the AWP on Artfrost, and we're going to need him to find some opening kills.
Head Trick going for the aggressive peek. He is supported by Nipple, so if he misses a shot, he can fall back and has that rifler ready to go. Smoke giving a little bit of coverage at the moment, using the T's one to their advantage to go for that peek. The Incendiary dropped as well into lower dark to prevent any push-up. Nipple still playing in towards short. After the triple he got last round, I can't blame him for continuing to try and abuse his position. Demon close combat here in towards double doors. Huge setup in here, trying to contest this mid control from Navi.
Yeah, they're really expending all their utility just to get the control. Spirit Academy, they're penned in. Flashbang enabling the crossover towards the box, but as soon as they jump up, Demon should have the conversion. Zontic, though, will go just underneath his crosshair, and that's a kill opened up in mid.
That's a bit of a bait there. I think they may have made a sound cue of jumping up onto Xbox there to sort of bait his crosshair to be looking at that position, and then there's the swing from Zontic. So great move there from the Spirit Academy to find that opener, and Donk, he's going to remove Nipple. That's a big kill to find. Very snappy aim. And that gives them the two-man advantage now. Moving out towards long, it's just the one defender on site. It is Head Trick with the AWP. Artfrost has got one of his own, misses the shot. Head Trick has an opportunity now, and Broken's found Zontix as well. Head Trick trying to flash and reposition. Donk's doing a huge amount of damage in short, and that double pincer from both ends, it comes out ahead for Spirit.
I honestly thought Head Trick had that round in the palm of his hands there. 3 players contact walking up long, and as soon as he eliminates the AWP of Artfrost, I thought he might have had that one in the bag, but Donk does incredibly well here, not only to isolate these gunfights, but making sure Navi Jr. can't rotate and catch off Spirit in the back lines at long. Really well played by Donk, and he's single-handedly won Spirit Academy that round.
Huge from Donk. Frosek trying to go for a play himself, pushing into lowers. Head Trick's here alongside him as well. Going for, again, one of his AWP rifle setups, so you go for a bit of a bait and switch. But so far, the AWP not needed. Rifle does the trick. Zontix, he's removed. Smoke can be deployed so these two can get out safely as well. So that's an opening kill for free.
Bit more of a default for Spirit. Creeping their way out towards the mid doors. Head Trick deploying a smoke. Doesn't want Demon and himself to get caught off by another one of these creepy, crawly positions underneath the crosshairs. Meanwhile, Nipple and Unbroken, they're set up for a double short as well. It's so mid-heavy from the defense of Spirit. They might just walk straight into the trap.
Yeah, they've been running this mid-heavy setup so commonly, but this time it's 4 players close by Nipple. He's hiding behind the smoke, going to spot the feed. That's the bomb dropped as well. It falls forward right into his crosshairs. Oh, he's going to almost get caught out there chopping with the knife, but Demon's there for the trade up front. He misses a critical kill after finding Head Trick. Hiding in the smoke, he's all alone. But Nipple, he's going to find him tucked away. And another great round from Nipple on the defense. But these short holds are fantastic.
Yeah, see, Spirit have got a game plan. They want to take middle, and then they want to work their way up towards the Xbox. But they haven't got time or space to do that. And with some of these rounds being as close as they have been, haven't really got the utility to flush out Na'Vi Jr. away from these positions. A well-placed Molotov, a well-placed flashbang could force these defenders back to allow them more room to really try and execute a plan on towards the bomb site. But so far, it's not really been working. Na'Vi Jr., they're in cruise control.
Yeah, it feels like they've just got the full read, and you can see the tac pause coming in. Probably the right decision at this point. Don't want to be giving away too many of these rounds after you found that pistol, after you found one of those gun rounds, but not able to get it consecutively. Hopefully now we can also, once again, jump into the team speak for Navi.
Обычно TeamSpeak Nike включают, потому что Mac. Алик, да?
Скаут. Я дал Малик.
Он ушел.
Горел, отошел, Марк. Там еще
Верхний один.
Да, не был синий.
Убил. А нет.
Вылетел, тип. 5-4. Горел, пикнем, готов?
Го.
Я отошел.
Андрей, можешь Малик дать?
Дашь тап Малик направо?
Нет, у меня Малик. Сейчас.
Я разъяснил.
Окей.
Побежал, сука, пропусти.
Не смотрю больше методом. Хорошо.
Верхнюю взяли пачку. Один спустился в нижнюю.
Нормально, мы их 3-2.
Я пропикаем еще раз.
5-4.
Го.
3-4.
Зик один.
Я на стрифе играю.
И нас засмакаешь.
Зик топает. Под лестницей занял уже.
Хорошо. Ты им отпущу через 10 секунд.
Можешь сейчас дать.
Давай. Ты можешь потом обновить?
Да.
Зик.
Подожди, я
подошел.
хедом сейчас задым.
Хотя я не иду упор. Давай.
Я на Б дым отпустил.
Дал флеш туда.
Дал
на
дым
байт.
что.
Можешь идти.
Я мид смотрю.
Хорошо, я короче, просто планте сел.
Нет, ты можешь смотреть? Они в дым все равно.
Да. Если буду ходить,
Я
не спрячь.
го байт сетап. Можешь отпустить дым.
Отпустил мид, пацаны.
20 секунд.
Флэш двигал.
Я не представляюсь под скаут, не смотрю.
Мне кажется, Зик будет туда конец.
После твоего контакта пик.
Зик есть. Да, по Зик выходит.
Я ушел, Дима.
Скаут убил.
Хорош.
Еще. Хорошо.
Так, забрал.
Yeah, really nicely done there from Na'Vi Jr. You can kind of tell, well, firstly, I think they know that we're listening because I said TeamSpeak as one of the very first
Yeah,
words coming into that round, right? But secondly, it was really just well played. They played back a little bit. They didn't get caught off guard by an overwhelm for these pistols, and the peaks were also coordinated. It's really nice fundamentals, and it just nets them the round. It was as easy as you like. Take a little bit of a technical pause because one of the players dropped out on the server. That might have been Zontic for Spirit Academy. So hopefully we can get it back in really quick and we can get underway with the best of one.
It's been nice that today you're not being trolled by the team as well.
Oh, it's been nice, right?
I asked
nice
production. I said, can you guys just mess with Brandon yesterday? And they obliged. So thanks, production. But it's great to get those TeamSpeak rounds, right? Just getting those insight. I like you're just trying to pick out the English words, and like obviously heard Scout in there. Definitely picked up that one. Obviously TeamSpeak. I wonder, I noticed that yesterday in particular, a lot of the call outs were in English. And I wonder if a lot of that is just because these teams and these players, you know, in your pubs, when you're coming up through the ranks, you're playing a lot of different nationalities and you have to find that sort of common ground. I wonder if that kind of establishes those as the norms for a lot of calls.
Yeah, for sure. I think most calls are quite universal now, which is makes that transition over to international rosters potentially that little bit easier. But have to wait and see. And I'm excited to see the journeys of kind of all of these players to see how they develop in the years to come. But in the present, rather than looking ahead too much to the future, Na'Vi Jr. in this one, they want long. The Spirit Academy, they're trying to fight it in. There's a lot of utility going down. Nade's trying to barrage towards the doors, and Donk, he's being so aggressive here. Trying to get a pick. Head trick chimes in with an AWP shot, but unfortunately for him, it misses the mark.
Yeah, long control conceded here. You can see they were ready to contest it. Maybe just didn't quite have the timing. They called it off. Didn't want to push past that smoke. Decided to play defensively. So they don't lose anybody in the process. They do concede that part of the map. So all 5 Spirit Academy players in towards long. Oh, the utility! It burns Zontix. He has no way of countering it. That's a huge amount of damage done completely for free. Unconfirmed, of course, but not going to be feeling good after that one. Look at these T's all set up in a lovely little row there. Counter smoke deployed as well off the back of that incendiary. That allows the smoke to be used. And Nipple! Oh, he doubles up through the smoke. Removes both players. That is huge, just spamming through, catching them off guard and giving them a huge advantage, particularly with that damage done to Zontix earlier.
Really nice smoke being deployed by NAVI Jr. The Molotov and smoke grenade combo, it just completely prevents Spirit from pushing on in, and they just stuck in no man's land. That allows that spray to come on through. 35 seconds left and no money left in the bank balances. Spirit, they need to hold on to these weapons. It's a 3-man save, but the AWP is essential for their success.
You gotta love that from Navi. They decide not to fight long. They take it a bit safer. They fall back, and then they just use all that defensive utility rather than contesting long. They just slow down that push. They prevent Spirit Academy from making their way in, and obviously getting those 2 kills from the smoke is a huge boon for their defense, and that ultimately turns the tide of the round in their favor. But just their approach to that, to not decide to go for that all-and-out brawl, getting the info, there was a lot of players there, and they just didn't quite feel comfortable committing to it. And then finding a way to still make that work in the follow-up was great.
And they keep 5 alive as well, which is really helping their entire economy for the rest of this half. Time being called by Spirit Academy. I think it's the right time to do so as well. Just trying to figure out kind of how to attack and just get rid of this Navi Junior defense. It is so strong right now. Spirit Academy, it feels like they're just being shut down wherever they go. They try a fast play out towards long. It gets completely depleted by utility and the overwhelming gunfire by Unbroken in that position. They've also tried defaulting and going through mid, but just that combination, and Navi Junior almost seemingly reading it, just having a lot of players ready to counter this aggression in towards middle. Of Spirit Academy, they need to find something just to have a solution right now.
Yeah, it just feels like they're trying the same couple of strategies over and over again, and Navi Jr. are countering it perfectly, but we're not seeing a lot of variance. We're not really seeing too much pressure at all towards the B side, and that's what's allowing these heavy mid defenses from Navi, these counters towards long, because they know they're not being punished towards B. And again, look at where all the T's are. No one over that side of the map.
Instead, it's aggression up short, though. Head Trick will take the first angle, and it's going to bait in Nipple perfectly if he even needs him. Spray on the M4, might run out of bullets, and there we go. Trades come in for Spirit Academy. They've got the real estate, and they want to execute up Demon. Flashed off the angle, tucks on in, on an island, but still gets the kill.
Yes, this is an AWPer angle normally, but he's doing it all with the M4A1S. Artfrost hits the shot though, has to adjust for the aim to hit it, and that's going to result in him going down to 10 HP. That nade, it's on the wrong target. Does some damage onto Owner, and Frozik on the rotation. He should get this kill for free. Comes down to timing as he peeks up. There it is. That's the AWPer removed. The 2-on-1, they know exactly where Owner is. Hounding him, waiting for his teammate to come through on the flank, and Unbroken goes down. This is now put it into the 1-on-1 and a chance here for Owner to close this one out. Frozik has the advantage in terms of the HP, a bit of utility that he can throw out, and he needs to hit the headshot, which is exactly what he's able to do. Well, body shot.
Owner making it look scary though as well. It looks like there'll be just enough time because he does have a defuse kit, but waiting for that molly, it's always a little bit tentative. You can see him just swinging a knife like, please disappear. Don't want to lose to my own grenade, but again, it's just this double setup on short. Whilst the trades do come in, it's the supporting cast of Navi Jr. with the instant rotate. Artfrost, we haven't seen him today really have that much impact on both Vertigo and now Dust 2. He's the standout player for Spirit Academy. He's the one that you put on this pedestal to bring this team to success. And so far, 5 and 8 with really insignificant AWP kills. It's not ideal.
Yeah, look at Nipple, 16 for 5. He is having a field day. It feels like he can do no wrong. He even only gets the 1 kill in towards short that run. I thought he was going to double up for sure, tucked into that corner, but it's enough to slow down the attack. And once again, it's this mid presence from Spirit Academy. 3 players in towards there. The hinge smoke doesn't quite land on the hinge, lands below it. So not quite the same effect, but there's no one on the other side at the moment. So no one really to counter it.
Look at this approach from Navi as well. They're so passive now in towards middle. They're letting Spirit just kind of waste their time with the control. They've been conditioned. Slowing things down, using the Molotovs to clear out all of these angles, but nobody's home. Bleeding out the clock now are the CTs, and they're in a good position to stop this short execute if it comes in.
Looks like potentially the mid to B smoke's being deployed here. Bit of control towards mid, a change up, but Frozy is holding the line, doesn't quite hit the shots. In fact, he's brought down to half, but has a teammate in response to support him. Both of these defenders, oh, Demon has the perfect line for a spray down on 2. He's not traded out either, stays alive, jiggling around this angle. He's able to swing up for a 3rd. Eventually, Ardfrost is able to get the trade. It's an awkward duel in towards mid, and of course, it's Nipple that comes out ahead. The bomb is on Owner, so at the very least, he can get it down, but the flank is coming through as well.
1 versus 3. Owner needs to find a kill quickly, otherwise this is going to be in a world of trouble. Might even get caught with his gun out and unbroken. He's just that far advanced forward. Typically, the B bomb site is one of the hardest ones to retake, but it is a 1 versus 3 for Navi Jr., so it's pretty easy, all things considered. But that's the first time we've seen the bomb be planted on that B bomb site. It has taken us, well, near on 11 rounds to get here, but finally, the C4, it's on B.
And it's Demon on that defense. It just does it all. Triples up. Those 2 kills, I mean, it's a bit lucky that he gets them sort of in that spray control where he can just get them both so quickly in succession without the trade potential. But the fact he's even able to get a 3rd, just that's the round over essentially at that point. So exactly what you want out of your anchor player. It looks like he might be tested again. 4 Ts in towards Upper Dark, looking like they're ready. The smoke goes out in towards doors, so they're going to be charging in on Demon's position. Can he repeat what he just did the prior round? The rotation from Frozik's going to open up with the first, and Demon is fully blinded. That's going to give the side here, but the flashbang to support Frozik jumping through. He's able to get another kill, and he's even staying alive, allowing the rotations to come through. Oh, it's all shutting down here. Frozik with the USP, even able to get a 2nd kill. And that's put it now in the 2-on-3, but Artfrost, he's able to even it up. The bomb has been dropped on site. That makes this so much more difficult for Spirit Academy because Headtrick, he's made his way there with the AWP.
Yeah, but they are fighting him. Oh, Headtrick with the 5-7 just through the smoke. Actually doubles up and somehow gets Navi Jr. on double digits. What an interesting one from him. I did not expect him to completely run through that smoke with a pistol. It was almost Simple-esque.
It felt like maybe he felt forced to do that with his teammate going down in towards double doors. He had to go for the play there, but it's so interesting. You just highlighted how difficult it can be to retake that B bomb site, right? And so Navi, they're fully aware of that. Rather than letting it get to the retake position, they take the fight to Spirit Academy. They don't let them get comfortable after they find that opening kill, and they don't let them get control.
It's good utility as well to even allow Spirit Academy in towards that bomb site, isolating those gunfights. Nearly there, just couldn't get the final nail in the coffin. It said it's unpredictability and the element of surprise that allows Headtrick to convert that clutch attempt. Meanwhile, in this round, it's a quicker one. They're going to start to burst up towards short here. Nipple aware of it, calling in the support. Headtrick is here with the AWP. Crossfire being held by Unbroken, and well, it's a little bit of a cleanup job.
Yeah, just the pistols here. They were upgraded, so there's a little bit behind it, but A-site, very difficult to take these long-range engagements against the M4s, particularly all the utility support, and Nipple, he gets up to 20 kills off the back of that triple. Only 13 rounds into it, onto the 14th now, and he is having an insane performance.
Yeah, it really is, and I tell you what, I talked pre-game as well about our Demon not really having too many kills, but when he does, its impact. He had that 2k, maybe even 3k on that B bomb site defense. That makes up for 50% of his kills, but it has netted Navi Jr. that round. All of these players are having significant impact for their team.
Finally, an opening kill, though, going the way of Spirit Academy. Artfrost is going to open it up, taking down the enemy AWPer of Headtrick. And Unbroken out towards long. He's on a bit of an island here, going for the spray, not able to convert it. Donk, he's good for the kill. That's a 2-man advantage. Nipple's rotated over, trying to get to the site before they arrive. The smokes get deployed. He can drop one of his own to play around. Frozik's here as well. A fair bit of damage has been done, but no kills taken so far in Nipple. He's sneaky around, but gets dinged through the smoke. It's a little bit misleading, though, because it's through the edge of the box. He's continuing to fight here, finds a kill. Hastinator is able to trade him out. And the man advantage, 2 of them, in fact, towards Spirit Academy, the best position they've been in quite some time. Artfrost removing Demon as well. And that's going to be a 3rd for Spirit Academy.
It's a good job by them as well. What's interesting is there was such a gap in that smoke, and Navi Jr. were just trying to shoot all the way through it. Spirit Academy did a really good job at circumnavigating it, even jumping on the car to strafe around the gap. And then whilst NAVI Jr. was so fixated on that cross, it allowed these elevated positions once Nipple falls on the bomb site just to come in and clean up the rest of the squad. Good stuff, and it's 3 rounds on the board now. Can they close it out with a 4th?
Well, that's the exact same recipe they had last round. Artfrost finds the opener. This time it's on to Frozek, so not quite the same impact as taking down the AWPer, but it's still a man advantage early on for Spirit Academy and something they can work with. Unbroken has taken control out towards Log, sitting on the other side of this smoke. 2T is directly opposite him. Oh, the incendiary drop. That's going to force him through, and he's fully blinded, but he's still able to get the first onto Donk, just going for the blind spray. That's still that man advantage. Owner trying to make it 2, and he's going to get that kill. You can see where the CTs are. This is the A site taken now. They have to get across. That should just be a matter of principles. They throw through this utility. Nipple is holding the line, but he's far back.
Spirit Academy just trying every trick in the book to gain these advantages. Owner running through an incendiary to chase down the player on short. And now he's tucked in just under the stairs. Demon could potentially walk straight into him. Needs to clear this angle, and he will. That's an important pickup. That can enable this retake to potentially be a little bit more successful. Utility being dropped in. Got to worry about this flank, though, that is coming up from short. Zontic is on his way. And Demon will now forward. Surely Spirit Academy have got this one in the bag.
Yeah, Zontic's going to find Nipple in the end. Not quite able to get up to too many shenanigans there. But look at that scoreboard. He has double what the next highest on his team does. Has the combined kills of Artfrost and Donk. He is on a whole another level here on Dust 2. And that's what we've seen so far from Nipple. Every single game he has played, he has been putting on these heroic performances.
Take a look at the highlights here. Spirit, they did win the pistol on this T side, and it's so fundamentally important, especially in this best of 1 scenario, that they now convert this CT side pistol coming into it. Here's those kills. Demon 3k on that bomb site. Really well played. It's also nice to see Artfrost just warming up a little bit into it. But I think we've got Navi.
Го только Зик будем
Что ты делаешь,
отдавать.
Андрей?
Не надо.
Не тот писик.
Зик, мы идем, там где Малик.
На Дел.
Го без Малика.
Возьмем.
Все равно.
Хорошо. Некси, осторожно.
Я банку зашел.
Го медленно.
Возьмите маму, пацаны.
Давай. Го бежать.
Сейчас,
Походу
сейчас.
Дел. Да, не флэш Дел давали, не Дел играть.
Второй дым. Второй дым.
Иду Малика, да.
Можешь трефить, да, сдалека?
Нет, Малика.
Я супер стрелю.
Единица.
Флэш до энтри флэшем подходите.
Хорошо.
На флэш.
Длина, длина.
Расходи.
Дым, дым. Каприка, Марк.
Подожди.
Пацаны, мы знаем.
Единица.
Единица.
Пацаны, жить.
4 тут. Еще. Один красный. Красный один.
Найс.
10 хп еще. Единица.
Сайт.
10 хп единица. Дим.
Вон тебе красный.
КТ. Вместе.
Найс, КТ.
КТ.
НТ. Ничего страшного.
Oh, you could hear the frustration, Demon. That would have been an incredible pistol ace. He finds 4 in the round. Incredible openers towards long while they're all distracted in towards short. And you could hear it in his voice. It was so close, almost able to get it over the line. But at the very end, falls short.
That is so unfortunate, but well played for Donk in that 1 versus 2. Gets it done at the very least. Artfrost peering on in with the scout in towards middle. Being baited out by the shots and trying to get it. Where's the bomb? Is that on top of the box as well?
No, it's in T-spawn. I think it's just the angle of it. You can see on the mini-map. It's it does look like he's trying to jump to get it right. Because of the angle. Like it's been stuck, but no. Just, slightly missing. Oh, Artfrost caught out trying to go for this double scope, and that's going to cost him his life. Zontic's able to at least get 1 in response. There's only these pistols. 1 PT50 in the mix and a Deagle. Not exactly the best purchase here for NAVI Jr. Going for something a little bit more economical. Owner trying not to get caught out. He's spotted that drop from Frozek though, so they know that he's made his way down there. And there's 2 rifles here to be able to pick all these off. It should be easy enough. Hedrick has found a kill, and yeah, it is just going to be cleanup in the end. Losing 2 players. That was just against a couple upgraded pistols, so a decent round for NAVI Jr.
Yeah, for sure. But most importantly, Spirit Academy, they are putting these rounds on the board. They go into this with a bit of a bonus. It's a couple of MP9s and are now going up against the full guns of Navi Jr. I think I saw an AWP just being thrown off as well. That will go play straight into Headtrick's hands, and that's going to be uncontested. Most importantly, peering on in towards mid, that grenade has been given up as well. So if it's information conveyed, there's more of a default. Navi Jr. about to go down lower tunnels and try and take middle.
It's a strong B lean here from the T's this time. 3 in towards upper dark to take that initial control, and then moving down into lowers to take a little bit in towards mid. Long securely taken by the CTs. There is a lurk out there as Navi start to spread out a little bit across the map. Patrick in towards upper mid, still peering in through double doors, trying to find the opener. Whereas Nipple, he's hunting in towards short. Going to deploy a smoke that he can play around. And a slow one here from Navi as they finally get their hands on these guns. And they have the advantage into this one with that AWP, especially against 2 MP9s as well.
Spirit showing respect. Don't want to force the issue. Mid utility being dropped in. Actually smoking off the B side of things. As well as CT spawn trying to work their way in. Zontic just playing on the cusp of this smoke. Trying not to get caught out. Nipple, in fact, he's just going to walk straight through it. And that's his position given up. There's the trade in towards mid. And as they extend on towards this B bomb site, in fact, Oda's going to find the kill with the MP9. And that allows Donk just to survive that little bit longer. This B anchor has done wonders on Mirage. And now he's doing the same on Dust 2.
I can't believe they get away with that. It felt like Navi Jr. has sort of had the setup there. That smoke deploys so that Nipple can sneak through and get the trade kill, but they all fade at the wrong time. He can't quite get through double doors. And the MP9s, they're the ones that get it done against the AKs, against the AWP. So a great hold from Spirit Academy. They start to close this gap. Only 4 rounds deficit now after that huge lead that Navi Jr. had on their CT side. And it's put Navi down into this pistol kind of half invest. They've got armor and a couple upgraded pistols to get it done.
Yeah, they're lining up the smokes now for B. It's going to be a quicker one. Try and overwhelm Donk. If he gets a couple of kills, and more importantly, just tries to stay alive a little bit for his team, and that means the rotations can come in. The spray, it's wild, and Demon will capitalize upon it. Artfrost is here, though, peering in towards the window, and in fact, they're going to relocate. All of them going towards lower.
Yeah, repositioning here, trying to set up for this retake. They should have the info that it's not the best buy. Obviously, 1 AK has been retrieved. Unbroken with a PT-50, potentially given the opportunity, but is going to fall back. The smoke's still deployed in towards B doors as well. That's going to give them cover, and they're going to take further control, trying to isolate this door, but Zontix is able to double up. That's put the advantage now for Spirit Academy as they push through onto the site, and it's just Brozik left. He gets cleaned up. There's not a lot of time, but a kit is in play. They should have the defuse.
But well played from Navi Jr. to really understand that situation and try and take the control away from Spirit in the afterplant. They've realized they're only operating with these upgraded pistols, so they have to overwhelm and try and put more rifles into their hands to give them a better chance of success. Good flashbang. Although Zontic gets 2 kills, that's the difference maker. The fact that he's able to provide a multi-kill allows the rest of his teammates to rotate in safely and retake the bomb site. But there's only 3 rounds now, the buffer between Spirit and Navi.
Full guns now coming out for Navi Jr. on this T side. Once again, Hedrick with the AWP. Rifles across the board. Flashbang comes through. It's going to force Artfrost off the angle. But they're not going to commit off the back of it. A resmoke gets deployed. And Hasanator has taken the info that they haven't pushed out long as well. They're going to be repositioning in towards mid. Looking to potentially find an opening once again, either in towards mid doors or short.
There is an opening as well. There's a gap that's been left. Owner's just about to reoccupy it in CT spawn. But if Headtrick is patient, you could be gifted a freebie here.
Repositioning. Trying to find anyone that's going to offer up the kill, but it's not happening yet. Minute left on the clock. Short is slightly open here. Artfrost is in towards long, so he can support, but there's no one on site. Just that one player in towards CT, 2 in mid, in fact. So the rotations can come through quickly. If they can get past this AWP, that's the avenue onto short. The Incendiary gets deployed to slow things down. Folks get thrown out by the Ts. You have to respect this utility that's being thrown through. Artfrost flashed off the angle, but they haven't committed yet. Had to wait for that Incendiary. Now they get to throw their utility. The go signal comes through. Demon looking for an opening. Another incendiary deployed to slow things down. They are just not finding a way out of here, and the clock it's ticking down further and further still. The smokes, they're fading. Artfrost, he's still on the angle, still ready to swing. So many CTs have rotated over, 2 in towards CT itself, and they've found 2 openers. Hasanator and Ona, they've both found kills, and, well, at the back of that, Demon, Headtrick, they just have to try and survive this round. Have to hold on to this AWP, it just completely falls flat.
That was a really well played round from Spirit. What they do is they just wait for Na'Vi Jr. for all the pressure to come towards them. They rely on the fact that they can hold their utility because Na'Vi Jr. they're kind of taking and executing onto these bomb sites is really telegraphed. They're trying to deploy all their utility and then run on towards the bomb site. So Spirit, they're holding it back. They don't need to even have these pieces of map control because they're so reliant and they're so confident in their crossfires, and then they can just dump incendiary after incendiary, keeping Na'Vi Jr. back, and they were never able to get to that bomb site.
Yeah, we mentioned in the pregame, we saw some of those stats and we looked at that CT side win percentage in Spirit Academy, and it's coming into effect here. This streak that they've had, just 2 rounds of deficit now. And for Na'Vi Jr., they've got that AWP, and you can see they've had to call attack pause just to try and work out how they play this round out. We are going to have, once again, though, the team speaks. So maybe we can get an indicator of how Na'Vi will play it.
По 3-тяжку сразу, если что, один квадрат. Возможно, один
пробегал. Возможно, Авик Б пробегал, пацаны.
Либо один.
Я бы ничего не скинул, похта Авик Б.
Да, он ничего не кидали, парни. На, ничего не скинули.
Бустик.
Один Б реально.
Ты можешь выйти квадрат нам. Чел,
2 Б играют.
Один КТ пацаны.
Б, давай.
Можно похолдить.
Я могу на сплит положить.
Давай. Дали молик, 2 кота. Или один.
Я Б промчись сейчас.
Я подал сейчас, где копье?
Я Б мучусь.
Он не пикает, нашел на Авик. Нет, в КТ до сих пор.
Зик.
Удачи Б.
Один Зик упор и один на единицу.
Нет, 2 Б играют, окна и машина должен быть. Да, машина.
Когда?
Дай мне флеш под конец дома, я дропну.
Заколешь?
Давай.
Дал флеш.
Ты близко.
К дому сидел. Так. Буду загонять. Да.
Nicely done again by Spirit Academy. There's a lot to pick out in these rounds that I'm really impressed with. First of all, Artfrost being innovative enough to be boosted up onto lower tunnels. Na'Vi Jr. running a default, that's the man advantage. And then how dynamic he is. Dropping down immediately to CT, being supported by the Molotov to flush out. Another Na'Vi Jr. player being so aggressive in towards these mid doors that occupied the dead space that Spirit gave up as a result of that boost. Really nicely done. Fundamentals on point on this CT side. Spirit Academy, they're right back in the game, but Na'Vi Jr. right now, they're trying to take long control early.
Yeah, they haven't put as much pressure on towards long as we saw from Spirit Academy, so a bit of a change up. At least they're taking control of that for now, can get that player in towards pit to play around. It is just the scout for Headtrick. No AWP for him this time round. Xbox Smoke gets deployed. Heavy lean towards mid once again. Spirit Academy, they did this on both T and CT side now. Not letting any ground be taken, but it's all 5 Ts in towards long. Defense is here from Spirit Academy. The smokes can come through and slowly crawl their way out. There's a gap at the moment. The second smoke not been thrown quite yet, but it's going to come in through now so they can close that gap. Get the bomb across. The AWP is holding the line. It's a great save from Hasanator. Does a huge amount of damage on the 2 players. Artfrost playing the line here. It's good for the kill into Unbroken. Nipple trying to find the one in response, but it's the boost that comes up. But it's Artfrost that finds that kill, but a couple in response here. That's even things back out into this 3-on-3 Headtrick, trying to play with this scout. He spots the body and the headshot. The scout wins against the AWP, and that gives the man advantage to Na'Vi Jr. trying to find these last 2. They have the info, trying to find these duels in the smoke. Prozic's going to find the first, and that puts it onto Zontix. Pull off the 1 versus 3. They know exactly where he is, and all he has to protect himself is a smoke, and that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, Spirit Academy just trying to take the fight to NAVI during that round. Just been praising them for sitting back, relying on their utility work. But as soon as Artfrost gets a couple of these kills here, it really incentivizes the defense to try and overwhelm NAVI Junior. That's exactly what just starts their downfall. Clinical shots coming out from that scout. And the rest of the defense is cleaned up instantly. NAVI Junior 12 rounds on the board now. That's their first in this second half.
Knath getting a few more of those. Good signs from Headtrick there. But, Artfrost only gets the leg. Not quite able to finish the job, but Owner is close by if they do decide to commit to this. But it is that common setup. In fact, they ran it themselves in that CT side, so they should be ready for it. Owner holding the line, though, is able to find Nipple. That was the man that was legged earlier. But at the very least, it's not a full-bodied player, a full-health player that goes down. But still is a man advantage to Spirit Academy early on. The control taken in towards mid doors, but that's a perfect incendiary to flush Artfrost back, or Headtrick back.
Playing on the edges of these smokes now, NAVI Junior. Trying to get the control in towards short, but that's where Hazinator will strike. Taste their own medicine, perhaps, for NAVI Junior. As Spirit Academy, they press and squeeze in towards middle. And they apply the bleed. Headtrick with the AWP. Flashing his teammates in for this peak, but as soon as Hazinator feels a little bit of contact, he can just drop off. As soon as I say that, in fact, they're going to go for an aggressive peek, but Demon peeks out at the wrong time, and now Artfrost has it all to do on his back. There's the first challenge, but Unbroken will immediately trade out. Man advantage is still with Spirit, but they are isolated, and Owner's burning alive.
Yeah, this Molotov is great at flushing them out, and it's going to catch Owner off guard. He can't escape. There's no comfortable position there. And that's put it now onto the 2-on-2. Both of these Spirit Academy CT players are coming from behind in the same position. Unbroken, he hears them coming through, though. He's good for the first. Not quite able to get to the second, though. And Headtrick, he has at least gotten the bomb down. It's not planted for him. It's actually planted for short. But he has the angle. He knows exactly where Zontix has to come from. And he's got the AK-47. Both of these players. Awkward duels here. Damage done. Has the smoke that he can play around as well, just trying to find this headshot angle. Zontix boosts it up, can't quite hit the shot. It's an awkward engagement, no one coming out. In fact, Zontix has dropped, and that's going to catch Headtrick off guard, not quite ready for it, but neither able to finish the job, trying to do the damage, and eventually it is Headtrick that comes out ahead.
Yeah, well played as well. Just repositioning on towards that bomb site, just making sure that the clock is running down as well. NAVI Junior start to pull away, consecutive rounds in a row on this T side, and Spirit Academy, they did really well. And in fact, in the last season of WePlay Academy League, it was Dust 2 on this CT side that had one of the biggest win rates on that CT side. It was just behind Nuke and Overpass. So it's in the top 3 of our 7-map map pool. 56.5% win rate for that CT side, which is actually quite a disparity.
That's a great round for NAVI Junior to be able to crawl back as well, right? That was a 3v5. You have to remember that they had him that, and they lost Nipple early on. He was the opener that went down. That's their top fragger at the moment. He's out there on 24 kills. He gets removed early on after getting that tag. And then, Frezik goes down as well, and they managed to convert it in the 3v5. Fantastic round.
It was a well-placed incendiary towards CT as well, because it split the defense and it forced them back away from the bomb site. Had to make them relocate in towards short, and that's exactly what Unbroken was holding for. So it was all telegraphed, and it was really well played from Na'Vi. Headtrick peeking in towards mid. Owner definitely been spotted in towards lower. It's a P90 here as well. Here it goes into the grinder, but not quite. Owner will get traded out. Man advantage still with the T's.
That might be the first P90 we've seen of Season 5, but unfortunately it's not able to get any work done. You like to see it. It's a bold choice for an SMG. Obviously doesn't give you the same amount of kill reward, costs more money, and often overlooked. But Hasanator, he has to be careful out towards long. Yeah, good reposition here. He's the only one on the A side of the map, and that's exactly where these 3 Ts are hounding their way towards. He's out here all alone. Demon, alongside Frozik, they're able to do enough damage to bring him down. And off the back of that, you can see both these CTs, they have to save. Artfrost's holding this gap, but given it fades, he has to back off. NAVI Junior, they're going to get up onto a 14th now after Spirit had such a dominant run. Just saving these guns here. Little smiley on the graffiti. having a little look into that one. Not much else to really look into this round. Unbroken's actually going for a little bit of a hunt, trying to see if he can spot anybody out. Headtrick's providing overwatch, but they're sitting well back into the bomb site. That bomb about to explode. They have not really a great deal of money, so they don't really want to commit any further onto this one. And yeah, that is going to be that 14th in the end for Navi.
Yeah, nicely done from Navi Junior. It just feels like they might have flipped a switch, and Spirit Academy, they've had that run on that CT side, but Navi Junior don't care. They're now waiting out this pressure from Spirit Academy, especially in lowers towards that round. And they group up as a unit and then make sure their trade spacing is tight. That just really nets them 14 rounds on the board. Headtrick thinking about peeking. It's going to be a little bit delayed. But nobody's in here for Spirit Academy. In fact, Artfrost, with that counterpart AWP, peeking in towards short. But meanwhile, this skirmish is taking place on long.
Yeah, Demon looking for that opener. Now going to be falling back though, so the opportunity doesn't present itself. I think Headtrick's hesitancy there on the peak is due to the fact that Artfrost had been sitting there on the other side the prior round, and he got caught a little bit off guard by an off angle. So you can see he was clearing for it this time around. Smoke's getting ready to be deployed. There are 3 CTs nearby though. Owner in towards CT, Hasinator close by. Oh, they both threw the same smoke. That's a little bit awkward. That leaves a huge gap for these CTs to work with. And the rotation's already coming through from lower dark. They're going to be ready for this crunch. You see Zontix, he's pushing up alongside his teammate, Demon.
Oh, no.
Getting ready to go into the site, but the defense is here.
That's 4 smokes used for the cross. Oh, and Hasinator doesn't even care. Unbroken found. Utility at least will trade. For Spirit Academy, the rotations are all here. Nipple's being burnt alive through the wall. It's so unfortunate, but Headtrick, oh, he's turned away at the wrong time. This is dangerous. Might have heard the flash, but needs to spin around. Headtrick will, but is he ready for the second? No. Owner will trade out. 2 versus 3.
That's all the info given up there. They notice Demon and Nipple trying to reposition now. Owner pushing up onto the side. Demon has to be so careful. It's such a close combat engagement. Nipple has found a kill as well. They put this now into the 2-on-1. Such a little HP. 40 between the both of them. Owner just has to hit 2 bullets. That's the first. The clock, though, it's ticking down. Nipple, he might have just done it by staying alive. Is there a kid in play? There is. It should just come through the defuse, but Navi Junior, they almost get it done.
Yeah, really scary situation there. On towards that bomb site. Spirit Academy, they just swing in. They try and double face with the crossfire, but unfortunately the headshots just land Navi Junior's way. Thankfully, because the players have been brought down so low in the early exchanges, that just allows this defuse to come in, but it's such fine margins here to close out Dust 2. What a best of 1.
Fantastic quadra kill there from Owner to bring it across the line. That flank was perfect. Headtrick, he's going to find that opener this time. Onto Zontix. Artfrost going for the aggressive peek in towards upper mid from short, but going to be getting there a little bit too late. All his teammates, all the enemies have scampered away into lowers. This is being held. Owner on the line. All of these Spirit Academy players, their kills, they're within 2 kills of each other. It's a real team effort on this side. The Nipple, he's going to open it up by removing Owner, who'd gotten that 4K in the previous round. That's given them a 2-man advantage. Navi staring down the barrel now of getting that map point.
It has, but there's still 2 players here for short for Spirit Academy. Gonna start to move away now. Hasinator even being flashed back in. Counter flashes of their own. Headtrick just wallbangs him out the server. See you later. 5 versus 2, and it's all on Donk. Extending in, he gets the first, but unfortunately cannot transfer on towards the second. And Navi Junior, they're now 5 kills away from closing out Dust 2.
From what we've seen from Donk, I was totally expecting him to get those 2 kills clean. But unfortunately, not quite able to get the second. Gets the dink through, but not able to finish him off. And that was kind of the hero moment that was needed. But Navi Junior, they find that opening. Headtrick able to get it done with the AWP. He's been looking for that one so consistently. And this time he's even got the spawn for long. So he can go for that one. Artfrost is in towards mid with the scout. So it's not the best buy into this one. They've had to fully invest everything up against map point. And it's not the best situation. So they're going for a bit of a hero play. Owner, he's pushing in towards top mid. Nipple seems a little bit aware of it, but they've already made their way past. And now Owner, he can get on this flank.
How far up does he go, though? Holding for Unbroken. Will Unbroken be ready for this? It's information gathered at the very least for Navi Jr. Only clears him, but it doesn't matter, Owner. He'll win out the engagement. Now Navi Jr. are trapped in. They're just constricted in towards long, which is why they're going to go hunting. Try and eliminate this flank of Owner. Try and get it in their favor. It's a perfect flashbang to do it. And now their positions temporarily are unknown.
Yes, the counter flash normally you see it go the other way out towards long, but it's thrown backwards and it works. And Headtrick is able to remove Artfrost. That's a huge kill to find. The AWP on the scout on the defense removed. He is tagged in the process, but sitting down long here, he can just post up while his teammates barrel onto site and get it done. Demon has found a kill. That's just the Deagle and an MP9 now that are all that Spirit have to work with. Scout is retrieved. The Deagle trying to get it done here from Zontix, and he's able to find Nipple. That's a huge kill. Demon gets boosted up. He's able to find one, and Donk with the MP9 has to pull off the 1v3. They are all close combat, so potential to get it done. Trying to face with the smoke here. Goes down. That's the first kill, but Headtrick, he's ready for the trade. And Navi are going to take it 16-11.
Well played from Spirit Academy, though. This was an 11-4 deficit coming into that CT side, and they bring it back to within touching distance. And when it all seems said and done, Navi Jr., they just start piecing these rounds together. Really nice team play to counteract this utility the Spirit Academy were dropping in. 16-11 looks a lot more respectable than what it could have been.
Yeah, it was an 11-4 half, right? Navi Jr. on that CT side, they looked unstoppable. It looked like that defense could not be broken. And Spirit Academy were feeling like maybe they didn't have all the different recipes they needed to get it done. There was a bit of repetition in terms of their takes in towards mid and that real focus on towards the A side. Kind of left them feeling a little one-dimensional, but it's here on the CT side they really stepped up, and it was a tailored CT half in the end, but Navi, perhaps virtue of that huge lead they started with, are able to get it done in the end.
Yeah, and that just keeps propelling them further into this group, right? It's another win on the belt. They're looking good here in the group stages of WePlay Academy League Season 5. But Spirit Academy, they shouldn't be disheartened by this. It was a good showing, and it looks a lot better than what they had put up earlier in the day as well. So it's definitely confidence to kind of round out the evening of the Counter-Strike for them.
Yeah, I think definitely a score they're a lot more happy with than that 216.
Yeah.
And Navi is certainly a team that you'd be feeling pretty good to put performance against. They're currently flawless, 3-0 now in the groups, right? That's better than MOUZ NXT are at the moment after that loss they just suffered towards Prospects. So, that's it's not anything to be too stressed about if you're Spirit Academy. And we are early stages here in the groups of WePlay Academy League. Plenty of games for them to continue to get warmed up in. And I've been really impressed with what we've seen so far from this team.
Yeah, shout out as well to Artfrost, because he wasn't having the best halves coming into CT, but he really just upped his ability, really just showed what he's capable of as well. Multi-kills round on round, really impressive. We're just seeing the highlights just kind of come to a close now. And there you have it. Let's have a look at the scorelines overall. Nipple, I think he had 20 kills actually going into the turn of the half, so not as much impact on that T side. I think it was more the Headtrick and Demon show, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, but 27 kills. He is that is outrageous. 104 ADR. He's been the top performer in every single one of their maps. He had 38 kills in the opener against Australia's Talent in double OT, 28 kills against Prospects in a 16-13 map, and now 27 against Spirit Academy. This is one of the best up-and-coming talents that I've seen come out just swinging so quickly here. And by all rights, we can see his name right in the scoreboard because he is the man to be watching for Navi.
Yeah, 104 ADR over the entire game is actually just insane, really. Lots of impact and, incredibly dominant performance overall from Navi Jr. But commiserations to Spirit Academy, who have actually just lost twice today. But we're not done. There's still more best of ones on the way. We've got Prospects taking on Eternal Fire Academy, and I think that one could actually be a lot closer than first meets the eye. But Lucy, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes for that final best of one of the day.
everybody. We just had a banger of a matchup between NAVI Junior and Spirit Academy, but the action doesn't stop there. Our final game of the day, Prospects versus Eternal Fire Academy. And this one, there's a lot of reasons to be excited about, Brandon.
Yeah, look, I'm really excited for this game because we've got Eternal Fire Academy. They've got a new roster that's come into this season. Weren't really too sure what to expect. However, they've actually been doing quite well. They haven't won any games yet, but 16-7 against MOUZ NXT on Inferno, and then 16-13 yesterday against Astralis Talent on Mirage. They looked really competitive. And then 0-0 Prospects, again, it's one of those where it's another one of these teams where they just beat MOUZ NXT just earlier today on Mirage. It was 16-7. It was a trouncing from them.
Yeah, what can you say? 0-0 Prospects, the best academy team in the world. Let's just call it off now. They beat MOUZ NXT. It's all over. Hang on. All right, we'll play out all the rest of the group stage, the play-ins and the playoffs, just so we can see them do the whole journey. But no, an incredibly impressive game. To do it in such a dominant fashion as well is a huge boon for this relatively new squad, right? Like, this is their first time with this new core that's come through. It's only the one player in Spooky who's stayed across seasons. And the fact that they've been able to get it together after 3 Mirage games in a row, and likely that we might end up at Mirage again, just knowing both of these
I can see
teams.
it.
Yeah, but we'll talk about the veto in a second. But yeah, there's a lot to be excited about with this team. It's a fantastic showing, and I can't wait to see them continue this run after that upset.
Yeah, and what kind of excites me as well, and what's kind of just a new thing, is that we talk about Prospects against MOUZ NXT, and Franson, he's a guy that we haven't really been shouting about. We've been covering Prospects for the past couple of days, and he's been kind of there on the cusp of really just being up towards the score. We're 23-12 against MOUZ NXT, and Alex as well, leading by example. 17 kills, he's right up there with them. Prospects, they look very, very scary on Mirage.
Yeah, and they had a really strong CT side. That was the big difference maker between them. So, like I mentioned, we're going to get those videos coming through, and Mirage feels like a likely one. We don't know too much about Eternal Fire Academy's map pool just because they are a brand new roster. We're seeing some of those bans come out, which are probably expected. Ancient, definitely, we kind of expect them probably not to be playing that one, but it's a real question mark what they feel comfortable on. All we've seen from them so far is Inferno and Mirage, and it was on Mirage they looked the most comfortable. That's where they almost closed it out against Astralis Talent. We saw Cyber looking incredibly sharp on the T side.
Yes.
M-Star, he had that massive CT resurgence, right, where he had 22 total kills, 19 of them on that CT side.
Pretty good, right? I mean, what's interesting here is that Eternal Fire, they've actually banned out Inferno, which is something that they did play against MOUZ NXT. But Prospects, they've got the decision now. Where do they want to end up? Vertigo ban coming in. They could even throw it to Nuke, potentially. I know they used to play that in the Lil Mix core, but with the new IGL, the new style, it wouldn't surprise me if it was Mirage. But regardless, it is Mirage. But Eternal Fire Academy, they can now choose the side of where they want to begin.
Yeah, it's a small consolation, and given what we saw on their CT side, that's a good start for them to be in, because again, it was the CT side from 0-0 Prospects was what got them really into that great position against MOUZ NXT. And now it's going to be their 4th Mirage game in a row, so they're certainly fans of that map. The big question for me now is further into this group stage is, can they expand that map pool?
Yeah, well, we have to wait and see. I guess they're trying to refine, just get really good at these one maps. It doesn't really matter too much in the best of ones, but if they, well, presumably will make it out of this group stage and head into the gauntlets, head into the best of 3s, then you've got to consider, well, your map pool is quite weak. You need to kind of expand it just a little bit. And it'll be interesting to see how that one plays out. But it's the old reliable for Prospects. They have elected to keep up the Mirage bandwagon and the train. And we do get to see it. Looks incredibly dominant against MOUZ NXT. So, I mean, why wouldn't you? Got to be filled with confidence. They're the kings of the WePlay Academy League, MOUZ NXT. And, well, Prospects made it look like it was a complete easy street.
It's a bit of a funny story, right? Because they beat MOUZ NXT 16-8. They lost to NAVI Junior, and that was 16-13. So pretty close affair. And they lost to Spirit Academy 16-7, right? So it feels like they've, against what you would consider better opponents, putting up a better performance. It's kind of the opposite of what you expected. Or maybe they just needed to warm up into it. But been really impressed with what they're seeing. And I guess looking at these two teams on this map, to me, it does feel like 0-0 Prospects have the advantage coming into Mirage.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm excited to see what Eternal Fire Academy can produce, though. I want to see more from Syzex. He's one of the AWP players on this squad that you you see his name here and there in the kill feed, but it's not really that impactful. Mirage AWP presence, especially on CT side towards window and connect. I want to see him being dynamic. I want to see him try and take the fight towards prospects. And Hype, he's one of those players that is on the AWP for the prospects. And again, he's kind of had a bit of a slow start here to the group stage. So if he can take advantage of that, come to this X, win out the engagements, it could be a little bit more of a rockier and just difficult time for the prospects.
Yeah, and for Eternal Fire Academy, I think it's that T side that's a big worry for them. They had a really good showing on the CT side, but they only got 5 T rounds in that matchup against Astralis Talent. The fact that they were able to bring back that 16-13 scoreline, even if it was a loss, is quite impressive considering the deficit they were working with. But thankfully, at least they should be starting on this CT side. I assume they'll elect to pick that one. It would be a bit unusual if they didn't. So they'll be in a good position to get started for a strong start. But yeah, that T side has big question marks because it felt like it was just Cyber that was able to get things done.
Yeah, I agree. If it wasn't for his space and really opening up the bomb sites, then it just felt like they'd just get shut down time and time again by that Astralis Talent side. So it is a very big question mark, and I think that if they need to have some sort of success on this, they need to start strong on this CT side. Obviously, win the pistol. That's a big kind of momentum swing in your favor, and then really just try and set themselves up for success in this first half to potentially not try and rely too much on that T side, because you're right, it did look a little bit shaky.
Yeah, and it feels like both of these teams, I mean, we have only got to see them playing together like the last 2 days, so it's maybe a little bit too early to make the judgment calls, but it feels like they're very momentum-based teams, particularly Eternal Fire Academy. It feels that way, where when they sort of got stuck in that run on the T side, they couldn't find the way out of it. And it felt similar in those first opening matches that we got to see from 0-0 Prospects until they had that upset over MOUZ NXT and looked like a bit of a different beast. But now we'll be finally seeing those graphics coming up, which means we're going to be jumping in the lovely sunny sunshine of Mirage.
I think that's a really good point as well that you mentioned about the momentum based for Eternal Fire. In the opening game on Inferno against MOUZ NXT, they went on a 3-round streak on that T side, and then that was it for a very long period until they managed to grab a round. But apart from that, it was 4 rounds on that T side that we are drawing into question as well. And then yesterday against Astralis Talent, it just really felt like there was some streaky moments from them, but as soon as they lost a couple in a row, their confidence was almost just that little bit shattered.
Yeah, and you can understand that with a brand new roster, and particularly you have to remember these are very young players. Some of them, this is their first time playing even on a professional team, and that's a lot to be taking in, and it's a lot to be sort of learning on the fly. And for many, their very first professional tournament, right? Like it's a huge stage to be debuting on, and that can be a little bit intimidating. You can maybe get in your head a little bit. You just need to sort of get through these group stage games, start to feel confident, build up the experience, and then see if you can get some of these upset wins against some of these more established teams.
Yeah, give them an incredible amount of experience as well, because just looking back on these demos, just watching back the key little things that they'll pick out from each of these teams as well playing in the tournaments will only help them going forward. What a platform this academy is providing. See it on the slogan as well, this is the future of CSGO, and here at WePlay, the competition is just rising. We've said this a few times all throughout since the group stage has started. It just feels like the level is going up and up and up each season.
Yeah, I think the raw talent, there's no question, right? We've seen some incredibly snappy aim from those various teams, some of these new guys. Like, I mean, we just saw it in that NAVI game. Players like Nipple, who have come from the youth roster from NAVI, are able to put up huge numbers. So no questions to the talent on display here, but it's these new team environments where everything is on the line, and they're having these debut moments that they have to start shining. This is Eternal Fire's opportunity to get a W on the board.
Countdown begins. Prospects working on this T side. Eternal Fire Academy, what have you got? A couple of pieces of utility. Just on Jota with a kit as well for bo1 and the rest of the prospects. They're grouping up towards A. There's only one defender here.
Yeah, smoke's going to go through. That's going to be the alert signal Jota. You can call in the reinforcements. A couple of players starting to make their move. That lean towards B going to leave them a little bit skeleton crew here, but the bomb gets dropped. Zex has found a huge kill and a second. He's doubled up, trying to go for the third, and he gets it on the fadeaway. That's a massive triple kill to find. Alex is able to get the trade. Wicadia is here trying to do something, but it's that 2v4. What a shot from Wicadia. These USB headshots are so clean, and they get it done. Zex, what a round.
There we go. There's that impact. We called upon it and he delivers in round number 1. It's not the AWP instead. It's the USP. But what a hat trick of kills to get on the bomb site. It completely shuts the prospects down and allows the rotations to come in time. Not even the C4 can be planted on the bomb site. What a start for Eternal Fire Academy.
Even Mercadia's kill, it's just felt like that was like the millisecond timing to hit that shot. That's that crisp aim we're talking about from these young guys. Putting it on display, and prospects now, they've weren't able to get that bomb down. Not really able to find anything in that round. That's going to put them onto the Glocks here. bo1 NXT trying to keep his fingers from being singed, but let's be careful. He's been spammed down through the wall. A little bit of a lick as well, keeping his toe a little bit toasty. Now they're going to be making their way out. The flash comes through that Cyber can peek off, and they're actually going to fall back off the back of it. These Glocks trying to escape. Cyber trying to hunt them down, but no damage or no kills coming so far.
As a top mid push, Wicadia, got to be careful not to be overrun. The prospects, they don't want anything to do with mid. Hightailing up towards this ramp. And Jota, he's here, but he needs his teammates to come in to support. They're a little bit far away right now. FAMAS, equipped, working his way in towards Ticket. Just tucking in, and now he reveals himself. It's a good start, but how many more can he get? Oh no, it's only the one. MStar and CyzX rotating in, but that bomb, it can go down.
That's a huge win, even just not getting any further kills. The fact that they get the bomb plan is everything, and they're trying to aggress further. Cyber, he's going to be ready for it. CyzX doubling up, in fact, and Alex, with that Glock, he is removed eventually, but the fact that they find a kill there and get the bomb down is huge. That's a win for prospects.
It is. But the round is on the board for Eternal Fire Academy nevertheless. They keep it flawless early. 2 rounds in a row, and now it's going to be the guns coming out for the prospects. How are Eternal Fire Academy going to deal with this? Let's find out as we jump onto their comms.
Oluyor lan. Sese girdi. Yak kanka rampayı, mid flash bende.
Gördüm window'u.
Bir de flash.
Ses söylesene.
Rampa boost AP. Rampa boost AP.
Sorun yok. Bir çıktı mı?
Evet. Bir de çıktı galiba. 2 tane rampa vardı en son.
Kanka B'yi salıp gelebiliyorsanız çok tatlı.
Bir daha geldim.
Aynen mid agresif yapabiliriz beyler beraber.
Ya da B'ye G2 atarım. Palasa. Can B'ye G2 atarım.
Mid'de beraber fight arayın kanka beraber.
Mid'e flash'ım var mı?
Şiş catwalk yok. Catwalk smoke
Mid'e flash'ım ben attım.
Var benim var.
Benim var. At. Attım.
Tek kişi.
Görmedim.
Bunlar genelde
Toplanıp oyun oynayacaklar. Bir daha window. Under gelmiş olabilir şu an.
Mid'de adam saptırıyor belki. Dikkat et connector'a.
Tapcon attı. Under var. Boost'a bakacağım.
Bakıyor.
Bir de flash var mı?
Short'a dönebilirsin herhalde.
Bir de flash.
var kanka.
At.
Attım.
Short tarafı.
Nether'ı yaktı. Bir tane daha
Kon
var.
ağzı bir can.
Tapcon şey attı.
Kon girdi.
Ondan önce
Flash attı.
Palas da var. A oynayacak böyle.
Catwalk öldü.
Bir can.
Kon girdiler.
Kon çıktı. Jungle pick.
İki tane linkli.
Biri Palas'ta.
Tight biri.
Triple biri. Biri triple, biri rampaydı. Palas'taki duruyor hala.
Bir jungle, bir triple, bir palas. City ile mi shift'te?
Beraber oynarsınız. Samet'te kit var kanka.
Biri triple'da.
Triple üstte dikkat.
Biri arada attı. Bekle. Ahmet benim bir Palas'ıma bakabiliyor musun?
Bakıyorum,
Bak
hopluyorum şu an.
Palas'a fokus ol kanka.
Net bende.
Tamam.
Jungle olabilir bir tane. Deplememiz lazım.
Tamam.
Samet direkt otursana Samet. Direkt otur kanka istiyorsan. Direkt otur. Başka şansımız yok şu an. Rampa.
Enti. Güzel ya almışlar, dönmüş.
Nice try.
Hero AP'yi de istiyor musun?
Yere çekeriz.
Bakalım kanka.
Siz kalın, ben Hero AP alayım isterseniz.
Calling the NT there before the round was over. Going for the ninja defuse just to bait them in, try and do some damage, but unfortunately doesn't get it done. There's an opportunity here when Arcadia finds that kill, but that was the critical deal in towards window. The fact that he's not able to find that kill, that pretty much puts the round into prospects' hands, and they get their first on the board.
Look at this though. Single AWP, hero on CyzX. The rest of the defense is just armed with deagles, so let's see how this one plays out. It is uncontested, it's just the AKs, and that's a pixel gap and a half. CyzX peering on in, down towards the B apartments, trying to catch a player, transitioning towards underpass. The Prospects have made it down quite safely, and they're trying to take mid.
Yeah, Six knows that he has to find the opener here. He has to do the hero moment because he's the one with the weapon, and it's a big green. It's the weapon that matters. Just deagles around him. He has to be in the right position when this hit comes through. MStar going to get a bit of info, especially with that flash coming back through. That's going to tell him everything, that there's at least 2 players nearby. bo1 NXT has made its way all the way up into connector. That bomb's still towards top mid. Prospects aren't committing quite yet. But the AWP, it's been removed. Sex has gone down. It can be retrieved. It's not your AWP holding onto it.
And all the meanwhile, Prospects have gathered the ground up towards short. Wakeda is here. Position uncompromised as of yet. Calling Jota to rotate in. If he's quick on this, he will get in before the execute comes into fruition. But Wakeda will give up his spot. And the vision is now obscured for Jota. He has to rotate in here as the Prospects barrel out of the apartments. But he will land the first shot. But how many more has he got?
Yeah, Vacadia still tucked in on site, and the flank is coming through. It's wrapped all the way in from Palace, but that's Vacadia going down. Jota, he's trying to push out, trying to find the opening here. The smoke is obscuring Franson just on the edge. He's able to catch him. That's a huge kill to fire, but Hype, he's doubled up. And the flank is coming through, but his teammates have all fallen. It's the 1v3 for Cyber, trying to find these heads, trying to find these angles, the way into it. Ooh, just under the player into long, short. Not quite able to hit it, though. And Hype, he gets it done with the AWP.
Yeah, nice couple of kills for Hype. 4 in that round for him, just making sure that Prospects do win out the round. It's a good mid-round. They kind of identify where the stack is, kind of probing over towards the B apartments, taking the space that has been given up. And Hype to close with his preferred weapon of choice. That's a freebie. AWP doesn't even need to be brought up for this T side as they even up the scoreline and now try and extend in towards middle. Should be a clean one. On paper, Mac-10 could farm the cash, as Spooky will extend onto MStar at short.
Hype was a player that you highlighted we need to see a little bit more out of, and he's off to a fantastic start here. 4K in the prior round, and gets the opener into this one. It is just against the upgraded pistols. But you want your AWP player firing on all cylinders on a map like Mirage. This one's looking pretty clean from Prospects so far. They've found 3 openers. They've forced these 2 CTs into the B bomb site. AD has even been spotted on that jump peak because they know exactly where he is. Find a little angle here. A cheeky kill, and there it is. That's a great headshot onto bo1 NXT. But off the back of it, that's going to be the call to A. The smoke's going to get deployed. That site should be easily theirs. They can put that bomb down. Clearing out of the angles, just playing it safe here. Alex don't want to give any chances over, but given they know at least one player is over towards B, they feel fairly confident getting that one down. And Spooky can go for a bit of a hunt here with the Mac-10 as well.
Trying to find a player. But I don't think he's going to be given anything. Zizek's just on the deagle, holding the tight line. Prospects well played by them. On towards that A bomb site. Can put the bomb straight down. Eternal Fire's defense was tested and obliterated. And they will take the lead for the first time in this game as well. 3-2. It's definitely going to be a tale of the 2 AWP players. I think that will decide which one, kind of the scales of which way this game will fall.
Well, Hype, he's off to a great start. 7 for 3 at the moment. We have seen some pretty solid sides from Syzex. Obviously, that pistol round was the big moment where you got those very crisp 3K that essentially secured on that round. And he gets his hand on that AWP once again and a chance to stem the bleeding here as Prospects get 3 consecutive. Off to a good run here on their T side after losing the opener and the conversion. The ground being taken once again in towards the outside XD. A bit of damage onto him last time, but this time he avoids the spam, jumping up on top of that kitchen, knocking the pots and pans about, not obeying any rules of visiting. You don't want people jumping in your kitchen.
Very unhygienic.
No.
Especially with all the bullets and the debris. Not the best. But for Prospects, they want middle instead. That grenade, that's going to do a hefty amount of damage towards Spooky. dropping some utility in return, trying to take this connector position. M-Star can't see anything just yet, trying to use the light in case prospects boost up. And then when it disappears, he knows, I believe, that there's a player in there. Maybe he doesn't.
Spotted it. So I'm sure he did, but he doesn't want to reveal his position, right? He's just playing it safe. Falling back a little bit. Maybe he's not aware of it. He's not jiggling into that angle.
No, he doesn't know. Okay. And that's the audio cue now given up, and now Spooky, that's a freebie. See you later, but Wicadia, oh, he's on the boosted position of his own. Will fall off, but Bob XD will trade out at the very least. 3 versus 2, man advantage still with the T side, and the defense nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, 6 with the AWP. It's not really the weapon for the retake into this B bomb site, particularly with both angles smoked off. They don't really have a way into this one. Just want to hold on, see if they can find some exits, perhaps. You can see that boost up from Wicadia, it's often one of those plays that's good for one, right, where you tucked in there, but as soon as you're spotted, it's so difficult to get out of there. You can see he drops down, tries to reposition, but they know exactly where he is. They're able to hunt him down. With him going down, that's the B-bomb site completely opened up. Prospects now get 2-round lead. Off to a nice start here on the T side, and that's when perhaps the Eternal Fire, we're expecting them to really look strong on the CT. That's where they've shown us all that firepower before.
Especially taking 2 rounds in the lead already. But Prospects, they just bounce back. Guns come into play, and they're just completely overwhelming this Eternal Fire Academy side. And this one we did look to pre-game, right? So Eternal Fire Academy, they need these CT rounds because their T sides have looked a lot weaker. So right now, if you're an Eternal Fire Academy fan, it doesn't look the best, but there's plenty more rounds to play in this first half. Guns back out. AWP strikes for Sizx, and now M-Star can try and swing in to support with the FAMAS, but he loses life instantly. 4-on-4, all to play for in mid.
Yeah, Wicadia is still here though, but Hive's holding the angle, doesn't quite hit the shot though. The wide swing dodges the bullet, can't hit that flick. So we are in this 4-on-4, but look at the HP of Franson. 3 health points for him. Looking a lot worse for wear. With that rifle, it's not really ideal having 3 HP. I wonder if we'll see him swap with Hype. You can see that one coming into effect for the low HP player, with the AWP can get away with having a little bit less health, but we'll see. Gonna be making their way into Palace. That's how we say it.
What?
Where I'm from.
No, you don't.
Palace, mate. Anyway, getting ready for that one. Joshua on the other side, jumping the angle, looking for the info. It's a bit of a heavy B lean from the CTs. Jota's going to get the info in a second. Spots the edge, but the bullet's definitely going to alert and tries to swing out. And Bob XD's holding the line. Wicadia does get the kill onto the lurker in response, which puts us into this 3-on-3. But the bomb has gone down.
Bob XD trying to take the space over towards jungle. Wicadia, there's a slight gap in the smoke. I doubt he can get any information from it. Seems to be aware that there's a player in towards jungle. Oh, this is a bit weird. Franson, he's gone through it as well. See you later, Wicadia. Meanwhile, Cyber, he's found the aggression of Bob XD. 2 versus 2, and now Prospects, they're just running down the clock, trying to get it done. But hang on a second, Cyber does get the kill, but I don't think there's enough time, especially not with a kit as well. So Prospects bleed down the clock and get another round on the board.
Franson wins that with 3 HP. He gets that kill by phasing through the smoke, and then the incendiary prevents Cyber from being able to do anything. He's closed out. He has to push through it in the end, and he runs out of time. A huge round. And now I'm super keen to hear that audio, that team speak from Prospects now.
Jag kan rambusta ut det, Alex, om du vill.
Ja, du vet.
Jag ska fika, vad kommer?
Har de AWP?
Jag flashar på
typ lagt.
De breakade Horus alltså. Akta Horus.
Windows spamma.
Lite grann.
Länk wide.
Från backa.
En 3 på, jag är ute.
Backar och ser vi ju långt.
Yes.
Kan du kyla den Fransson? En rutta från B.
Med wide bench, high mot 3.
De boostar inte.
Ja.
Fortsätta gå in och skapa.
Window close. Jättekloss.
Vi köper. Vi gör A-split igen, men vi går från UG istället. Vi kan gå Nippy för att mot de här bara. Permanent.
Alright, so Silence fills the team speak for a good amount of time to allow Hype to have all of the audio to try and hold on to the AWP, but unfortunately it doesn't work out. Do you get a little bit of a snippet at the end there of Alex just talking in the ears, saying, here's what we're going to do for the next round, here's the plan of attack. Eternal Fire, they do answer back. It's a perfect mid-pop. Flashbangs, haven't really seen that from them yet. Really contested middle, and they might do it again now.
Yeah, great control, and you can see exactly as you say, they're trying to take push-up MStar. He's close to combat with that M4. Alex has got this, though. He's calling in the support, and off the back of that, the CTs, they're actually going to bail. Alex, the flash comes through, peeks off it, there's nobody home. The flanks come through as well. Ooh, Arcadia, he might get caught off here. bo1 NXT, oh, that's a perfect incendiary, pushes them back. Now MStar, he's getting ready to swing, but Spooky is holding the line, and he gets the kill.
A bit of a brave one from MStar. And Jota wants a piece of the action as well. But all the meanwhile, Cyber, he's walked his way through the apartments and now he's playing an off angle. At the very least, it's a lot of information for Eternal Fire Academy, but it might be a little bit of a ruse. Look at all these players about to group up, hit in towards the apartments. It's all on Cyber.
Holding the line, the flashbang is perfect, swings away and Spooky gets him. That's a perfect setup. You can see they had the awareness that push might have come through and they counter it with the most incredible flashbang they could throw. Does the job, Hype finding the entry on the Jotter as well, puts us now into this 2-on-5. Zex and Arcadia, they've had their flashes of brilliance, but this would be something special if they want to give this a look in.
Got a couple of flashes to really show off the brilliance, but not enough money in the bank to really go for this retake, especially 5 versus 2. It feels a little bit improbable. So instead, trying to hold on to what they have, retain onto this AWP at the very least. They don't want to give away another free sniper rifle to the prospects. Arcadia does spot ahead, so that's an AK, but he is currently being pincered. But no knife today.
Gonna get found. Zex at least should be able to hold on to the AWP. There's no T's anywhere near his position. So small consolation, you can take that one over into the follow-up round. Prospects keep it clean, only losing the one player in Alex. That's now a 3-round lead. 6 rounds in this T side already, and we're only early into the half.
Yeah, pause being called. Eternal Fire Academy need to figure out a solution. Also need to talk finances because they've actually brought out a double AWP. So they're all in. This could be a double-edged sword. It could either snowball them into success, hold down these long sight angles on Mirage, potentially in towards mid, or be apartments. See Cyber taking a lot of real estate over there, so you might want to hold that angle instead and then can deploy his teammates elsewhere. But they are all in. If they lose this, there's going to be a really heavy boon on their economy, and prospects can really run away with the half.
There's a good chance this catches prospects off guard, though, because we have not seen a double AWP out from Eternal Fire once yet in the Academy League, and that could be the difference maker here. Going for a peek in towards mid. bo1 NXT with the flashbang to support. The mid control has been taken in Cyber with the second AWP. He's pushing up far. Has to be careful. There's a player in towards kitchen. You get caught out if he gets swung on. He's not got any protection, and it's a dicey angle to play. The flashbang comes through. Cyber hits the shot, though, jiggling around the edge, and he gets the opener, and that's alerted them with this double AWP.
He's even getting aggressive. He's even pushing in to try and take the fight towards underpass. That's going to force them back in towards middle, and that's exactly where this second scope weapon resides. Sizex can see up over the smoke. But we'll get Molotov. It's not going to detract his position. And in fact, there's a gap still that can be exploited. Hype is next to full.
That's a huge kill to find, and he even gets a second onto Franson. They're all falling in mid. MStar cleans him up. Alex gets one for consolation on the way down, but a great response from Eternal Fire Academy. The double AWP, that's the difference. That gets it done. Pulling a bit of a different strat out. Cyber gets the opener. It forces them to have to reposition. They don't want to contest into the AWP towards B-Apps, and they go straight into the second sniper in towards Connector.
Yeah, nicely done, but prospects, they're going to force a little bit into this. In fact, Spooky's all in. Got a Galil. Mac 10 on Bob XD, and the rest of the gang haven't actually purchased a thing. And that grenade's going to do a lot of damage. Never mind, it's not at all. They're aware of it. Wicadia can now drop a defensive smoke, tuck in, wait for M-Star to alert his position, but the Mac 10 will shine, and now Bob... He is eliminated. Spooky with the immediate trade, however. Still the man advantage. It's quicker from the prospects, trying to overrun the AWPs.
Yeah, that's the answer to AWPs. It's aggression when there's two. You just run them down. The Mac 10 storming onto the site finds the opener. They have found that lurk in Alex, and Cyber, he's found a kill through the smoke onto Franson. That's put it now into a one-player advantage, but look at the HP on these CTs. Cyber, he goes down. Retaking now with the AWP for Syzex and 12 HP for Jota. These have to be perfect kills, and there's just no time. The clock, it's ticked down. He has to find these in quick succession, and they are going to give him the first. He knows exactly where the second is, but there's just nothing left on the clock, even if he finds it. And he doesn't. Spooky's good for it. The prospects immediately bounce back, and it was with a pretty shonky buy. Just the single Galil, the Mac 10 and pistols get it done.
Yeah, it was really nicely done, and as you said, aggression really just overwhelms the AWPs, especially when you've got bouncy SMGs, you've got the Tech 9s just getting up close and personal in your face. Eternal Fire Academy immediately call a pause, and I reckon it's another decision. Do we whack out the double AWPs again? Because it did work once, but now prospects are aware of the possibility that this could be a factor. They might just run at them.
Well, it probably won't be this round, given they can only really invest the one. They might even go for a hero AWP, because the finances are all over the place for Eternal Fire at the moment. There's a couple of players with 6 and 5k, and the rest are in the doldrums, and it is going to be the Force coming out. So they are able to get something together here. That AWP, 3 rifles and MP9 actually ends up being not bad considering the position they were in.
If my eyes deceive me, I thought Cyber had an extra $100, but not quite. Instead, they're going to aggress in towards short. 3 players strong, even going to be boosted up. It's a heavy lean for Eternal Fire Academy. They might be expecting something here from the prospects.
So many CTs towards the B side. It's just the one on the A side of the map, but that opening's not exploited. All of the Ts are over this way as well. The run boost comes through for height, but he's not going to spot anything off the back of it. And this stack, it might actually work out. The Ts, they're taking that bomb through B apps. M-Star's close combat with this MP9. He's able to get up very close with that smoke. And Wicadia even finds the opener onto Alex. This is a perfect setup for Eternal Fire for this take.
M-Star might not even be cleared here. They're clearing the closer corner, but will they clear the balcony? Because Jota can take the contact initially, and that allows the SMG to swing on in. There it is, 2, even a third. Never mind, Wicadia will steal that one away, but a perfect read from Eternal Fire Academy, and it gets them a 5th round.
Yeah, Wicadia triples up in that round, finds the opener. You can see that makes prospects feel a little bit uncomfortable. They feel like they have to commit to that B site take, and it was a little bit of a gamble from Eternal Fire. It felt like maybe they had a bit of a read on how that one was going to pan out. The fact that they had 4 players on that side of the map, and it just works out. They've got everyone in the right position. M-Star tucked in is able to swing out off that contact, and, well, it's all she wrote.
Prospects made it work before with these weird buys, forced investments in. M-Star peering in down towards ramp, tucking in the corner. Prospects, they want A. Oh, and they're getting a good job of it, but Cyber, he goes unchecked, but only good for 1. The Deagles, they're all connecting for the prospects, and it's another janky investment that's going to get them another round on the board.
Blink and you miss it, it's all over. It felt like Cyber had the opportunity. There's a few great little plays there that Eternal Fire Academy put into place, right? They throw that incendiary out in front of Rap to try and bait in the fact that there shouldn't be anyone there, that they're sort of trying to slow down the assault. But M-Star, he gets card cleared, head removed, and Cyber tucked in. It felt like he was going to double up, but he just misses that second kill and can't quite find it. The player pushes too far into sight, and it's all over.
This AWP save's so important now. Eternal Fire Academy, they've got no money. Needs to hold on to this Syzex. 1 versus 3. He's already been spotted out, being dinked down in, but there's a player on the bomb site. Spooky is right behind him. Only 1 second left on the bomb to explode, but Alex will find him through the smoke. AWP cannot be brought forward.
I like the idea from Six there. He knew that he was going to get pressure and they were going to push to that smoke. So he wants to be a little bit cheeky when there's so little time left and just sit in that smoke, try and avoid that player pushing through. But Alex gets caught on him and he's like, oh, I should be out of this smoke by now. And he starts spamming through it to find that kill. And that's going to get Prospects up to 8. They've already secured the half and still 2 rounds left to play. So I don't blame Eternal Fire for using this pause. Their money's not in a great position and they are in dire need of CT side rounds.
It's a third pause in the first half of play. That's another factor to consider. I think given their finances, just potentially just get a partial investment. That's what I think would be the best option, but obviously I'm not in the server, so I can't make that decision. But in fact, I'm completely wrong, Lucy. They're going to do it.
They disregard you.
That's fine.
Brandon, we didn't want to talk to you yesterday.
Yeah, that's true, right?
And today we don't want to heed your advice. You're a customer. You don't know what you're talking about.
True.
Instead, all right? If you were, you'd be in the server. Actually, you're far too old to be in the server. But anyway, it's going to be the force investment coming through. Jota wielding nothing but an incendiary and a deagle. Teammates, there is at least the AWP and 2 rifles around it, so something that can be done. The opener coming through, Hype on the boost. He's able to remove that AWP as 6 early on. It should be able to be retrieved. MStar, he's close with the M4. He's going to swing out and get a kill. That's huge.
Yeah, that is. Back and forth trades. AWP could potentially be recovered. And Jota will pick it up. Rotations coming in towards mid, but Prospects, they set their sights on B. They have had mixed success here. But as they line up the utility, they're just going to bombard in. And currently, there's only 1 defender here.
It's all on Cyber. He is the sole player on this side of the map. The rotations are far away. All 3 over towards A. Cyber is going to give out the call, let them know that they're coming, but he's taken damage already. They know where he is, trying to play around the half wall. He's able to get a kill in the end. The nade does flush him out. But didn't even look like he was going to get that one. And that's made it a bit even. Jota, he's going to find a kill in response as well. That's huge. That's giving them the mad advantage. Hype, the swing out so fast on that flick. He's able to get the kill, but he now has to pull off the 1 versus 2. Spots M-Star on the jiggle. Doesn't know where Acadia is. Off Hype! That is absolutely disgusting. What a flick. Now he just has to find this last player and spots on the jiggle around Pillar. Looking for it with the AK. He swapped from that AWP. 22 seconds hunting Wacadia. Wacadia trying to play around the site, trying to find the opener, and he holds the line. Denies the clutch.
Oh my goodness me though, what an attempt from Hype. Those shots coming in, they were just so fast. You blink and you miss it. But Wacadia, really nice reposition. Also notices that the time is ticking down low. The pressure is then on Hype to plant the bomb on the bomb site. And at that point, he's got a decision to make. Decides to try and find the kill rather than relocating. And it does cost them the round. 8-6. This first half is as close as you can get it.
Incredible attempt from Hype, but off the back, losing it. Oh, he's actually going to find the opener into this one. Does get traded out. The weaponry is not there for Prospects into this round, so it's all in the palm of Eternal Fire Academy's hands, particularly as they get that man advantage. Players spotted in towards lowers as well. Wacadia, he's going to remove Alex. M-Star, it's an awkward duel. Wacadia's good for the trade, though. Now it's Franson, and he's managed to find his way onto the site. You can see what he was going for there, trying to target select to get both, but they needed to be perfect shots. And, well, it ends up being an 8-7 scoreline.
Yeah, nice recovery from Eternal Fire, right? They went 2-0 down. We then said they're one of these teams that actually just gets consistent rounds in a row sometimes and then falls a little bit flat. Kind of happened, but not to really the same extent. And then they just had bit part success in the later stages of the first half, but they keep it competitive. And they do manage to get 7 rounds on the board. Wacadia, I want to highlight him in particular. His just positioning has been absolutely incredible. This first half has allowed Eternal Fire Academy to have a lot more say in the rounds than they really should have.
Yes, and really impressive. And on the other side, I mean, Hype, he's the man to be talking about. So many of these rounds were down to his impact. But hey, how about we hop in and listen to Eternal Fire?
İnanın. Ben açılarına bakıyorum.
Can short'a yürüyeceksin, unutma. Short'a yürüyüp smoke'tan çıkana bakacaksın.
Kol ver ben hemen.
Palas'tayım şu an.
Yapabiliriz hala şu an. Yaklaş kanka bize Can.
Geldim.
Bende utility var. Sizin piklemeniz lazım.
1, 2, 3.
Zıpladım. Window'u yaktım. Short'a smoke attım.
Attım jungle'ı beyler.
Yürü kanka
Kaldır
catwalk'a.
olur.
Pik dedim. At jungle'a flash.
Flash attım. Hadi valla smoke. Valla smoke. One way smoke short.
Dead, öldü. Var bak.
Robs. Short pick diyor.
Nice try, sorun yok.
Smoke her zaman. Sen sadece oraya bakacaksın kanka. Başka yere
Kanka
bakmıyorsun
smoke
ki.
one way. Ben oraya baktım zaten. Adam ben çıktım.
An absolute crunch over towards Palace and ramp from Prospects. As soon as the utility came in towards middle, they pushed the extremities and found the kills, and you could hear it in the comms. Really caught Eternal Fire Academy off guard.
Yeah, you definitely picked it up in the comms, that sort of flustered feeling. We've all experienced that one when you're trying to comm to your teammates when the rush comes through. And, well, Prospects, they're going to take the round, and Eternal Fire Academy get nothing out of it, so they've just got the Glocks going into this one. That's going to put Prospects into a good position to go after a strong start on the CT side. Aggression already into mid. Spooky playing a bit of a funky angle here around that little box that protrudes, or the wall, I suppose it is, that protrudes. Play in towards unders. Joshua on the other side, trying to jiggle it as well. No one giving anything. But it's Alex with this MP9. He's the one that's going to be facing very shortly. 3 Glocks on the other side of this angle. Run boost being set up, and the timing, not quite there. Alex trying to swing out and find it, but now he can start to mow down. Gets 2. Spooky now. He can clean up with that M4.
Yeah, only losing the MP9 as well. Absolutely perfect round for the Prospects. Eternal Fire Academy, they're waiting for the aggression, and it does eventually come in, but they're still not ready for it. SMG farming up the cash as well, $600 a kill. And as the Prospects hit double digits, the guns now come into play for this T side. No AWP on the server just yet, it's all rifles.
Going to be a brawl this round. 2 MP9s in play as well, so the weaponry favouring Eternal Fire Academy this time around. Bit of a slow start from them. A couple of players in towards top mid, and a few still back in towards T-ramp, towards spawn. Don't want to concede early kills in this first gun round that they have. They've taken control in towards top mid. Arcadia has taken a bit of damage in the process, so has Cizex, but they've managed to get at least a bit of control.
Yeah, walking wounded a little bit though. That leaves them susceptible to a one-shot headshot from these silenced M4s. Hype, trying to peer on in. Spooky, he's got complete control of underpass. Back-to-back rounds now, he's reinforced this position. For Eternal Fire Academy, they're not really too sure where to go. They're kind of pigeonholed in towards top mid.
This might be the difference. Spooky, he's pushing up. That's a freebie. Cizex, he's about to pull out some utility to throw. And the fact that he was getting ready with that utility, that's going to give Spooky a bit of info. This is a bit of a fake play towards B. And that's going to be Alex's cue to find that kill onto Jota. Mid is now where these teams are trying to find an opening. And MStar, he's doubled up. 2 headshots through the edge of the smoke. Arcadia gets one of his own in towards Spooky. That's now giving them the man advantage. They can accelerate onto this A-bomb site. But Bob XD with the Deagle swaps to that over the MP9. And you can see why. What a headshot. That's now put it into this 2-on-2, and that was after Prospects found the opener. MStar trying to do something long range, but it's going to be Cyber that finds the kill, and now Bob XD has to pull off the 1 versus 2, and Cyber, he finds him first.
I tell you what, really well played in the mid round from Eternal Fire Academy. They know the Prospects are pushing and taking the fights to them. Instead of reacting off the fact that they lose a man and kind of panic, they actually just stick and set in their ways, and they wait for this aggression to recommit in. This M-Star kills was so important, it really just unravels the defense over at Connector. Nice shot on the Deagle at the very least, but it's to no avail. Cyber on the afterplant gets it done. P250 pushing into ramp, but it is being held. Eternal Fire Academy, they know the tricks of the Prospects.
Cyber's the one to be looking to on these T sides. He was the one that was getting it all done in that previous matchup they had against Spirit Academy. Bob XD with the Deagle again. Finds the, a kill now onto M-Star, putting it back into this 4-on-4, but, I mean, it's 3 USPs and a Deagle. Surely, they can't get anything done. And, well, second, Bob XD another, but he does get traded out eventually. Hype with the USP is able to find 1 in response, but the numbers, they do just swarm eventually, and, well, now it's just 1 round the deficit.
Still 3 casualties for Eternal Fire Academy, just up against the USPs and the solitary Deagle of Bob XD. And considering they gain the man advantage here as well, so ready for this aggression. It's still a lot of casualties, despite the limited weaponry being put on display by the CTs. But you know what that means? Once one eco is out of the way, that means a gun round will now come into full effect.
After this little tack pause to get things together. They do have enough to fully invest into this one. Hype has enough for the AWP as well, so finally get to see that one out on the CT side. We should do. Yep, there it is. And nothing on the T side. He doesn't have one of his own. So I'm interested. He's the man I'll be watching this round to see if he can find that opener.
Let's see it. Tunnel Fire Academy. It's going to be a quicker one. Lining up these smokes towards A. They're going to try and burst out on towards this bomb site. There is defensive utility here for the prospects, but it's just about to fade. Wicadia leading the charge. Franson dropping the utility. Alex with the supporting flashes as well. But the bomb site, it currently does belong to Eternal Fire Academy.
Those smokes are, they're only going to last for so long. The second one gets deployed. Cyber, that's a critical kill into Franson. That was the only defender over towards CT. Bob XC is able to find M-Star, and now the smoke starts to fade. Alex trying to find something with Arcadia. He's pushed up close combat. Spooky gets the trade, though. That puts it now into this 3-on-3. Bob XD, he's going for a deep flank. So it's just these two defenders in towards jungle. The bomb still hasn't gone down, and they haven't even been able to cross. Spooky, he's able to find another, and Hype's just holding the line. The bomb, it cannot make its way over, but that's a huge kill to find Cyber. He evens it back up, but now that flank, it's coming through. Cyber is holding for it, however, and it's just Bob XD. Cyber spots the edge, gets the head, and Eternal Fire even it up 10-10.
Really nicely done from Eternal Fire Academy again, considering all of the possibilities. I thought the round was done there. When Spooky gets the double up as well, that was a 2 versus 3 situation, completely turned on its head. Eternal Fire Academy, they wait for prospects to make the mistakes. Kind of is similar shades to day one from what we saw on Mirage from the prospects. Just these individuals having the confidence, trying to be more individualistic, not waiting for the flanks to come in, not really having the correct trade space. In Eternal Fire Academy, they're just punishing them.
Yeah, knowing that they've just secured that gun round and in a pretty decisive fashion, they call their last tack timeout. That runs out, and now we get to hear from prospects, to hear how they're going to be handling this one.
Alltså vinner den här så har de Echo.
Jag går mörka med petfronten. Vad har de lov alltså?
Jag får i loppet. Ingen ute mitt.
Jag löder. De har inte lagt ner mitt alls.
Jag kan springa in hus ifall de lägger molly från hus. Kanske öppet.
Nu ser det förbi kontakt.
Kan jag smyga med det?
Jag går in djungel igen. Går ingen nuge. Vill du bara stacka någonting eller?
Stacka B low-key. In hus. Han springbackar. Ja, han springbackar dock.
Jag kommer in B. Jag kommer bänkbob. Ja. Jag kanske ska döda 2.
Och gå in då. Vi får fortfarande smyga mitt.
Ja, du ser. En B.
Ja, halv.
Har ett valk.
Ja. Jag kommer hajda sig och gå för folk i ryggen. De mollar och in.
De smockar balkong. En BS, close. Inte upp på. En Ingmar bara. Det är ingen söv.
Hus.
En katt max över. De går upp kontra.
Ja. Spring upp, slå upp.
Midbacken. Tag med.
Vad söv?
Jag fick en baklås.
Bänk right.
Jag går ut över.
Topp min vänster.
Han är min i dödsmarken. Bara 2.
In i djungel. 2 mid.
Du driver mig.
At least they're laughing about it. And it's sad that they don't know the Australian call out of Palace either. So
Yeah, I don't know about Palace, but
no.
Tell you what, that Bob XD Deagle hits different. We're gonna get to see that replay
really
again.
Does.
maybe a little bit hopeful that push. I love that kill at the end. That was
ridiculous.
That was funny. I mean, you got to laugh at that one. But off the back of it, it's going to mean guns out for everybody. 5 rifles on both sides of the board. No sniper rifles in play, but Eternal Fire Academy have taken the lead. 1 round now. Separating these two teams. Hype, putting a bit of a spam through the smoke there, but not connected with anything. Top mid has been taken by Eternal Fire Academy. They move a few players in towards Palace. I mean, not Palace, B, Apps.
That's my bad. Got Palace on
my head.
mind. Yeah.
Well, they call Apps Palace in some countries.
Yeah.
Which is a bit.
B Palace.
We call Palace Apps. Anyway.
Palace.
Not here.
Looks to be set to be a mid to B split. But Eternal Fire Academy, they are, on their T sides, they are so disciplined. We saw this against Charlotte's Talent yesterday as well. They just hold back. They wait for prospects to take any form of map control. And it's a good adjustment by the CT side. They're not willing to really give up these opening advantages. 45 seconds left. Eternal Fire Academy need to make a move soon. Because that bomb is, well, that clock is ticking down. The bomb isn't. It needs to be planted on the site.
Syzex, I don't know if that single flash you through is really going to sell the fake, but the smoke comes through at the very least, and bo1 has pushed up close combat with this M4. Just going to be running through with Cyber, and he gets removed immediately. Oh, the double up through the smoke. Jota, he's removed. 20 seconds left. This smoke, it's keeping them at bay. Spooky in towards half wall is spraying down these players. Mercadia is good, and Syzex finds another. But Alex, he's rotated over as well. Will they expect the second player in towards half wall? The bomb gonna be planted with just a couple of seconds. No, it's denied at the very end. Alex, he doubles up and evens it back to 11-11.
It's a perfect counter to this T side playing so passively in. If you don't give them the opportunity to capitalize upon it, they just kind of get a little bit flustered. They have to walk through the utility that you can just hold on to because no map control is actually being converted early on this T side. So prospects, they can hold on to these smokes, making sure that it's a grey screen when Eternal Fire Academy walk on through to tie game 11-11. And Syzex peeking on in to B Apartments needs to find an opener here.
Gonna be given one quite yet. There are 2 players over towards the side of the map. Syzex is going to find that opener in the end. bo1 on the reposition. In fact, it looks like maybe on the jump pick, got caught out from that, from where his body is lying. Spooky's repositioned to take his place. Throws a flashbang out, but all of these tiers are grouping out over towards A, except that single lurk player in Mercadia. And there is a 3 CT set up here. So they have all the pieces in place, setting up now. Utility ready. All these CTs on the hold. The smokes, they're going to come through now. That's going to be the signal this hit's coming through. Jungle player gets pushed off at the very least. Alex, he's ready for the contest here. Going to drop a smoke that he can play around. Branson drops one of his own. It's going to be chaos here. And Hype, he goes unchecked. He can just swing out. Can't quite double up, though. Does a fair bit of damage. Branson is tucked back in towards Firebox as well. Playing around this smoke for Cyber. He clears him. That bomb, it's going down now. There is a flank coming through from CT, but it will be planted.
It's all on Wikadia's position here. Doesn't even matter. Syzex will find the kill and Cyber eliminates the last player. Nice entry path in for Eternal Fire Academy. They see the smokes being dropped in towards bottom stairs and also towards default. Although they don't clear sandwich, Cyber runs all the way around the box. He just completely eliminates the player tucked in that could be such a nuisance. That kill's vital because it means the bomb site just belongs to them. And from there, it's quite an easy cleanup.
Cyber, that's a huge 3k to find. Yeah, that's that kill on the look like the drop, in fact. So great stuff from Syzex, and Cyber showing us his T-side prowess with the 3k in that round. He's on 19 kills. Wikadi is leading the charge with 23. Top frag in the server. Spooky's up there. He's got 21. He's actually I think that's 20, but he's for a bit of a peer in towards top mid, but thinks better of overcommitting. They only have these Deagles and a single Hero M4 with Hype. So Eternal Fire Academy in pretty comfortable position going into this round.
Flashing towards mid. Cyber could peek in towards Connector. Currently unoccupied. There are 2 players in towards jungle, though. It's the only rifle. That's on Hype's arms. Going to potentially be boosting towards ladder. Hasn't been seen. It's a little bit weird. They are holding for him, but it's a game of timings, and Cyber will win it out.
Such a heavy lean here from the CTs towards B that Alex, if he can find this kill, that might be something to talk about. PT50 there, the AK can be retrieved at the very least, and the rotations do come through. That bomb has not gone down. Wikidia holding this angle for Bob XD and spots him through the edge of the smoke. Trying to find more as well. He's passed through like shifts in the night. Spray comes through, and in fact, it's ENCE that gets the job done. Alex with that retrieved AK, he can't give it a look in. Wikidia doubles up in the round and takes Eternal Fire to 13. 3 rounds now, all they need to take this map.
The hero for the prospects against MOUZ NXT was Franson, and so far he's been a little bit quiet here on the CT side for the prospects. As Eternal Fire start to pull away a little bit, they even have the funds to keep this AWP in play. Just going to be the rifles for the prospects, trying to get it done with the silencers. But Wikidia, he's actually been aggressive in towards middle. Not really seen this too much from them, and that missed Molotov means he doesn't have to move a muscle.
He actually didn't have a smoke either to counter that. One of his teammates might have been able to extinguish, but regardless, he's a little bit lucky there not having to have any teammates expend utility. Mid control can now be taken. Sex can post up with this AWP. Like you mentioned previously, they're so disciplined in these T-side rounds. They don't overcommit. They don't all go together. They keep control across the map, keeping an eye on any potential pushes that can come through as they set up for their end goal.
Franson has got an idea in mind, but Cyber is holding, and he will punish. Man advantage, and now space being gathered over towards ladder.
They have so much map control at the moment. Got to play a boost up in towards window as well. One in short. The map is theirs to play with. Oh, that's the flick. Does hit the leg, but can't get the job done. Arcadia, though, he's able to find the rotation through Murder Hole, and that's the go signal. Out of the A site now, Alex and Hype, they have to do it all. Alex is tucked into Sandwich. Now he is alone. Knows where at least one of these players are coming from, but they trade him out. There's just too many T's swarming the site. And Bob XD has no choice but to hold on to this rifle.
Yeah, really needs to hold on to it. Very important save. But Eternal Fire Academy, they've really started to pull away now. 4 rounds in a row, I do believe. Starting to build that one up. No, it's 2. I can't count. There was 4 before, so I was kind of right.
British
That's
education system.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
not
an accountant. It's fine.
No, exactly. So, yeah, I mean, the T-side was what we called into question as well from
for sure.
Previously for Eternal Fire Academy. Obviously, very small sample size. It's only a couple of maps they've played so far. But it was their T-side that looked a little bit flat, and the CT where they got their work done. It seems like a reversal here, which is, I guess, a good thing. It means that they definitely have the potential on both of these sides, and could be a very ferocious team on Mirage.
Oh... just about getting away with the M4. But it's these pushes again. They're coming in for the prospects. There's been a few rounds where they haven't actually elected to do that. But Eternal Fire are just winning out the engagements anyway from their entry pathing and trade spacing. This time prospects, they want to try and get a kill here or there. But unfortunately, it is punished for them over towards the ramp side. Pause now being called in. I kind of called Eternal Fire Academy's pauses and how liberal they were using them into question, but on the flip side, prospects, it's only their second one.
Yeah, and it's very late stage here, right? They're 1 round loss away from putting it up to map point for Eternal Fire Academy, and look what they're working with into this round. You can see why they've had to call that tack pause, because that's a Deagle that's been dropped over, that's a Scout, it's a CZ, and it's that saved M4. It's not great, not ideal. And Eternal Fire certainly in a good position to potentially get their map point here. Particularly with that opener, Jota finds Alex on the push.
It's another push in towards ramp that gets punished. Spooky can't quite hit the scout shot, so Wikidia is allowed in towards mid, but Bob XD at the very least will trade him out. Franson trying to do some ladder shenanigans towards Palace, but Eternal Fire Academy don't want anything to do with it. They are quite interested in towards this A bomb site though, because that's where the bomb resides.
Prospects have rotated off all 3 players. Branson's the closest by. It looks like they're just going to go for the gamble. Going towards the B bomb site and Eternal Fire Academy. Look at the way they're playing this. They have the man advantage. They know the weaponry isn't fantastic based on the engagements they've taken so far. And yet still, they're not getting cocky. They're not overcommitting to any of these sites. And they're just playing it by the numbers. Playing it by the book. Grouping up here. Even swapping over. Bogdan's Law coming into effect there as Cyber gets his hands in the AWP. Zex gets an AK. Utility can come out and, well, it's an empty bomb site. No one residing here towards the A site. And that should be, well, will be, Eternal Fire getting themselves 15.
Yeah, M-Star's on a little bit of a recon mission in towards middle. Will eliminate Franson on the short side. Spooky has rotated, but the scout doesn't quite find the head. And now it needs to disappear back behind the incendiary, forced out towards the window, and that's where M-Star will capitalize upon it. It's all left onto Bob XD. He can retrieve an AK at the very least, but there's no way he goes for this retake.
Great seeing M-Star playing so well on his T side as well. He's looking very confident, going for some of these peaks, some of these aggressive plays. And look at that, Chris, 3K in the round. And that's what he was kind of missing in that matchup the other day. So it's good to see him recovering and feeling himself here on the T side. And that's made this T side from Eternal Fire feel so much more potent.
What I really like about this Academy League is how unpredictable it is. Prospects could go into MOUZ NXT on Mirage and just win it out. And now Eternal Fire Academy, they're within touching distance of beating the Prospects in the same day. This is absolutely crazy for this group stage. AWPs on either side of the server. Window smoke, I thought might have been blocked, but not quite. Hype misses the shot in mid.
I think of what you're saying, Brandon, is that you're saying that Eternal Fire Academy are better than MOUZ NXT. That's what I'm hearing.
Not quite.
I think that's the conclusion. We can all draw.
Okay.
B-Dog CSGO. Adding on to
no.
disagree. Gonna be a bit of utility flowing out in towards mid. Spooky has to drop that smoke, and now they know exactly where he is. The HE, it's gonna connect. 46 damage to his noggin. Gonna have a headache. He has to back off and throw one in response. That's gonna not do anything. So that's unfortunate.
Hate to see it. Look at Sysex. He's just in spawn, holding for the Palace push. It's absolutely outrageous. It's Eternal Fire Academy side. You know that they're saying they leave nothing to chance? Well, that's just tenfold. Absolutely insane from them.
10 times nothing, Brandon. Still nothing. Nothing left to chance. So, Wicadia, 27 kills. Huge performance from him. Going to be grouping up with the rest of the team here. Looking ready for this A pincer. Jotter in towards mid. Alex is playing close to this smoke. He's going to drop that one late. 30 seconds left as well. They're going to have to disrespect this one. Otherwise, they're going to be leaving it way too close. But they have all the players in position. There are 3 CTs here, so it's going to be a brawl out towards A. The flash is perfect, though, Cyber. He's going to get the kill with the collateral from Hype. He doubles up. Franson gets one in response. Wicadia, he's swinging out now, but that AWP is still in play. They're trying to force him out, trying to find the kill, but he's hiding down, not giving them anything. The bomb, at the very least, is going to go down, but it puts us now into this 2-on-3. They're so focused on towards this AWP player, and there's still 2 more CTs coming in towards jungle. Jota does find Hyped in the end. That gives them the advantage now, 2 versus 2. Both these CTs keeping through. You can see Spooky is making his way up. Jota not quite ready for it. Wicadia, he goes down, and now Jota can't quite clear the angle. Bob XD, he doubles up and he saves Prospects.
Yeah, really nice on the Prospects to work their way on towards the bomb site and deal with the player within it first, because they know exactly where Jota is. Would have potentially liked him to swing out first, try and take the contact, cause a bit of a distraction. Great kill onto the AWP, though, nevertheless. Eternal Fire leave it late. It's another one of these executes that they burn the clock down in. And they do gain an afterplan on it, but the retake's just that little bit better. But we still need 3 rounds of perfect Counter-Strike from the Prospects to take us into overtime, even being a possibility.
Double AWP coming out here. Hype trying to find the opener, not quite able to connect it. Spooky has the other one. That's over towards B apps. We saw this from Eternal Fire Academy as well. And I had a lot of success, so we'll see if Prospects can do the same. Can't rely on those collateral kills, though, to secure these rounds. Need to be making it a bit more clean than that. Hype holding the smoke. You can see he's watching that light, as you mentioned earlier, waiting for someone to cross, and that's it. You can see the flicker as the player crossed past that light. And now he's aware. Someone has walked past it, and Cyber, he's that man. But he is a bit quicker on the trigger, finds that opener. Kadia, he's going to slither by. Bob XC, uncertain if he spotted that one. Bomb making his way towards mid now. 2 players in towards ramp. This is a strange setup from the CTs. Franson, he's going to reveal himself, drops the smoke as well to play around. He can now abuse that one. They're trying to hunt him down. Kadia's even pushing forward to get the kill. Not going to be ready for the second player, and Alex, he gets it with the MP9. And that gives him the man advantage as the bomb goes down.
MStar will actually elevate himself above this Palace position. And Jota's holding for this CT flank. Can definitely hear the footsteps as well. Turns for the flash, spots the shadow, and might secure the kill. All the meanwhile, there's this ramp presence that's going to come in, but MStar, his position is everything right now. Alex, he needs to check it. In fact, it will be Spooky, and now he's on the bomb. Alex, he's trying to defuse it, and Spooky is the bodyguard. USP in hand. Prospects steal another retake away.
That came down to the wire. That defuse even. There's only maybe a second left on it. The spray, it almost looked like it connected as well. And this still here is a little bit awkward, but as you mentioned, it was Jota had to really get it done with that spray. Couldn't quite hit it. But courtesy of the bomb plant and the fact they got so many consecutive rounds, Eternal Fire still have money to work with. They're going to be purchasing into every single round of this game. Prospects, their backs are still against the wall. They've had to fight so far, and the flashes are perfect, but Hype, he gets the kill. That's 2 AWPs in towards mid. And you can see at the back of that info, Eternal Fire Academy, A is their target once again.
I think double AWP is actually a really good call for the Prospects because of how passive Eternal Fire Academy are being. They can literally just walk into these long lines of sight. So it's a good tool to counter the passive nature of this aggression. Hype won't get the kill in towards Palace just yet. Syzex is trying to pick up a smoke that's just running away from him. In fact, he's going to juggle them. Intentions are clear. Eternal Fire Academy want to go towards this A bomb site. They've still got a minute to work with, so they can just try and flush out any pressure. But Prospects are pushed on the other extremities of the map.
Yeah, this setup in towards B apps is potent as well. Tucked into the corner is Bob XD. And the AWP and Spooky to support. They're going to wrap through into unders. So it is going to be this A finish. Going to try and support, but Alex towards top mid. He can shut this down completely as soon as that contact comes through. Such a difficult position to clear, although he's a little hesitant on where they're going to be coming from. And that could potentially be his demise, but no, he's going to catch the timing. M-Star's removed. He knows that the boost was coming through. Jota, he has to be nearby, but he's pushing up. Hype. Close combat here with the AWP, trying to find the kills, and he gets it done. That flank doesn't come through. Spooky was able to find the kill, and Syzex, well, he wants to save this AWP, so he has something to go into the last round.
Nicely done. Alex pushing up top mid will finally find some success, but it's also Spooky just holding the connect, which allows Hype to remain just eagle-eyed on that Palace position. Eternal Fire Academy, their players all fall by the wayside. At the very least, though, Syzex does retain the AWP.
Prospects now with a chance to force us to OT here on Mirage. That double AWP is still in play. It's been potent since they pulled it out. On the other side, see the recovered AWP, and it's a little alongside these AKs. The utility is light. You see already, such a heavy setup in towards A site. 3 in Palace with that bomb. Hype with the AWP. The smoke gets deployed, and they're going to be trickling out. Franson here, he has to come up big in shadow, and he's only good for the first. John has opened up with 2. Alex trying to come through for kills of his own, but the man advantage is towards Eternal Fire Academy in this ultimate round. The final one, Bob XD trying to find the kill here, but Wakadia, he comes out ahead. The incendiary gets deployed, does a huge amount of damage, but not able to get it done. Wakadia, he is removing everybody, and Cyber closes it out. It goes down to the wire, all 30 rounds, but Eternal Fire Academy take the win.
It's that conditioning from the Eternal Fire Academy as well. All T-round, we've been saying it, how passive they have been. They leave it until round 30 to put an explosive round out the bag. Well, it nets them this game. Really well played. It does go the distance, but they knock Prospect off the perch. 16-14, really well played. And they get their first win in the Academy League.
Really believed in that Prospects comeback there. It really felt like those consecutive rounds were so solid. The double AWP setup was just paying dividends for them. But as you mentioned, Eternal Fire Academy, they just changed up for the final round. And that's a bold call to make, right? To go for something different in that final round of play, to go for something risky, this aggressive, fast play out towards Apps. But it pays off. They're able to get all the kills done. Wikidia steps up massively, not just in that round, but just across the board. He was the star of the show for Eternal Fire Academy, and really the difference maker that got them across the line here.
Yeah, Wikidia was absolutely unbelievable. Hype. We saw some moments of brilliance from him as well. This in particular, these highlights, this second shot is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, that's
trying to point that out. Like, look at that.
God.
Like, that's ridiculous. And Wikidia, he will win out that clutch. But what's important and what's good for Prospects going forward is Hype has had a very slow start to this group stage, but now he's really announced himself in this best of one.
Yeah, and you know, it's a very close series. Obviously, it doesn't feel great to lose that one, considering how that comeback was coming from, and they lost their 2 opening matches. But the fact that they got that win against MOUZ NXT, and it feels like they're improving with every single map they play, I think that's still a good consolation to come. We're still early stages. It's a double round robin, right? So there's plenty of opportunities to claw back some more wins in the group stages and to progress through those play-ins. Obviously not the result they wanted, but for considering it's essentially a brand new lineup, both of these teams really, it's really impressive to see this level of Counter-Strike on display.
Yeah, and it's really good that they're competing with the big boys in Group A. See that Eternal Fire Academy 16-13 loss against Astralis Talent. Prospects, we are harping on about it, but they beat MOUZ NXT. This group A, it's stacked. NAVI Junior, Astralis Talent, Fnatic, Rising, all of these names. Just incredible performances time and time again normally in the WePlay Academy League, and the fact that Eternal Fire Academy and Prospects have really given them a run for their money, it's only good signs for the scene.
The only thing I hope is that next time we get to cover Prospects that we see something that's not Mirage. They've got a 3 out of 4 rate so far on it. Obviously a 1 out of 4 I should say. 3 out of 4 losses, the 1 win over MOUZ NXT, so maybe that will encourage them to keep picking into it. But a great game between 2 great teams. We got to see some real individuals show up, see what they're made of, and it's great to see them progress. Considering, I mean, for Eternal Fire Academy, this is their 3rd game as a team, 3rd official. Obviously don't know what sort of scrims they've been getting up to, but their first win that they've had as a team, which is a huge success.
Yeah, for sure. And it's really good to see them performing. And Prospects, you kind of see that it's the core of Lil Mix that the Prospects have gone for, teaming up with Alex, kind of knit together this Academy lineup, and it has come all full circle. We're starting to see the results maybe come in, but let's look at the results for actually just today. MOUZ NXT 16-2 against Spirit Academy. OG and ENCE, that was a cracking game on Overpass, 16-13 after ENCE ran away with a 10-5 scoreline. Then Prospects, they did beat MOUZ NXT on Mirage 16-8. And some games that we looked at tonight, Lucy. NAVI Junior beating Spirit Academy 16-11, and then Eternal Fire Academy edging out against the Prospects 16-14.
Yeah, almost got our second OT of the tournament, but denied it at the end. Eternal Fire bring it over the line, and then Apex Rebels, they're going to take that win for free later on. So that's all the games for today, but some exciting ones. And for day 3, some of the sides that we're seeing are really exciting. For day 4, tomorrow coming up, we've got Eternal Fire Academy versus Spirit Academy. That'll be an exciting one, most likely taking place on Mirage, I imagine. We've got Apex Rebels versus ENCE Academy. Get to see the second outing for that squad. NAVI Junior versus Astralis Talent. I'm excited for that one. The rematch from day 1, right? That went to OT, double OT. So that's a really exciting prospect awaiting us tomorrow. Don't know how you feel about that one, Brandon. And then closing it out for the day will be OG Academy versus the Young Ninjas, and then ENCE Academy once again taking a big Omen Academy, which again should be a really exciting one. Yeah.
Yeah, those 2 best of ones to close out the day. are some really heavy hitters in the league, and they are very good best of ones, so make sure you tune into those. But for tonight, that is everything. Thank you for your continued support all throughout the WePlay Academy group stage. Have a lovely rest of your evening, and we'll bring you some more action tomorrow. Take care.